stopping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time.
We are Cloak and Dagger. We are hope and fear. Score one for Tandy.
Lights out. Score one for Ty.
A boom of life. My time to shine.
Suffer in the darkness.
Co-op time. Us against the world.
Random table. Sweet.
Widow standing by. Target neutralized. The Widow's bite is lethal. Hit them till they don't get up. You can rest now, Bucky. No way to miss now. Plasma burst! Widow style.
Let's race! You had that coming. Don't get back up. Coming at you. Come on. Berserker! Rage! Told you I was the best.
Eat nuts and kick butts. Got him, Tippy! Hey, check out this big acorn! Score one for the squirrels! Ah, it's a squirrel nami! Where do you think you're going? Squirrel stampede! Anybody want some nuts?
My power is a gift from Showdown the Undying. Struck down by living chi. Dragon kick. 爆元手一。Perfect hit. The dragon unleashed. 气贯长虹。 My fist is unrivaled! Woo!
Here. Who needs shoot?
I'm magic, and this is my soul sword.
Welcome everybody back to the Marvel Rivals Championship. My name is now Dogman Dustin. What's up, Hank? How you doing? Today we have some more games in the North American region for everybody. The top 256 teams are competing for that prize pool of $15,000. Hank, obviously, we saw some games yesterday, a bit of a precursor into today. But how you doing, man? How's it going? You excited for today?
I'm very excited now. Dogman Dustin instead of Dustin Dogman. I'm doing absolutely phenomenal. I'm excited to see more top 256 of this Marvel Rivals Championship tournament. We got to see, I believe, 3 matches in NA yesterday. I believe you missed out on it. Spicy Lemons going up against Berserkers. That was a very back and forth series, actually. We got to see some triple strategists pulled out as well, actually, countering that with some dive, and then the dive getting banned in the next match, and they ended up losing because of that as well. It was pretty back and forth. It was very interesting. I'm very excited to see how the matches play out today, what new compositions we'll see, what teams can step up to this level, right? Being on broadcast, having to win so many matches, make it to that grand finals for that $15,000 prize. Well, I'm very excited, Dustin.
Yeah, very excited, and also excited for this. Obviously, the new skins on the market for the holiday season is going on right now with the Venom Symbiote skin, the Snow Symbiote skin, rather, and then the Magic Frozen Demon skin. I know you talked about how that skin is pretty sick, the Magic one, but they're available right now, guys. Limited time, December 27th is when these came out, but obviously, you want to get them before, obviously, this winter event is over. And also make sure to check out the new Jeff game mode. You know, I've been yapping about that game mode, man. It's a good game mode. Check it out. You play Jeff 4 versus 4. You can be as sweaty as you like with it. I know you can skip the animation afterwards. Like as soon as you load into the Jeff game mode, you want to spam spacebar as fast as possible so you can get in and start spraying the ground. We're a little bit sweaty with it, but that's the region. That's the sector we're in, Hank. We're in that sweaty esports section of the Marvel Rivals community. You know, you gotta min max. You gotta play as hard as possible against even the most casual of audiences, right?
Dang, you're sweaty with it, Dustin. You gotta take a shower, man. But anyways, let's get to the schedule for today, guys. We have rounds 2 through 5 today. So we'll be getting through to that top 128, I believe, top 64, maybe a little bit after that, not too sure about that, but we will see. Then we have rounds 6 through 9 as well tomorrow. Rounds 10 on January 3rd. January 4th, we have rounds 11 through 13, which is, I believe, around the top 8. And then January 5th, we have round 14, the finals. I am very excited for the rest of this tournament, Dustin. The gameplay is just going to keep getting better and better.
Oh, yeah. And I'm definitely interested in that December 29th tomorrow, those rounds for sure. Meanwhile, everybody, the prize pool is $14,500 for everybody in the entire tournament. Champion walking home with $6,000. Obviously, we have some favorites in the North American region. Today, you know, like you mentioned, Hank, this is the top 256 teams competing. So this is a, multi-week long event. Obviously, today we are starting, 10 a.m. PST, right? Obviously, we're heading in to, top 256, but we have a lot more games to play. Obviously, today is Saturday. We have more coming up tomorrow on Sunday, and then also next week. So not only is it this weekend, but we also have another weekend of matches for y'all. And, the North American region, it is such a hyper-competitive region, Hank. Obviously, a ton of top teams. Like you mentioned yesterday, you had that back-and-forth matchup. We have a lot of riveting games, even in the top 256, when you would maybe least expect it, right?
Yeah, we could see some blowouts in the top 256. We could see a lot of back and forths, a lot of adjusting as well. And you definitely want to see that throughout the course of this tournament for sure, right? And then the team-ups as well, a big factor throughout the tournament. We're going to see certain team-ups take over, certain team-ups banned as well. Speaking of that, getting into the ban phase, Luna Snow, a very strong strategist, taken out right away. First up, we have Get Yo Mans going up against One Shot Bot. Hopefully, they do not get one shot in this match.
No, this is the great part about top 256. We just get some wacky names, dude. It's kind of awesome. But like you mentioned, into that pick ban or protect ban stage, Doctor Strange being banned on the side of One Shot Bot, obviously trying to avoid that Vanguard. A general from Get Your Mans. You never know. maybe they know something that we don't. But it's interesting that Hawkeye protect also comes through. So hella Hawkeye. Hank, that's quite interesting considering both of these heroes we see banned first a lot.
Yeah, their team name is One Shot Bot. I like that. Protecting Hawkeye, the character that can one shot, right? Maybe he's the one that came up with that name. I do like that. A lot of very extremely strong heroes I'm seeing protected and banned on both ends. Taking out the Mantis and Luna Snow. We're going to see some variety on the strategist end here going into this match. And then banning Black Panther. I feel like we don't see enough of Black Panther, but I feel like he is, in my opinion, the strongest dive duelist in the game. How do you feel about that, Dustin?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I mean, I 100% agree with you. I think he's probably one of the strongest. Maybe you could say Magic. Psylocke doesn't necessarily, I mean, she's like kind of like a dive character. She just does everything well. So yeah, I mean, definitely a character that I 100% like. It is such a strong dive hero. You know, I don't also the names of them. Sorry, I'm getting distracted by the player names. Hey, just to call some out. Obviously, we have Dogbeard. I don't know if I could say this guy's name without laughing. You know, the guy in the Hawkeye for one shot bot. I don't know if we could say his name legally. Might be against my moral code personally. Meanwhile, forget your mans. You know, obviously running the Hawkeye. They don't want to. I like how you mentioned that though. They don't run the Black Panther. To go back to your original point, Hank. Obviously, you know they don't have to worry about some of those dive characters that can really just jump on top of Hawkeye, who is such a vulnerable character. Yes, pumps out a lot of damage, but I mean Hawkeye can be kind of taken out if there's enough characters that can dive onto him.
Yeah, Hawkeye is a very strong hero, but he is very vulnerable to the dive. It does not look like Get Your Mans will be running any dive. They do have Hela and Hawkeye, though. Two extremely strong duelists that just output so much damage, can one-shot, two-tap people, all of that good stuff. And then they have the Loki Thor team up as well. We don't really get to see it that much because, first of all, Hela is usually banned, but I feel like Loki is an extremely strong strategist as well. Nice to see him on both ends too, just being able to copy the strongest ults in the game as well and protecting your team from the anti-dive as well.
Yeah, one-shot bot right now. Pretty heavily favoring that objective to Thor. Keeping him hard-pocketed. Meanwhile, sub farts. Oh my god, I gotta say his now. I mean, he's just killed two. He's KO'd two immediately from the back of the map. Has that Loki pocket as well. Really just laying a stinker all over the enemy team right now. One-shot bot, really living up to their name. 3 E-libs on that engage, and you know, off that, they're controlling that objective. Get Your Mans back to the spawn, getting everybody kind of regrouped.
Yeah, one-shot bot going crazy on the Hawkeye, just one-shotting the bots. Like, he is doing what his team is named. Like, he's absolutely thriving right now. They were able to capture that first point. Mr. Farts is on the high ground doing...
Dude, I can't. You can't keep a straight face like that. Mr. Farts, Hank, that's something
he deserves it, bro. He's one-shotting everyone. He's going absolutely crazy right now. They're managing to hold the point down still as well.
Yep, they're holding it down. Making sure they don't let out a number 2 today. One-shot bot playing slow around this objective right now, having those ultimates in the bank. Don't even need to use them. Zero doubts with the first KO. And then Blue Fox Nova with a follow-up on the Impulse. So currently one-shot bot really making sure that Get Your Mans isn't even on this objective. Obviously, Blazington, if this dagger comes out, I mean, that's absolutely brutal. 60% of the board. This might be last fight now for Get Your Mans.
We do have ultimates on the board as well. One-shot bot just looking to take a little bit of space here, hold them at this little choke point at the doorway. Already at 71%, doing an amazing job so far. It looks like they're about to have every single ultimate as well. All odds are against Get Your Mans. They need to take out Farts, and they do. Down he goes. Maybe this is what they needed.
And they also drop out the Groot ultimate, but here comes that Legendary over the right side from one-shot bot, trying to bring it back after losing John Farts. Spamming out Get Your Mans. Already down 2 members of their team, 3 members of their team, even off the support that they had. One-shot bot just deal with the Groot ultimate, and everybody else is kind of there. Beps is able to get 1, but 0 doubts with another follow-up, and one-shot bot just all regroup around this objective. And nobody else really here for Get Your Mans. I mean, they're coming back, overtime ticks down. They kind of flawlessly got this point under control, this missionary control. They win round number 1 of Burnshala.
Yeah, that just looked like a little bit of a one-way, a little bit of a stomping right there. A whole lot of Hawkeye headshots for the one-shot bots. Very deserved, right? He was putting in that work.
I really don't want to say his name again. I really don't.
You could just call him the Hawkeye player.
The Hawkeye, yeah. So we can call him John Hawkeye. I like that. I like that. Okay. John Hawkeye obviously has been a standout player for one-shot, but he also has got the ultimate coming into the next team fight. But Get Your Mans, you know, unfortunately for them, obviously going down 100-0 is not good. But, you know, with the ultimates in the bank, that's the great part about Marvel Rivals is that you hold on to ultimates between rounds on domination. In other games, that's not really the case. But obviously we have a lot of difference to this hero shooter. So there's, interesting and new mechanics such as, terrain that you could break, ultimates that can be held between rounds. So there's some strategy to it, even if you do kind of get stomped out 100-0.
Yeah, we don't really talk about that as much. The feature of just being able to break the terrain. I know on the first, or pushing the point here, you could break the terrain on the high ground as well to get to the point. Or as you can see, Reze breaking the terrain here to get a little bit of a different angle. I do like that.
Yeah, I believe on keyboard and mouse, the default keybind is B, right? It's B. I don't want to spread misinformation, but
yes.
Yeah, to check that in case anybody, is unaware of that thing you could do. Blazerton, meanwhile, going aggressive onto the Star-Lord. Tough character to kind of dive with that butterfly ultimate, simply because it's got so much mobility, but everybody's regrouped around the point. Getcho-Man's focusing that point heavily. And then also with the follow-up elimination on Impulse is great. The Loki pick from Garn obviously showing some strength at the moment as Getcho-Man's pretty much fully on that objective. Get even more damage downrange on the Dogbeard, who will fall. And they control that point first. So Blazerton now comes through onto the Hawkeye player of One Shot Bot. Everybody else is kind of regrouping around as One Shot Bot kind of in disarray at the moment, considering how things went previously. Now they're looking a bit dicey. Getcho-Man's in a good spot at the moment.
Getcho-Man's in a very good spot at the moment, looking to just clean things up right now. Impulse looking to get a little bit of a angle potentially.
Yeah, Thor from Getcho-Man's tried to commit the ultimate. Does that bring them back into this? It's super messy from Getcho-Man's, but they're working themselves into this fight. Subparts, obviously, and Blue Box Nova did fall previously, so with zero doubts, they're just kind of trying to frontline, get some more damage down range. So much damage coming through. They need to find the final blow, though, for Getcho-Man's, or for One Shot Bot. Here comes Blazerton again. Aggressive. Doesn't have the follow-up damage, unfortunately, though. Seek's able to get Reze on One Shot Bot, so it did create some space, and they've got some ultimates still available. Diaz Vault 450 as well, commits the Meteor, and Blazerton gets the follow-up on the Dogbeard. So right now, One Shot Bot constantly staggering. This is not what you want to see if you're a fan of One Shot Bot.
Yeah, this is a very interesting choke point to hold them as well. If you're struggling to get through this tunnel for too long, you need to realize, oh, we cannot go this way. As you can see, it's just being dragged out repeatedly, wasting so much time. They need to either go above or around. Just wasting so much time right here is not the way.
Yeah, I like how you pointed out, Hank. I mean, perfect right there. I mean, Blazerton gets zero doubts because they try to walk into the choke point without really any support. Cloak and Dagger obviously going aggressive with the ultimate to try to create some space. Reze coming over the top left. They need to commit a lot of ultimates if they do want to get out of this choke point. Can they get the final blow, though, over the top? He does, but Bepso trades it out, so it's a 1-for-1, and an ultimate was popped. So Getcho-Man's in a decent spot. Also, Blazerton close to another butterfly dance hold. Nobody even touches, so Hank, I mean, you pointed it out. I mean, you could elaborate even further, but that was brutal strategy-wise, just constantly walking to that choke.
Yeah, I feel like that's just extremely stubborn, to be honest. Something that maybe my ranked teammates would do sometimes instead of just switching it up, realizing, oh, this isn't working after like 10 seconds. We're struggling to get through this little tunnel. Let's just go above. It's pretty simple in my opinion, right?
Yeah, no, it is simple, and it does come down to that. Like a lot of the strategy in this game and in any hero shooter just comes down to preparation and in that sort of understanding. Like it takes kind of running into a brick wall 4 or 5 times until you realize, okay, maybe I'm concussed, maybe I should go to a different location to
maybe this wall is not my friend.
yeah, exactly. Maybe you should hold B, check the breakable terrain and go somewhere else. At least for Getcho-Man's here, Hank, I think this is a bit of an easier, more open point instead of having to funnel through such choke points, right?
Yes. So Getcho-Man's will be kicking it off with the Star-Lord ultimate as well. Psylocke ultimate soon to be on board too. Does not look like One Shot Bot is running the Loki anymore. They're choosing to go with the Raccoon, but not taking advantage of any Raccoon team-ups with like a Punisher or a Bucky. I feel like that may be a little bit of a miss out there. Out comes the Star-Lord ultimate right away.
Yeah, legendary. Everybody's still on the inside though, so not a ton of value out of it necessarily. Maybe can look for those tanks that are a little bit past that choke point, but everybody's still relatively healthy. One Shot Bot also, during this fight, they have the opportunity to get the picks with the Namor or with the Hawkeye, but Namor goes down to Deus Vault with that Meteor, so that's a great opening kickoff for them, and then also the butterfly ultimate towards the point. I mean, that's going to be surely going to be secure onto the Groot. However, it takes the Vanguards of One Shot Bot doing a great job opening up this point, too. Here comes that Thor ultimate. However, nothing necessarily found from Zero Doubts. The point still in control of Get Your Mains as well. As long as everybody funnels around this objective, they should be totally fine, right? They deal with the Thor. Even though it was relatively dicey as One Shot Bot walked in with their Vanguard players, Get Your Mains still steadily controlled the objective. Oh no, that's a terrible pick, though, from Blazerton. And now Get Your Mains, kind of on the back foot unless they get that a trade. And they do so onto Reze. So Basil trying to get it back, walled off by that Groot. Can he get out of there? Needs to break the wall. He does. So that was a huge trade from the Thor of Get Your Mains.
Definitely a huge trade. A bit unfortunate going down to the Raccoon right away, but Get Your Man's being able to clap back. Bepsel almost getting stuck by the Groot wall. Definitely love Groot on this map, just being able to get people stuck with the walls. The walls do so much damage for Groot as well. And as I was talking about it, Sub did switch over to the Bucky, taking advantage of the Raccoon team up, and down goes Bepsel, being revived by the Rocket Raccoon as well, making it a 6v6 again.
Yeah, that was both Cosmic Yarn Amplifiers popped. One Shot Bot obviously throwing out the Groot ultimate as well. Subfarts, though, with the elimination on the impulse. Bepsel, meanwhile, trades back. So Bepsel's been a really standout player for Get Your Mans to bring them back into it. Oh my gosh, DS Wall kind of being bounced around, constantly just displaced in general, right? Pushed forward, pushed back by a lot of members from the side of One Shot Bot, and they're able to walk on forward with this Bucky on the point. A lot of damage going to come through until Blazerton comes back through with the butterfly dance. That's one elimination onto Subfarts. Can they find any more? They come back towards the point. The KOs can be found. Impulse popping legendary, but no, he's taken out with a snipe from Reze. What a shot from the Namor of One Shot Bot. That was a huge elimination as Impulse was trying to find the KOs with the legendary, but can they find any more? They might have to give up this objective. Get Your Man trying to come back. If they don't stagger, that could be big, but One Shot Bot, they're finally getting the KOs that they desperately need to take control of this point. Get Your Mans now have to back on out.
That's a very crucial elimination right away to kick things off, right? Namor just being able to snipe Star-Lord Legendary out of the sky, not being hit scanned as well. That is quite a shot, and it did pay off for One Shot Bot. Their life is on the line right here. If they lose this round, they would be going down 0-1 in the series. You do not want that. A big pull from Bucky, but Magneto being able to have the bubbles to protect himself. I think he may still be stuck in the Groot wall. No, he's not, managing to get out.
A lot of resources committed to try to save him. One Shot Bot sitting as well on a lot of ults. Use the Groot, but Groot actually goes down even in the Cloak and Dagger. Meanwhile, Zero Doubts goes for the Slam Dunk. Gets traded back by, oh my gosh, by the Doctor Strange, I believe, in that instance. Or by, sorry, not by the Doctor Strange, by the Thor. On the other side, there's no Doctor Strange in the lobby, obviously. Bepsel, though, comes back through with the final blow to Blue Nova. Then Reze trades it back. It's a 1-for-1. Get Your Man's in control of the point, though. Really prioritizing the mission area. Subparts as well with the 2 eliminations, too. They come back through. They did give it the point temporarily, though, so that does slow them down as we probably enter near last fight territory.
Yeah, there will be some pretty strong ultimates coming out in this fight as well. Get Your Mans, they do have the Psylocke Butterfly Dance on board with the Loki ultimate as well. Can copy the strongest ultimates in the game, whether it be Star-Lord Legendary or Psylocke Butterfly Dance. Make it 2 of them. If played properly, they should be able to secure this fight, but Dog is looking to get a big Groot wall right here. It appears they're going around to the right side on high ground to take point that way. Still 20% remaining as well.
A bit of a different engage. Oh my gosh, Zero Doubts again for One Shot Bot. Finds the opening KO. Get Your Mans now try to regroup on the point. I mean, this is last fight. They really need to find an elimination at this point. But it's going to be hard versus Subparts on the left flank with the Kraken ultimate. He's going to be able to go again and again and again. Unless he gets fouled by Bepsel. Oh my gosh. No, slightly out of position and held on to the ultimate for a bit too long. Seek, meanwhile, with the ultimate as well on the point, gives everybody some of the healing. Meanwhile, Impulse also with a nice job on the left flank with the legendary, and they've actually been able to do it. Get Your Man found the crucial pick. Subfarts, unfortunately, could not find anything on that left flank. In fact, it was the one to get picked first, and Get Your Mans, despite the odds stacked against them, able to take Stellar Spaceport, win map number 1.
I feel like right there, Sub maybe holding on to the Armed and Dangerous ultimate a little bit too long. The Butterfly Dance, the Loki ult, the Star-Lord ultimate all just came out beforehand from the enemy team, right? And then sub just getting picked off first, just not giving his team any of that firepower. The crucial eliminations to kick off the fight right away might have been the downfall of that final fight, in my opinion. But Blazer with 18,000 damage, 11 final hits popping off in the Psylocke. Very well done for his team as well, right?
Yeah, I mean, this character, we've talked about it, is so strong. It just seems like at the moment, you know, for anybody really playing the game, obviously Blazington was a fantastic player. But, you know, if you just want to win games, like, Psylocke right now is, like, the character to play. Like, nobody's banning her ever, it seems, at least in Diamond Plus. It's just kind of a free win. Even if you're not that good at the character, you know, you'll slowly improve. You'll get better. I mean, if you are even thinking about trying Psylocke, I guarantee you will not regret it right now, because obviously on the other side, for one-shot bot, I mean, they're regretting not playing the Psylocke in that instance potentially, right? Because despite their best efforts, they still took an L, even though they went up on round number 1.
Yeah, definitely as well. Another underrated performance, I saw Bepsel going 19-3 on the Thor. Just, you don't really see too many Thor pop-offs nowadays, right? He's another one of those Vanguards that's just able to get in that back line, maybe harass your team a lot as well, get out. I haven't played much Thor, but I feel like he's a pretty strong Vanguard we don't see as much as well, right?
Yeah, I think the reason we must not see him that much is because Storm is not really in the meta right now. I mean, obviously that team up is big and is a reason why you want to play Thor, but you know, obviously just to play the Thor out in its own right, it's a super fun hero to play. And obviously Bepsel, like you mentioned, was an incredible standout player. But let's take a look at the highlights from that map and then go to a short break.
Behold that child!
Welcome back, everybody, to the Marvel Rivals Championship. My name is Dogman, joined by Hank. Hank, obviously, we're in the midst of a series right now in the North American region. In this top 100, 256 teams, we have two fantastic, really close teams between Get Your Mans and One Shot Bot. Obviously, Get Your Mans winning map number 1 is kind of surprising, considering all things, right? Context-wise, they lost round number 1 and then came back to win 2 in a row, which is in itself pretty unlikely, but how they did it was amazing, right? Shutting down that Winter Soldier was a huge part and a reason why they've been winning. So pretty close stuff, honestly, straight up there, Hank. And it was, it has been such an incredibly close series.
Yeah, it was very close. I'm sure the rest of this series will be close as well. One Shot Bot going down 0-1 in the series. I believe I'm not sure if we will see Hela and Hawkeye on the board again. That's definitely very interesting to see in tournament play, right? Those are two characters that are just so strong. Usually you see banned a lot. A lot of the meta characters being taken out from the bans in this series. Luna Snow, one of the stronger strategists, and Doctor Strange, if not the strongest Vanguard, being banned as well from One Shot Bot. I like the Psylocke Protect for Get Yo Mans. Definitely very strong duelist hero.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, it's really, really strong. And did they sub?
Did they switch
too?
out? Yeah, I was gonna say, I was confused right away. It looks like they have some different teammates in now, right?
Yeah, Impulse in instead of the player that was obviously popping off last round. So definitely a change up for Get Your Mans. And, they still want to play around that Psylocke, even though they don't have the Psylocke that did kind of go insane in round number 1. So curious swaps indeed. And, obviously, like you mentioned, the Protect ban system is quite different. Nobody really wants to play against Luna Snow or Strange here, which is unique. And also the Magneto. So pretty much all tank pick. Protect and bans. One Shot Bot obviously prioritizing the Groot for Dogbeard. We'll see if it works out for him. On a Convoy map, I mean, Groot seems like they're a pretty solid hero on Convoy, considering all the, angles, the long linear sight lines you have. It's not a terrible pick for Deus Vult, who on the previous, or for Dogbeard, who on the previous map played the Groot.
Yeah, I feel like Groot in general, it's just such a strong hero, right, as well. And if you don't have some sort of duelist or someone on your team that can really take care of those Groot walls, right, I feel like people forget about how much damage those smaller Groot walls can actually output. And there's a lot of glitchy things you can do with them as well. Maybe putting them horizontally above players, they walk under them, or putting them in doorways and they walk through and just get absolutely blasted by the Groot walls as well. I definitely like that pick as well. We will be seeing Bepsil again on the Thor. No Star-Lord Mantis Adam Warlock team up, but I do like the Loki pick. We're curious to see how this match plays out. It should be another close series.
Yeah, Loki pick is quite interesting. You're right. That character, I know a lot of people at the Hive and Mark really don't like to see the Loki because it's such a, it throws a wrench in this, into things. It's just such a hard character to deal with, considering it can copy any single character in the game, use their ultimate immediately. And then on top of that, base stats wise, the character actually does a lot of healing. On top of that, has a lot of support with the invulnerability it can give to the team. So character's got a lot of utility. Meanwhile, Subvart's obviously opening take onto the Hela, finds that takedown onto Bepsil, removes him. Get Yo Mans now has to back on out of there, right? Once Bepsil is gone, that's a lot of damage removed. Even though it's a tank player, a Vanguard player for Get Yo Mans, that dude has been doing so much for them.
Subfart's on the high ground right here, harassing Seek on the Loki, and down he goes, leaving them with one strategist right now. And you know, that is not very good for them going into this fight. Down 2 now, and Subfarts and One Shot Bot might be running away with this. Asura getting some damage in with the Star-Lord, but going down as well, and One Shot Bot is running away with this right now.
Yeah, that's tough. That's where you want to see your Star-Lord player on the defensive angle, maybe kind of contested early, but Azura really wasn't in position, was on the right side, playing a bit slower, and then Subfarts obviously took advantage of that opening that they're given. And, you know, a lot of pressure now at the choke point, making sure nobody can really touch the convoy. Depsol is here, though, constantly on it. 2 meters left to go, missing 2 of the teammates as well that they have. Tough spot to be in. Good ultimate committed as well from Get Your Mans, but no eliminations found except onto 0 Doubts. But the Mantis ultimate should secure it for One Shot Bot. And it looks like they're going to get Dogbeard and the rest of the crew get it done, move on to the streets phase of the map.
They will be pushing forward here as well. A lot of ultimates on board for both teams. Don't think we're going to see any composition switches here, staying with what they have. The Psylocke ultimate coming out as well from Impulse very early on, taking out both supports. Those are some crucial eliminations for Get Yo Mans to come back in this fight.
And that's exactly what you do on Psylocke. Dashed in, saved the dash out, also had the invis ready to go. Able to pop that. Bepsol's won the Dogbeard. This is how Get Yo Mans looked on the previous map, right? Able to find their ways back into the series, even if, you know, it didn't look that good on the first point.
Yeah, so I did want to say, I know One Shot Bot has been definitely playing very well so far right here, but I feel like composition-wise, I like Get Yo Mans comp a little bit more with the Loki Psylocke. I feel like One Shot Bot missing out on like a Loki to counter the Psylocke ultimate is why they lost 2 strategists in that recent fight, and Asura taking out 0 Doubts right away.
Yeah, I think you're right. Besides maybe, like, yeah, the Psylocke is just a really, really dominant character. Now they're coming out here with the Hella ultimate into the Groot ult. That combination
that's a
works
combo
pretty well. However, the Mantis does counter it. And then Subfarts with the nice shots into Azura, into Impulse with a massive AoE. Able to find those 2 KOs and Get Yo Mans. You know, that's so much pressure. They have to respect it and sort of back out of there, not without a little bit of damage taken as they back out.
Depsol looking to take out Subfarts on the Hella. Down he goes, and that's a lot of damage output they'll be missing in this current fight. Out comes the Gru ultimate as well, and a fish, and that is a big fish, getting 2 huge eliminations for One Shot Bot.
Yeah, Legendary to try to equalize it for Azura, but can he get it done? No. Going to be gone immediately, but here's another ultimate from Impulse, who is stuck behind a tree. Oh no! Oh no! That was a mega unfortunate. Impulse maybe could have brought it closer to find more. Only found 1, and now everybody has to run on to this objective without their Psylocke. However, Subfarts does take some damage, has to back out, get some heals from the Cloak and Dagger. Dea's Bolt was going to fall though, and that's so much frontline presence gone. Thor trying to get some work done, but Azura on the flank going to go down to this Hella, who can just constantly do a ton of damage. Beps over the sky, trying to find the elimination with the God of Thunder, but is not going to be able to do so. And One Shot Bot able to move this cart even further. 3 minutes and 25 seconds, entering the last phase of the map.
I feel like Get Yo Mans should maybe be like taking advantage more of the team looks, right? They were running a Loki and a Thor, and Hella, there's a Hella on the other team. Why are we not running a Hella as well? Hella just has so much damage output. They could be taking advantage of that team up as well. Reze taking down the Volt on the Groot right away as well. One Shot Bot is just going to keep storming forward. 3 minutes left as well. 4 ultimates on board. They're looking insane right now, but down goes Dogbeard.
Yeah, that's a nice opening pick. Also committing the Cloak and Dagger ultimate. Kind of the only reason I can think of maybe why they don't have the Hella on the board is simply because they don't have a player that can play it to as high of a level as Mr. Farts can. One Shot Bot, though, they've got a lot of ultimates in the bank. They've also gotten Get Yo Mans to use their Cloak and Dagger ultimate off of only 1 pick. Here comes that Groot ultimate as well as the commit from the Hella, and it's a nice opening KO. Make it 2 on the 2 members that were falling back. And then the whale on top of it. That's a seafood delight there for One Shot Bot, just to set that up. Bepsol now the last member remaining. Get Yo Mans. They have the Mantis ultimate to contest here, Hank. 2 minutes left, though. Can they do it? They pop it out early.
I don't
Showdown's
think they
making
touch.
sure Bepsel can't come out. No, they can't even touch the stun. Both Thors slam into each other. They get stuck at the doorway, and it's fully capped out for one-shot bot.
Yeah, getting that with 2 minutes remaining on the board as well. In my opinion, from what I saw, like, they have a Loki player, they have a Thor player. Now I'm seeing a Hela. I feel like they should have been taking advantage of that, right? Just endless damage coming from one-shot bot with the Hela, the Namor as well. They need something to deal with that. I feel like they need to match the Hela. They're going to be running the triple team up here. I feel like they should have maybe been doing that. I like this team comp a little bit more.
Yeah, it's I would say definitely more a little bit meta. And forget Yo Man's. You know, I'm curious. We'll have to see how Impulse can do on the Hela, because maybe this is why. Look at this, Hank. I mean, Azura is now on the Psylocke, and Impulse, the one that was on Psylocke, is now over to the Hela. So maybe that's why. Because obviously Azura was on the Star-Lord, and you know, they can't really swap over to Psylocke considering that's the character they want to play. And you know, they could have maybe like they just wanted to stay on the Psylocke and have that Star-Lord, I guess, on the side, because Azura couldn't play the Hela. So that's probably the biggest reason, considering their Hela player was stuck on the Psylocke. And you know, it's a bit of a convoluted situation. That's why, you know, hero pool does matter. I know a lot of players in Marvel Rivals like to boast about how they can play, you know, 6, 7, 8, 9 heroes at a high level, and it does matter a lot at this level of the game, right?
Yeah, it definitely does matter, especially with the pick and ban system. If the certain hero is banned or not banned, you need to be able to pull them out, especially if they are the meta. And as I was literally talking about how strong Hela is, just taking down a Vanguard Penny immediately, but Subfart's clapping back, making it a 5v5 again.
Yeah, Subfart's with some great shots. Meanwhile, on the back of the map, Reze making a name for himself on the Namor. Set up the defense line from the Octopi. Obviously, without the Luna Snow, not going to have that extra turret to use. Meanwhile, they're playing it back right now, just looking for tanks, looking for divers right now. The peel comes through, and it's amazing from Subfarts, who comes on the top right flank now. Over the top. His Impulse going to be able to deal with it. Loki boops him in, and then takes him out. Subfarts, though, did trade it. So, is that enough for the defensive side? It doesn't look like it. Getcho Man's just playing it steady, even though they lost 2, even though they lost the Mantis. And another member of the team early, one-shot bot, are the ones that have to back on out of there. And we got a game on our hands now, Hank. Seems like everybody's kind of running towards this card at the moment. Getcho Man's kind of securing the objective. Shots fired from Impulse. He's playing with the main side. No flanks necessarily. Meanwhile, Azura comes through the right side. Has to back out another. Doesn't want to get too tapped by Hela. Whale is available. Zeke gets Dogbeard. But the Whale trades it back. So the Mantis removed. No ultimate from the Mantis is going to be in this fight. That could be huge. Hela ultimate as well from Impulse. Able to get 1. Able to get 2. And with that, Getcho Man's put themselves in a great spot. One-shot bot. Now have to fall back and give up the first point.
Yeah, I forgot as well. I'm not sure which team banned them. Maybe, well, we know Doctor Strange is banned in this match as well. One of the counters to the Hela ultimate. So is Luna Snow, another counter to the Hela ultimate. Subfart's taking out Asura right away for one-shot bot, and that's what you need. But it looks like Dogbeard is going to be taken out as well by Received. A lot of ultimates on board for both teams as well. Hela getting a lot of damage. Down goes Garn right away, looking to get more on the back line. Cloak and Dagger. Yeah, Cloak and Dagger 1 HP, just managing to get out.
Barely indeed. And Getcho Man's able to keep it moving forward, right? That pressure is just constant from them right now, Hank. It seems like Getcho Man's, you know, after they flipped on the other side, it seems like whenever they're able to come back, they're just able to pump out so much more effort and work from their team, right? I mean, that's just so much constant effort. Oh no, they rolled themselves on the right side. Potentially one more can be found, but I mean, one-shot bot, they built up the ultimates. Now they want to come back in, but they have to find an opening pick, and that's it from Subparts. Not even sure what his name means, but today he's making his name be known by one and by all. Throws in with the flock of crows on the right side. Is going to go potentially for the ultimate. Meanwhile, Peel comes through. Cloak and Dagger ultimate to keep everybody healthy. Reze able to take down Azura, who was a little bit caught out. Also on the front line, the Hela commits the ultimate. Forces the Mantis to use her own. Wall off. Temporarily secures Bepsel away from the fight, but we'll see if Getcho Mans will come back into this. The stun in the right click to force out that Thor. Everybody will be back in just a moment here as Azura comes back from the spawn doors after going a little bit too aggressive. That Thor, though, zero doubts. That's a massive opening pick. However, Hela can get a pick and get that team up to bring the Thor back into it. Whale, meanwhile, towards the cart. Objective gets the tank slow. Mantis ultimate on the attacking side to keep everybody up. Azura is well to flank on a Dogbeard. Finds one. That cart is now going to move into that third phase with 4 minutes and 20 seconds as one-shot bot are sent back to the spawn.
Yeah, I mean, Get Yo Mans is looking like an entirely different team right here. They made the switches they needed to. They have adapted, and they are playing it near perfect right now. They have 2 extremely strong ultimates on board as well. The enemy team doesn't really have anything to deal with the... Actually, no, they have switched to the Loki. I do like that. I feel like that's necessary going into a Psylocke as well.
Oh, no. Zero doubts right now, Hank. It's been tough for him, right? Every time he seems to walk out, he's just deleted.
Yeah, I feel like Thor, you have to be a little bit careful, especially being the first one to approach. Maybe you want to play a little bit more with your second Vanguard Groot so you don't get picked off early like that, because now going against the Hela, they could just release so much damage onto you.
Yeah. Trade it back, though. One-shot bot trying to stay in it. Now here comes that Psylocke ultimate. Nice counter from Blue Fox Nova. The damage still can be done through it. However, you need a very coordinated team to get the job done. Impulse, meanwhile, over the top, able to find the opening. And then Loki's there, but Subfarts and everybody else just deletes the Hela. And now, with Subfarts on the right side flank, is able to do as much as they want. Zero doubts finally coming back through it. Groot ultimate as well. Everybody's here together. No combination necessarily needed. Counter Groot ultimate is back from the attacking side, but is anybody here? Seek gets one, sure, but nobody else was there for it. Bit of a throwaway, and one-shot bot stabilized.
Yeah, that is a little bit of a throwaway with no one there to convert. Still 2 minutes, 45 seconds remaining on the board. They don't need to get it there immediately. It will go to overtime if they get it to the end.
Yeah, I like that angle from Subfarts. Subfarts was playing his angles so well. Thor, meanwhile, from Bepsel goes in. Azura's also there, but it's incredibly low. Meanwhile, Bepsel's able to get 2 with the God of Thunder. What an opening! Get both of the strategists from the defensive side. Seek as well in the Dogbeard. I mean, that's insane work from them. Subfarts commits the ultimate from the Hela, but can they find any KOs? Right? You do have the full cooldown of that, but no eliminations found just yet. It's Impulse into the side. They would get zero doubts before Garn, or before anybody from Get Your Mans could get there. Everybody's stabilizing as well from that Mantis from Get Your Mans, but Dance Ball falls low, and Subfarts and Blue Nova combine for 2. Azura finds Garn. With that Loki, there's so much pressure here towards this cart. That soul as well in the Blue Fox Nova was huge. This Hela's trying to stay on the objective, has to dash on in there. Zero doubts able to get 1. God of Thunder towards the point, but Impulse, they all avoid that damage. Great kite from them, and Get Your Mans get the job done to tie the series up 3-3. We're going to switch sides again.
Wow, that was a bit of a back and forth. I definitely like that more for Get Yo Mans. I like the team composition switch. It seems to have paid off for them a bit. If they do win this round, actually, they will be moving on in the tournament. Definitely would love to secure it right here. Don't want to let it go to a game 3. It looks like we will be seeing the same compositions. I do like one-shot bot bringing out the Loki to counter the Psylocke a bit more as well, and to take advantage of the Hela triple res team up. Seeing that on both ends, we don't really see that team up enough. It's a little bit of a mirror match, honestly. Minus 1 character.
Yeah, that has been a bit of a difference. And, you know, maybe for Get Your Mans, now that they have this composition, going to the attacking side, by the way, because the team with less time in the bank, if both teams are tied up 3-3, will go to attack first, the offensive side first. So Get Your Mans starting on the attack. They have 1 minute and 41 seconds in the bank. But both teams on the attacking side look very strong right now, Hank. Obviously, for one-shot bot, they're missing that Psylocke, and Reze previously was on the Namor playing these more pokey characters. Now over to that Moon Knight for that combination. They just want to get the job done, right? Build those ultimates, get that combination off, and get, you know, back towards the attack.
Yeah, so Get Yo Mans will be pushing first right here. Subfarts on the high ground, getting pushed off by the Thor, actually. Gotta love this out of the Thor, just asserting his dominance on the high ground. We know Bepsel is a very good Thor player so far in this tournament as well. They're taking a lot of space right now immediately.
Yeah, Thor's mobility is kind of crazy. Plus, he gets all those shields. Playing that character similar to like a flyer instead of a tank. Meanwhile, Zero Doubts gets trapped on that front line from the stun. And then Impulse and Azura combined for those 2, right? You have Subfarts here over the top left. You're going to get that 1v1 that you probably want if you're Subfarts to find the trade, but no. Wait, where did he go? Oh my God, they lost him. Over the top.
Oh my.
No way. No way. Subfarts finds the pick. Wait, that could be huge moving forward. Somebody else is coming too. No way, do they know? Subfarts still sitting back there, being a thorn in the side of Get Your Mans right now. Ezra wants to find this Hella, right? Takes that 1v1. You want that on the side lock, but Subfart's still alive. 1 HP, by the way. Eventually, Impulse will come back from the spawn and we'll find him, and that's terrible moving forward without the ultimates. Now you're going to be missing the Hella. The trades will maybe not be in your favor. Dogbeard pressured out. Meanwhile, Groot ultimate available. Tosses it out. That's 2 people caught in it. Dance Bolt trades back. Zero doubts as well. And Impulse with another one. Throw the Psylocke ultimate on top of it. Don't know how necessary it was, but they move onto the streets phase. Get Your Mans with still time in the bank.
Yeah, I don't think the Psylocke ultimate was necessary, but they definitely will have ultimates on board going into the next fight as well. I think that was absolutely sick out of Subfarts, being able to manage to get out, win the Hella 1v1, even though it was in a failed effort. That was still pretty sick, but Get Your Mans, it looks like they might be able to keep this push going forward. A lot of ultimates building up for both teams as well. It's all about who can do it better, who gets these ultimates out first as well, gets the most value out of it. Definitely don't want to hop off that cart as well.
No, I mean, some overtime is ticking down, so that meter slowly going away. Meanwhile, Beps over the top left, going for the Punisher of all heroes, and Zero Doubts gets traded out, so after swapping off Thor, maybe in a bit of a tilt pick, will go down now. Here's the legendary play from the top right. Subfarts as well with another one. Mantis ultimate a bit too late, lost 2 members of the team already. However, this Hella ultimate shouldn't do too much more because of that Mantis ultimate, so gets that pressure. Now here comes that Sword of Dawn of Thunder from Bepsel towards the point. But no eliminations found, no KOs found. Subfarts and the rest of the crew able to find really anybody else here that's just trying to touch. Thor can kind of bounce around, delay the objective, and delay the inevitable. Hella ultimate, unfortunately, despite the damage, can't really do anything else. Yeah, can't contest the payload in that ultimate. They get stopped, but that's quite far, Hank, that they got.
Yeah, that's a very good push. That is I feel like that's a winnable push. Only 2 minutes for the other team. 2 minutes is a lot of time, right? But you at least reach the first checkpoint and a half. That is definitely a very good push right here. I don't know how I felt, like you said, about Zero Dots switching off the Thor to the Punisher. Like you said, it could have been a little bit of a tilt pick after them pushing it a little bit too far. Reze maybe contemplating the Iron Man. Hulk is not banned in this match as well, but have they practiced that team up?
We'll see. Well, they're trying to convince Zero Doubts, it seems. Maybe talking him off a ledge right now. Like, please, just play Hulk so I can play
Please
Iron
play
Man
Hulk. I can carry on Iron Man. I'll save the day. Don't worry, man. I got us.
Every time. So, you know what? It's good on Zero Doubts for making that switch, right? That's really, that could be the key for them, right? I mean, obviously they're lacking a little bit of firepower from Get Your Mans. Obviously, their composition, having Hella, having Psylocke, having 2 of like the strongest duelist characters in the game, in my opinion, right? You need to be able to match that. And I mean, Iron Man can, right? Iron Man can with that Gamma upgrade with the Hulk. Sure, you don't have the Doctor Strange. You're missing some of that damage, but you got Dogbeard, who's been doing well in the group. This could be a difference maker hero, right?
Definitely a difference maker hero. Once again, I like Bepsel on the high ground, just asserting his dominance. But Hella is in the lobby as well. Definitely can take out and harass that Iron Man. Not too often you actually get to see Iron Man going up against Hella. Usually the Hella is banned. So I'm very curious to see how this plays out, actually. Reze getting harassed. Like I was just saying, it's a little risky running the Iron Man with the Hella on the enemy team, right?
Yeah, the only way you really live there is if you're playing like low ground with the team. Unfortunately, Reze was caught a little bit out of position, a little bit too high up. You kind of always want to be, at least if you take some damage, fly away. But like you mentioned, Hank, it's so hard versus Hella, right? Hulk's already going down towards this point. It's one-shot bot now in a tough spot. Minute and 30 seconds. Hopefully they can keep their mental straight. But Zero Doubt's already looking like he switched back to Punisher. And also Reze's over to the Star-Lord. So they've switched up the composition entirely. Instead, go to that Star-Lord triple res composition. So we'll see if it works out for them with Subfarts on the attack on the Hella, trying to go a little bit aggressive. The sleep, nice sedation. Onto the Groot, slows him down for now. And everybody's sort of backing up for Get Your Mans. A lot of pressure right now from One Shot Bot as they're sort of figuring things out on the fly. It could be working out for them as that's a lot of space given up and ultimates being built right now. Blue Fox Nova going to commit to Mantis ultimates. They want to keep moving forward. Subfarts, oh no, caught a little bit out of position. Do they find an Impulse able to take down Subfarts? So Dogbeard trying to trade it back 1 for 1. Hella's traded, but the Mantis ultimate's committed from one-shot bot, so they don't have those support ults on their side. Meanwhile, Get Your Mans trying to contest this point. 40 seconds left. You have control, but Reze's back in it. Azura, though, all the damage from Psylocke onto Dogbeard was massive. Zero Doubts also is found, so Get Your Mans in a solid spot as one-shot bot has to regroup.
Yeah, only 24 seconds remaining. They do have a lot of ultimates built up, but so does the enemy team, right? 15 seconds remaining. Subfart's on the high ground, looking to get a crucial first elimination right here.
Massive Reze, don't get picked off, buddy. Want to stay in the team for heals with the legendary. Goes up high. Can you find any more? Hella unleashed on the backside. Bepso able to get two with the God of Thunder as well. Dogbeard trades it back, though. However, you have Azura on the low ground. Able to get another one. Everyone towards the cart. Full resurrect could come through from Garm, but no, he got it canceled, I think, by that Hella. And Azura's towards the cart, so even though you had the full res, it may not be enough. Overtime ticks down. You have one to touch. Subfarce goes down. Overtime ticking, and Get Your Mans get the job done to win the series and win on Spider Island 2-0.
Yeah, absolutely love to see that as well. The low-key copy onto the Hella ultimate as well. Just raining down from the sky, making it impossible to approach that cart as well and keep it pushing. Low-key MVP as well from Seek. Get Your Mans moving on in the tournament. And oh my goodness, 47 eliminations from Impulse. I did say I wanted to see the Hella gameplay out of them. Looks like it did pay off as well, right?
Yeah, it did. And you know, on their side, they did really well. Look at the Subfarts, by the way, in a loss. 40,000 damage is absolutely crazy, man. That is absurd. And you know, that's why absurd. Absurd. We got a little bit of an accent today, obviously. I don't know what accent that is. It's Canadian, maybe. Who knows? But you know, obviously, Hank, in that series, it's tough, man, because you know, you got to deal with the Hella on the side for Subfarts, but nobody else really. I mean, they were changing compositions so frequently, right? You want to have some identity, right? You don't want to constantly switch off the Thor and stuff. It makes sense, I guess, for Zero, because he was having a tough time on Thor. Obviously, 19 deaths is not ideal. But I think the difference maker, Hank, was the Psylocke, right? I mean, that was a big part into what happened. But let's take a look at the highlights, obviously, Hank, and then go to a short break. That was an incredible matchup, so let's take a look at that now.
이루어지는 마법인 거야. 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와. 시작해야 let's go. 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나. 손들 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there. 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해. 힘은 너에게 있는 걸. 소리 높여 노래를 불러. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 가슴을 쳐봐. 어둠이 떠 날배까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 오면 어둠이 떠 날 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밟고봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내게 주어지는 꿈꿨던 너와 나 그래 그래서 내 운명에 The weight of it both the world is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밟고봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠이 떠날 때까지 세계 운명
Welcome back, everybody, to the Marvel Rivals Championship. My name is Dogman, joined by Hank the Tank. We're here in a tournament, obviously. I mean, I had to figure out where we were for a second there. But at the current moment, I mean, Hank, we're in North America, right? Not in Europe, not in Asia, although those regions are great. We are in the land of the free currently, partially because it's North America. It's not just America, right? Obviously. But Hank, you know, we just saw an incredible matchup between two teams. You know, moving forward, we have another series ahead of us. But overall thoughts from the last one in terms of, you know, meta maybe? Like, what's going on? What's up with the pro scene right now, man, for people that are just tuning in?
Definitely a close match, even though it was a 2-0 going to overtime, right? I like the switch bringing out the Hela as well. Such a strong damage hero, and we saw 40,000 damage from a Hela player in a loss, right? That was something, right? But the other enemy team just going absolutely crazy on the Hela, just owning that high ground as well, taking space, working as a unit, making the right team composition picks. Curious to see how the next match plays out. I believe we have the Mutants going up against the Freaks. I think we watched the Freaks play yesterday in their top 256, so this should be a top 128 match right here. I believe that was a very strong team we saw, right?
Yeah, the Freaks were strong, but I mean, this, you know, newsflash, Mutants was the team from the War of the Realms who placed top 3.
Oh,
top 3, I believe. Either top 3 or top 4, something like that. So this is going to be a tough matchup for the Freaks, I think. You know, obviously we could see, you know, the Freaks potentially could whip some stuff out, but the Mutants are a really, really good team. You know, I mean, the meta could have shaken things up, but I know that with the Mutants, if you don't ban Hela, they have an insane Hela player. Like, they have like one of the best Hela players in the game. So we'll see, you know, what both teams opt into doing. Maybe some strategies are going to be tried out. Obviously, it's still early days, so both teams probably figuring things out. I know a lot of players like to experiment. A lot of teams like to experiment in the early kind of stages of the game, and also not reveal their top strategies. So we'll see what both teams opting to do. But you're mentioning, like you mentioned, the Freaks were a solid team. They did well yesterday. They pretty much just rolled over their opponent. And going into today, I mean, they've got their match. They've got their work cut out for them, man. It's gonna be tough.
Yeah, this should be a tough match then. If the Mutants, they got top 4 in the War of the Realms tournament, that's some history, right? If you're able to just beat up on a bunch of strong teams in a previous tournament, make your way throughout it, making your name known as well. It's going to be a very tough match for the Freaks to fight back up against that. Curious what team compositions we will be seeing as well. You saying Hela, just such a strong hero as well, having a very strong Hela player too. They may want to target man that, but I'm sure they have different duelists as well in mind if that would be the case, correct?
Yeah, I mean, I know in the European region, they've tried some other stuff out. Obviously, I think there's a few streamer teams that are out there trying out like Iron Fist, just having fun with it, figuring out that character. I don't know how strong it is necessarily, but, a lot of teams are experimenting early stages, like you mentioned. So, we've seen a bunch of heroes already, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see a whole lot of different compositions leading up to, the grand finals even, because usually, early on in the tournament, like you mentioned, that's when a lot of new comps kind of come out. It's later on that we start to see, the hard set compositions. There's like 2 or 3 or maybe even 4 compositions that are played, and then it's just nonstop those throughout the top teams in the tournament. But here we go, right into it. Yeah, I mean, this team is crazy. By the way, all of the Mutants are pretty much one above all rank. For the Freaks, I don't know how many of their players are one above all rank, if any. So it's going to be an interesting match. Scorcher yesterday played well, like you said, Hank, obviously on their team. Immediately banning out the Hela is definitely a smart play, I think.
Yeah, definitely want to take care of that Hela, being one of the heroes that can just solely carry you throughout a match, and choosing to protect nothing could be a bit of a troll or a bit of a ego decision. Who knows? We'll see how it plays out. Protect, I do not know if I like that. Protecting Mr. Bucky himself armed and dangerous. I feel like maybe you'd want to protect one of your support. I just don't think people are banning Bucky nowadays. Maybe protect like the Mantis or one of your stronger support heroes. I'm not too sure about that, but banning the Psylocke as well, another strong duelist hero. I'm curious what the Mutants will ban here.
I mean, we saw the Freaks play Miguel on the Winter Soldier, and they had the Rocket Raccoon as well, Hulk ban on the side for the Mutants. They don't have to deal with an Iron Man. I mean, for the Freaks, I think that's still a pretty decent ban system, because you can remove 2 of the strongest characters in the game, some of the strongest duelists in the game. You also don't have to worry about Star-Lord, so that's another like top 3, top 4 duelists. So a lot of duelists being targeted at the moment, and the Freaks, obviously, they love to play that team up with Punisher, Winter Soldier, and Rocket Raccoon. So we'll see if they opt into doing it today. And interestingly enough, the Hawkeye also went through. So see what Mutants opt to do on their side. But like I mentioned, Hank, I mean, this team is super good. Mutants have everybody's so good. Their tanks are good. Vinny, TTK, Harvey is a fantastic Adam Warlock player. So they're going to be an absolute juggernaut to deal with for the Freaks.
Maybe I just realized that maybe protecting nothing is actually pretty smart, because it doesn't show your hand. It doesn't like show what heroes you're planning to run. Maybe doing that in the first match is pretty smart, and then maybe just protecting someone you want in the second match could be a little bit smarter, actually. But I believe we will be seeing some Wolverine gameplay. Wolverine is an extremely hit or miss hero in Marvel Rivals, right? But it looks like the Freaks will only be running 1 Vanguard, which I feel like is pretty smart into Wolverine, doing more damage against the Vanguard heroes. How do we feel about Wolverine, Dustin?
I mean, he's solid. He's solid. It's hard to play. It's for sure one of the hardest characters in the game to play right now, simply because of the fact that a lot of people mention it's like kind of a tank shredder. The whole point is you need to like kidnap a tank, basically. You need to like go in from the right side, steal somebody, and then hopefully you're not traded out. But you have that oh no, Delena. Oh, some early poke damage from Ebba Noodles. Delena already gonna fall. Wait, that's nice for Ebba Noodles. Nice little off angle that they've taken. Allows them that opening KO, and the Freaks now in a good spot. Maybe I've underestimated them right now. Obviously, Orchard dropping towards that main side, goes towards the point. Obviously, Mutants look like they still want to win this, so they're still heavily trying to fight this. TTK, meanwhile, booped around by Miguel on the left side flank. Now he's dove on by Aftersea. But Tony Freak, absolutely living up to his name right now, putting the Freaks on the map. follow up. Hawkeye going through gives them a little bit of variety. Tony Freak a little bit forward. You think those characters maybe be a little bit further back, but it doesn't really matter, right? A lot of shield damage, a lot of pressure into Doctor Strange. 2 ticks given. Somebody's on the point right now, but Evan Noodles whips out the shotgun, gets the KO into Delena, diffing the other Punisher at the moment. Venom trying to go in. Get some pressure onto the Hawkeye. Here comes TTK. They do get one. Tony Freaks is pressured out, but here comes that Ludus the Ultimate. After C also came back onto that Winter Soldier into the inside angle. I mean, this is unfortunately Miguel's caught out now at this point, so 2 ticks were given. The mutants hold on. Bend, don't break strategy works out this time.
Yeah, that was a very fast Lunas No Ultimate built up as well right there for the mutants to clutch up. Not many team ups we're seeing at all in this match. Mutants choosing to run the more Lunas No team up, but the Freaks, I know yesterday we saw them using a lot of the Punisher and Bucky, maybe not taking advantage of the Raccoon team up that much, but I feel like it's not that necessary with such strong strategists like Mantis and Luna on your team, right? I feel like you'd rather have those at that point.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's definitely a decision that work out for them potentially. The Freaks now on the left side flank. They've got every ultimate in the book pretty much.
Oh, he could have got Punisher there.
Yeah, very close to getting that KO. Early Lunas No Ultimate committed by the Freaks, but they couldn't save Evan Noodles because of that poke damage from the top. So they eventually do get that KO, like you mentioned, Hank. Miguel on the left flank needs to go for the grapple. Can't hit it. Precocity as well in Delena. Able to find one. Harvey, though, brings back them with that resurrect. Iavok Gaboto, meanwhile, on the top. Does stun Delena, but after C on the low ground, able to get one. Armor's dangerous as well. Now pops it after C onto the left. Can they get more, right? They need to get the eliminations now so that the Freaks are in a good position to capture out. Harvey, though, did bring back themselves with the pass. And after C goes aggressive with the Arms of Dangerous, can they find the elimination to get the reset? They do. Up into the sky again. Goes away. Area now. And I mean, that's just both supports, both strategists in a tough spot, having to deal with one of the strongest ultimates in the game. 1 minute left. The Freaks are staved off once again.
Yeah, Afrasi again and again, just taking them out, leaving them with only 50 seconds remaining. They do only need to get 1 tick. Not really any ultimates built up as well for the Freaks. With only 40 seconds to approach this, they have to win this fight right here. It's make or break. Doctor Strange getting singled out a little bit. This turret is providing a lot of damage as well.
Yeah, you gotta deal with Delena on the Namor. One of the top Namor players in the game. Pressure coming through from Afterski on the flank. A lot of people low already. No eliminations just yet, though. 23 seconds left to go. This is the Freaks' last chance. Tony Freaks gonna need to go insane, but oh, the hook! Oh my gosh, from After C. What a play to find their counterpart. A lot of damage coming through. Shotgun on the other side of the wall. Don't really want to hard rush it necessarily, but he doesn't even matter. After C just going in. Ludus the Ultimate as well. They commit the dance floor. Nobody's there to save Tony Freak. Oh no! They used their own dance floor, but couldn't save him from the damage from After C, and nobody can touch the point either. The point is forgotten today. 84% was given, but mutants hold on, and now they're going to attack with a lot of time at the bank.
Yeah, Afrasi with an insane Bucky pull at the end to give them the advantage going into that fight as well. I believe the Freaks, yeah, the Freaks protected the Bucky, but Afrasi just doing it better, not even letting them capture that first initial point. Very well done from them. I'm not sure if we're going to see any team composition switches here from the Freaks. It looks like they might be actually trying to pull out a second Vanguard there. I know they played that whole round with 1 Vanguard, right?
Yeah, they did. Oh.
Yeah, they're going to go back to the Triple Duelist. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, the Triple Duelist is a composition that the Freaks can and obviously will run, right? I mean, Evan Noodles swaps over to the Groot, I believe, sometimes, right? That's like his off-tank hero that he plays, but most of the time, the Freaks like that Triple Duelist comp like you mentioned. And for mutants, I mean, they're totally fine matching it, seems, at points. But TTK, this time going to be on the Groot, potentially. Obviously, the Freaks going for a quick scout in the spawn to see what comps are being ran.
Yeah, the mutants, they're interesting. Not taking it. I don't really think we've seen a team composition like this. Not really taking advantage of the team ups, but just a overall strong team, right?
Yeah, really, really strong team. Sure. I mean, they know exactly what they're doing. Portals.
Wow.
Wait.
That's a portal.
Yeah, they trapped them in. They trapped them in the spawn doors with both portals, I think. He has to go out for the top angle. I like that. That's unique.
Yeah, it's a good portal right there. Definitely get very creative with the Doctor Strange portals to kick off the matches, whether it's teleporting them off the map or just trapping them in spawn. It looks like the Freaks are going to be owning that high ground right here. The Mutants looking to take them off of it.
Hey, you got to want these one-shots from Eben Noodles. Obviously getting that permanent season bonus. A lot of people, I see, complaining on Twitter about that, but nobody's complaining about Squirrel Girl because Squirrel Girl isn't seen that much. Delena goes aggressive, finds that KO, and now, oh no, Eben Noodles kind of caught on the left side for it. Oh, nice freeze onto a very aggressive Squirrel Girl. The trades come through. Eben Noodles also in the after-see, even though they were sort of caught out. Harvey able to eventually find Eben Noodles. And the Freaks sort of secure this payload a little bit. Meanwhile, Vinny going aggressive on the inside, trying to find some damage, forced to use the cooldowns to stay healthy. TTK also comes through, so both tanks, both Vanguards on the point, putting presence towards that mission area. And already half of a tick given. TTK trying to find some more. Meanwhile, Miguel on the inside needs to find some more eliminations, but everybody's gone around Miguel. It's tough to be in a spot like that. One tick is going to be tough for the Freaks to come back. Now also committing SJP's dance floor on top of it. Eventually, you have people kind of fuddling towards the point, just Eben Noodles, but nobody else is really here. 20 Freaks trying to fly in, but the Freaks, unfortunately, do not hold, and Mutants get the job done on Shin Shibuya.
Yeah, the Mutants going up 1-0 in the series against the Freaks. We saw both of them, we saw the Freaks a strong team in the previous match we saw, but the Mutants just too good, man. Getting those 3 crucial eliminations at the very end as well. Luna Snow ultimate as well on top afterwards, just extremely fast to fully secure it. Not really many, wow. Neither Vanguard died actually in that map as well. Not really many eliminations for the Freaks. Very well played from them. The Bucky armed and dangerous though. The enemy team protecting him, and Afrasi just doing it better, right?
Yeah, After-C was crazy on the hero, and that's a hero that we know Miguel for. So it really, like you mentioned, Hank, it does speak volumes to how good that he is on that hero. And I like that you mentioned the Vanguard's never dying, right? That is a sign of a great Vanguard player, really playing their lives very well with TTK and Vinny, but also some fantastic strategist play to keep them alive.
Yeah, definitely as well with the Adam Warlock, a hero that maybe doesn't heal that much, right? But just using your E to heal your team at the perfect time as well, letting them get a little bit lower, healing them up, prioritizing, like managing that well as well. Just very well played from the entire team. The strategist, Vanguard's not dying, the duelists just doing their job, getting those crucial eliminations right away as well. Just very well done, and it shows how strong of a team they really are, right?
Yeah, at the moment they are. We'll see if they can continue that, obviously, into the next map. They're up 1 in the series over the Freaks, but obviously there's still more time for the Freaks to maybe figure it out, right? They've got Miguel, who is a very consistent Winter Soldier player. Maybe he can figure things out. After-C, like you said, he was kind of just mopping the floor with them. I mean, Delena even going over to the Squirrel Girl of all things, just to kind of showboat a little bit maybe, or just have some fun. It's an interesting pick, to say the least, and you know, it's tough because obviously that does take the wind out of your sails, right, Hank? I mean, obviously losing map number 1 in such a fashion where you don't even get 2 ticks on the board, don't get the full cap. I mean, how do you get that mental reset now going into map 2?
I feel like maybe they could do a little bit of a few different bans, but overall you do just have to play a little bit better. But before we get into that next match, we're going to show you guys the highlights of the previous match as well.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Marvel Rivals Championship. My name is Dogman, joined by Hank. We're amidst a series between Mutants and the Freaks. We saw the Freaks yesterday, Hank. Today, they don't look maybe as good, but it is very stiff competition, right? They are against Mutants who, placed top 4 last tournament in the Marvel Rivals War of the Realms tournament, also in other tournaments throughout the scene as they've been played. They placed second, I think, in a recent local tournament that was hosted by the coach of Euphoria, Coach Yoki. So generally, Hank, obviously, they look like a pretty dang good team, and it's understandable, right? I mean, with a team with as much talent as they have, it's going to be hard to beat them if you're the Freaks.
Both teams are very strong. As you were saying, we did see the Freaks. They were looking very dominant in their first match, but just going up against the Mutants, such a strong team, right? It is very hard to deal with as well. Picking the Bucky when the enemy team just protecting them and just diffing on that, it speaks volumes, right? Just going absolutely crazy with that. I'm curious if we're going to see any different bans and protects here as well, but it is two very strong teams. It could go either way, right? But the Mutants, they were just looking dominant in that last match, right?
Yeah, Mutants look really, really good. We'll have to see how they look on the future map, specifically on Royal Palace is the one we're going to on Domination. Obviously some things can change for the Mutants. Maybe those change up their compositions. They can really do whatever they want, banning out Hulk first. Meanwhile, obviously, Team Captain Harvey kind of doing the protects in bans, keeps the Doctor Strange in the lineup this time. For the Freaks, they banned Luna Snow immediately due to how strong that was from SJP to combine with the Lena on the Luna Snow and on the Namor.
Yeah, I'm curious to see who the Freaks protect here. They did protect Bucky last match. They're going to protect Star-Lord here. Maybe looking to run the Adam Mantis Star-Lord this match to try to switch it up. But whenever you do protect the Star-Lord, you run the risk of the enemy team banning Adam Warlock, not giving you that team up. So sometimes you don't want to be too obvious with that. I'm wondering who the Freaks are going to try to ban here, and they're going to take out Punisher. How do we feel about that? I don't know.
It's interesting for the Freaks. Obviously Delena was really good Punisher. I'm curious what the Mutants don't want to do, right? They get rid of that on Warlock, like you mentioned. The Punisher ban, I don't know how necessary it is because, you still have Hela on the board. To me, I think at this point, it's probably a tune-up game for the Mutants, right? I think they can kind of do whatever they want. The Freaks are a solid team, easily top 256 teams in the entire game. But the Mutants, the fact that they're, pretty much tournament favorites, just straight up. Like this is a hard matchup, right? It's like the top seed against the bottom seed right now for the Freaks. So they have a huge hill to climb, and playing the Hela, maybe playing the Hawkeye even could give them some sort of leeway, right? Throw in some chaos into the game, but the Mutants kind of play whatever they want, right? Squirrel Girl, I don't know. I hate to say it, but Squirrel Girl is not meta, okay? Like this character. I talked about Spider-Man. I was wrong about Spider-Man before. Spider-Man's definitely, it can be in the meta in the right composition, but Squirrel Girl, I think, is firmly out of the meta. So with Mutants, they're kind of playing whatever they want. We'll see if they get punished for it.
Hey, man, I think Delena is going to show you on the Squirrel Girl, bro. Squirrel Girl, I feel like she has her moments. Squirrel Girl has her moments for sure. The ultimate, not strong, right? I feel like it might be actually one of the least strongest ultimates in Marvel Rivals, but Squirrel Girl as a character, I feel like can output so much damage, right? She has the CC with the right click to stun them, and as well can use the E to get another one of those for a double stun, so that could be very useful to get crucial eliminations right away. But I feel like the Freaks running Hela and Mutants not having a Hela of their own could maybe be a difference maker if Tony does pop off for the Freaks.
Yeah, Miguel's also been a standout player too on top of Tony. So Tony, in this instance, called it. Hank, Tony with the early opening pick onto After C. We'll see if the Squirrel Girl can find some value on the right side as Vinny just kind of going in for constant dives. This guy has been great at playing his life. We'll see if he can keep it up. Right now, Squirrel Girl on the left side, able to trade back Tony Freak. Squirrel Girl with some damage. I swear, dude, this game is gonna. People are gonna be like, "Whoa, Squirrel Girl's OP after this game."
Yes,
probably.
sir.
And it's not. It's not. I swear, Delena's just an insane player. So is SJP. Look, he's frontlining on Mantis. Okay, this dude is insane on the Mantis, insane on every support. If this guy's frontlining on Mantis, that's how you know. Just like the matchup is in favor of the Mutants right now. Look how aggressive they're set up for another dive.
Hey, sometimes that's what you gotta do with Mantis, right? You just have so much mobility. You're able to damage boost yourself as well. Just so fast. You can stun them too. I feel like Mantis can output so much damage as a strategist hero, right? And they've already built up that ultimate as well. But accuracy on the Panther, getting 2 eliminations right away, looking for more. Down he goes, but it's gonna be a team wipe for the mutants, right?
Yeah, an absolute team wipe. Ace comes through. We'll see where the mutants want to hold the gain. I'm curious if the Squirrel Girl gets ult, okay? I'll stop being a hater. My bad. Delana, let's see what you got with the ultimate. SJP also has that Mantis ult ready to go. 50% of the board. Now the Freaks haven't even built a single ultimate. Now coming up on the Loki.
Yeah, the mutants have just been looking like such a strong team so far. Accuracy on the Black Panther as well. I've been saying it. I feel like it is the... Oh, wow. A Squirrel Stampede elimination. You really don't see that too much.
It's in a straight hallway. That's sick. And also with the trap 2 onto Parasti. So they actually do get one. Also, 2 traps come through. So Delena with some nice shots there. Also, here comes the Bass on the right side. Stun as well with the Eye of Agamotto. Able to allow TTK to get 2 eliminations. Tony Freak able to get 1. But that might all be all that it gets. Does resurrect the Loki, so the Loki's going to be back into it. TTK forced to back up. We'll see if the mutants react. They obviously got ultimates ready to go. Harvey has the copy. Not able to use it. Tony Freak with some nice shots. Dylan on the right side, or left side, pressuring the back, just constantly throwing in those nuts. SJP also on the Scorcher. Here comes Evan Noodle, though. The arm is dangerous. That's 1. Can't leave. Oh, not get another one.
I feel like at that point, you got to hold on to that ultimate. Realize, oh, I'm in a 2v6, 1v6 situation. Why would I burn this when my ultimate carries over into the next round as well? Maybe in the moment he was feeling like, oh, I can clutch up a little bit here, but nah, I feel like we have to realize that and hold on to that for the next round, because then they'd be coming into this with what, 3, about to be 4 super strong ultimates compared to 1 for the mutants, and then that would be what they need to maybe capture that first point, for example, right?
Yeah. You know what I'm surprised, Hank? I'm surprised Vinny isn't running the Frost Symbiote skin, because you want to know why? That skin actually blends in so well. Like,
pay to win. Pay to win.
No, genuinely, man. Like, I'm watching like streamers play the game. They're against like the new skin on Venom, and he's like sitting on top of like a white building, and you can't see him. Like, it's like so hard to see him, even though he's like a huge character model, sitting and lurking, ready for dives. Vinny as well is such a good player. Just to go back onto it, right? Vinny just like hasn't died. For as aggressive as he's playing, he's constantly running up walls, doing what you need to do on Venom, and just constantly pressuring everybody on the Freak. So he can get those final blows.
Oh yeah, that's what you need to do if you're gonna be a Venom player, right? You need to climb up those walls, use the diving strike, get in, save that swing to get out as well. Just really be super aware of your health so that you can get in, get out to perfection, and that's what they've been doing, not being put down once at all throughout this entire series, right?
Yeah, look at that Black Panther play after C, just pressuring out everybody, getting the backline so low.
Oh my goodness.
On top of that, more ultimates committed. Obviously, Dylan are going to use theirs. Harvey as well with the again. I mean, everybody's already moved back to the spawn. The Freaks reset before the point could even be unlocked. The mutants are in control once again.
Again and again, the mutants are just winning every team fight. Armed and Dangerous coming out there as
okay?
Well, yeah, a little bit of a audio malfunction, but Tony, he does have the Hella ultimate on board right here. TTK could absorb that with the Magneto ultimate as well.
It's a lot of fun. The Freaks, we'll see if they can, come back in this series. They rely heavily on Tony Freak specifically. The Freak himself, Mr. Freak, John Freak. Can he get KOs that his team so desperately needs? Here comes an ultimate as well from TTK. Drops down the meteor. Everybody kind of rotates around. Interesting rotation by the Freaks, but Tony Freak, no! John Freak is removed from the lobby. Mutants again up into position. Spider time from Scorcher. On the inside, just kind of tossing out the mines. Gets sedated by SJP, who hits the nice sleep. But that Penny Parker trying to control that point. Miguel comes back through with that Vanguard now coming through from him. Obviously going to be on the Doctor Strange. Instead, TTK traces back. Evan Noodles, Delena also with another one. Miguel in the 1v1, but TTK almost pushes them off the map, but it's just Miguel in this situation. So much pressure. You got Scorcher on the left side doing Penny Parker things, but as Penny Parker does, will go down. 70% of the board now for mutants. Last fight territory, Hank, and it's a tough spot to be in if you're the Freaks.
Wow. The mutants are showing as well. If you're going up against a Hella, you don't need to run a Hella of your own, right? You could just play better, right? And they're showing this Squirrel Girl is working as well. I like the double dive with Panther and Venom, and Panther is just harassing everyone.
Yeah.
Down goes 3 for the Freaks, and it's looking like the Mutants are going to run away with this right now.
It is. Eben does get 1, but all for what, right? Everybody comes back through. Ace comes through 93, 94%. You rely on a strange CP for Miguel, but I don't even think you can get to the point in time. Nobody can touch for the Freaks, and what an absolute amazing performance by the Mutants. They looked on another level today, which makes sense considering their pedigree, considering their past. I mean, the Freaks, there's no... obviously there's no slight against them. They looked to be a good team yesterday. Gladly they were on broadcast. Luckily we got to see them play to a high level. But obviously you're not going to stop the Mutants who are just absolutely insane.
Yeah, and Vinny and TTK, once again, no deaths on Vanguards, right? Especially on Venom. That's a pretty hard thing to do. Both rounds not being put down once on Venom. Just absolutely amazing job from the strategist. Very good movement as well, realizing when to get in and get out. Squirrel Girl going crazy. I know you were not a fan of Squirrel Girl as much. I was saying I feel like Squirrel Girl is a decently strong hero, right? Maybe not top 3, top 5, right? But she's not that bad.
I thought you were gonna avoid it. I thought you were gonna like move past it. I thought you were gonna say anything, and last second you hit me with Squirrel Girl's a good hero. I can't believe it. You can play anything. You're right. You can't play anything in the game generally. If you're a good player, I mean, you can make it work no matter what you play. Obviously, you've got people like that play Wolverine, like you mentioned earlier, that were proving that character's not as bad as other people will say. And Squirrel Girl's another hero like that, right? A lot of spam, a lot of nuts flying at your face. It seems to be that this character can kind of pop off when needed, in which we'll take a look at those pop-offs actually by the entirety of the Mutants right now and then go to a short break.
Double kill.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Marvel Rivals Championship. My name is Dogman, joined by Hank. Currently, we're in game number 3. Obviously, Mutants looked really, really good previously in that map last game. They beat the Freaks. Rest in peace. I know previously in the Marvel Rivals general history of the esports team, we've had a team called the Freak Bob John Pork. So we have sort of their predecessor in the Freaks. Unfortunately, fall to the Mutants. So you know, I'm curious what other descriptors we have of these crazy team names that we're about to see. I know that we sort of got a little bit of a heads up on what these teams are that are about to play in a second, but definitely some really fun team names and player names that we have so far, Hank, in the tournament.
Definitely some fun team names out there, especially there being 256 teams, right? So people are bound to get creative with that as well. But definitely a bit of a stomping in the recent match. I don't think they ever gave up the point once. Correct. They just ran away with it, right? The Mutants just absolutely dominating the Freaks. The Freaks looked like a very strong team in their first round matchup. They will be heading down to the losers bracket right now, and the Mutants moving on to the top 64. We will be getting into the third match coming up, and I don't think we know too much about these teams that are about to play right now, right?
No, which is a good thing, right? I mean, I think I was talking to you about it. Like, it personally, I like to see a lot of players that maybe, you know, haven't been on broadcast before, haven't been on the live cast, haven't had their games commentated over. So it's nice to see a lot of players that, you know, for the first time are on in a professional setting and have a chance to compete for $15,000. So generally it's good for, you know, everybody involved, and, you know, hopefully for a lot of these players, brand recognition, they'll be able to pop off and, you know, have a good performance, because that's what you really want to see, right? If you're an up-and-coming player, just to play good in a match is really all you can ask for, win or lose, right? I mean, you can always find a new team next tournament, right? No matter what happens. If you lose, okay, go find a better team, right? Constantly improve teams. At least that was, is it snaky of a mindset, Hank? This kind of goes back. Like, I used to, when I was working my way up, obviously, like, I played video games professionally for a couple years, right, in the hero shooter genre. And what I did was, whenever I had a team that was like worse, like, or just like didn't do that well, I would try to, like, you know, message the other teams, like, figure, hey, what's going on with the tryouts? You guys need a flex support? You guys need somebody that can play strategist? What's going on there? And then would move up, right? It's like a constant ladder to climb. It's a different sort of ladder to climb than the traditional, you know, workforce sense, but you got to constantly moving up, right? It's not that snaky, I don't think, right?
Yeah, I don't think it's snaky at all. I like that for you, Dustin, but you don't have to lie, man. We know you're peak bronze 3. It's okay.
Oh, why you got? This is a bad narrative. This is a bad narrative. This is a bad narrative. I can't believe you. I cannot believe you. He's trying to erase the history.
No. I'm just playing. I'm playing. But we have Team Asia. Asia, representing Asia, coming to North America. Gonna see if Asia can pop off, going up against Windbreaker. Definitely some team names. Hawkeye ban out of Team Asia, and Windbreaker banning the Iron Man, protecting the Star-Lord. Maybe they want to run that Star-Lord team up. I'm seeing the Warlock, the Lord Mantis, the Star-Lord. We're going to see that team up for them. Also for Team Asia, I believe the Hulk team up is on board with the Doctor Strange, but Iron Man was taken out by Windbreaker. Maybe they did their research. They know that Team Asia has the Hulk. Looks like we might see some Wolverine gameplay. Absolutely amazing, fun time watching some Wolverine gameplay, just kidnapping people, bringing them back to your back line and taking them out.
Yeah, I didn't know canonically, I didn't know Wolverine is really like that. You know, to be honest, Wolverine is a character, and you know, history is like a very brawly character for sure, and just like Marvel lore loves to just duke it out. But in this game, it's definitely fun. He's like an assassin. He's like, hey, I'm stealing your tank, and you're not going to do anything about it. He's just coming back with me.
Yeah, I feel like Wolverine works very good into heroes such as like Groot, for example, right? No mobility, just a big, burly Vanguard. Kidnap him, bring him back to your back line. Nothing they can really do about it. Just getting the extra damage in as well, because Wolverine does do more damage to Vanguards. He's just very fun hero, if I do say so. And it looks like they are going to run one Vanguard as well with the Wolverine. I feel like he kind of just takes the place of the other Vanguard a lot sometimes as well.
Yeah, the run of the Hulk without the Iron Man, you know, obviously because of the ban that happened. Now for Windbreaker, they're just sticking with it, right? Both teams committing towards the hero Hulk. And now for Asia, obviously, they get a lot of card space and set up both Hela players, whereas Asia Man is going to go down to Vision early. I mean, that's a huge pick from Windbreaker. Vision, that's a nice KO they can get, and also allows some space for Munch to kind of just munch in the back line. Travis gonna go down. Everybody else is here. A lot of heals coming through as well. And Team Asia just have to constantly back up, and unfortunately it's into the shots from Sokai, who hits those on Adam Warlock.
Yeah, so Windbreaker getting a bit of a good hold right here. Ultimate's being built up as well. I don't think Asia... Oh, Asia is gonna make some swaps. It looks like they're going like pretty divey, right? They're switching over to the Venom, gonna run 2 Vanguards, 2 diving Vanguards with the Venom and the Hulk. That's an interesting combo with the Wolverine as well. Then we have the triple team up too with the Warlock, Mantis, Star-Lord. This is an interesting comp I don't think we've ever seen before. I'm curious to see if it can play out well, but down goes Wolverine. If you're not really kidnapping those tanks, what are you really doing? And down goes the rest of Asia. It's looking like it'll be a team wipe again.
Yeah, full team wipe, delaying the baby Bruce in stasis form. Oh, hey, how's it going? Just everybody's vibing. Everybody's hanging out. Rat Juice, yeah, please. It's time to run, dude. He's like, wait, what's going on? They're not killing me? Or they're not KOing me? What's going on here? It's like...
Yeah, at that point, you at least gotta, like... At that point, you at least gotta start shooting your pistol as well, right? You're just delaying it yourself as well. You're contributing to their cause.
That's so funny. But he's back in spawn now. Going back over to the Hulk. And, you know, this, similarly to the Mutants game, it seems like Windbreaker are on another level, right? They've got a lot of fantastic players. I think Vision, I've actually seen before, is definitely like a really good Hela player. You want to ban this guy off the Hela. You have Dantwist as well. Man, these are so many names that I'm just now remembering. Dantwist as well onto Asian Man, going to take him out onto the Venom. And without the Hela now, this is a tough spot to be in. Yums pops his ultimate. Immediately met by a Mantis. And everybody else here, Travis also bring everybody back in this fight with that ultimate. But Vision's still peeling off the Hulk. Everybody's kind of dealing with him. This looks like a game where we might see a completely KO-less team. Until now, never mind. Everybody's there. Yums finds one. Sixta also goes down. But Sixta's going to be brought back because of that team up with the Adam Warlock. And now over the top right, you got to deal with Vision. He's got the ultimate. Goes aggressive. Can pop it whenever they want to. Goes in with the Flock, obviously. Now pops the ultimate. Waits for the cooldown to be a little bit closer. Till up. Nice job linking everybody up, though, so the damage is reduced a little bit. But eventually, Travis takes way too much damage. In the mid-air shot from Vision. And that's just amazing from Windbreaker so far, who are just absolutely wearing a coat right now over Asia, right? Maybe cold out, but not today for this team. Windbreaker, minute left in the clock now, or just putting an absolute masterclass on for Asia.
Oh. Yeah, Windbreaker is just doing an amazing job holding it down right now. I don't like the Wolverine pick right now, actually. Like, going into a Hulk and a Strange, the Hulk just has mobility, able to get out, right? So you just have to be harassing that Doctor Strange, and it doesn't really look like they're doing so. Going up against the Hela as well. Maybe I feel like get a Hela out there to kind of fight back against that. 2 Asia men trying to hang on for dear life.
And much low HP, gonna have to use his ultimate. Vision's nice shots though onto Hurl. I mean, he's just absolutely insane on the Hela. This is one of the best Hela players in the game. I know I say that pretty much every game, but we have seen so many good Hela players today, and Vision's obviously putting on a show. Hurl, just the last one in overtime, just touches, deleted by the legendary of Dauntwaste. Overtime now ticking down. Windbreaker really not playing with the food right now live on broadcast. Dealing with the Star-Lord towards the point, but eventually spin to wind comes through. Styx is eventually going to find Yums. Windbreaker a hold. How many meters do they get? They got 49.6 meters. That's nothing at all. And Windbreaker now on the attacking side, Hank. They're in a great spot.
Yeah, it seems like this Windbreaker that you just see absolutely like dominating in rounds like this. They look like that's what you need, right? If you want to be a team that can go far in this tournament, you have to just be able to dominate this early as well. I like the comp they ran. I don't really like the composition that Asia ran as well. I don't think the Wolverine was maybe working out as well in there. Their dive comp was just getting annihilated as well by the Hela. Adam Warlock providing good damage as well. Dan popping off on the Star-Lord too. It looks like they are going to go a completely different route, but I feel like it's a little bit, definitely too little too late. Windbreaker just having to win basically one fight, and then they'll go up 1-0 in the series, right? They're just looking like one of those teams that are just dominating right now, right?
Yep. I mean, they've got the talent to do it, right? They have a team that is full of veterans in the scene. I mean, I've seen them previously a lot as well, so even though I'm in bronze 3. You know, I've still played against them somehow. They are.
Don't lie to them, Dustin. No, you're a pro gamer.
Dude, I lost my game. I was actually ranking up the other day. Played the Mantis to Eternal challenge, and unfortunately, first game of the day, bronze 3, 0 SR out of 100. Lost it. I lost my first game in bronze 3 to other. Somehow I had teammates, not to flame, that were bronze 4. Okay, I didn't know it was possible. It's not a real rank, but I'm convinced that it should be. Vision's been one of the. Change topic. Vision's got one on the right. Opening pick, and Asia just kind of it's over for them at this point. Age Man goes down incredibly low. Car still moving forward. Windbreaker just kind of farming the stats.
Yeah, at this point, they are just dropping like flies. Down goes Rat Juicebox. Only 2 strategists up right now for Asia. They have to try to touch. Doesn't look like they are able to, and Windbreaker will be taking this one home, going up 1-0 in the series. And at that point, is there even anything that Team Asia can do to try to clap back? I feel like Windbreaker is just such a strong team, as you were saying as well, veterans in the scene. Just some top tier gameplay out of them, right?
You know, I mean, it happened so fast that even Adam Warlock is still in the shadows. He's standing there menacingly.
He can't even render in yet. It was that fast.
12,000 damage for Visions on the Hella. They had only 2 deaths the whole time. It's just great work from them, like you said. You know what? You have to be honest with the audience, Hank. I don't really think there is a shot for Rat Juicebox and Gang. You know, I like their names. I like the vibe they're going for. But when you're you know, when you've met your maker, there we go, we got there eventually. When you've met your maker, you're in a tough spot, and you can't really win, right? It's gonna be a good learning experience, I think. You know, obviously Yums put out a lot of damage, had one of the lowest deaths on his team on the Doctor Strange, right? Constantly was pressuring out the other team, so that's at least a bright spot. If they can continue that moving forward, if they can support their Doctor Strange a little bit more, maybe they got a chance.
There definitely is always a chance, right? But I believe, as you were saying, right, sometimes you just run into that team that can go all the way, right? This is looking like one of those teams that are very dominant, just very experienced, able to just maybe run lots of different comps that we haven't seen. I'm sure we'll see a hella ban after that performance, right? Just absolutely Vision's popping off, right? So that's one thing they could try to do, but I feel like you do just have to use it as a learning experience, thinking what could we do in the next match if they were to go to the losers bracket to try to advance, right? But that team, they were just looking super strong, right?
Yeah, they look really good, and you know, good for them. Obviously, I like when teams, you know, showboat a little bit when they have a little bit of fun with it. Obviously, you know, if you know you outmatch your opponent, it's totally fine to have a little bit of fun. You know, kind of do whatever you want. That's kind of, you know, part of a tournament setting. That's part of a competitive setting. You can kind of do whatever you want, show some creativity in terms of compositions, like we saw earlier with Mutants playing the Squirrel Girl when we don't really see her. In this instance, though, Windbreaker just wants to get the job done, right? They want to make sure that the other team doesn't really get a shot, right? You just gotta stop them at 46 meters, 49 meters, whatever it was. I mean, that's just like so early on to have that cart just get stopped on Spider Island's a massive deal. And, you know, Windbreaker, like you said, they could go all the way. We're still early on in the tournament, right? We've got multiple weeks left. We've got multiple days left. So, you know, a lot of time for Windbreakers to potentially, you know, ramp up. And for the side, you know, it's obviously only one, right? It's only 1-0 at the current moment. So maybe Team Asia could figure things out. But, you know, they're going to need a lot of luck, even maybe some picks and targeted bans, like you mentioned.
Yeah, it's looking like they will need a bit of a miracle, maybe, to even pull this off. Just such a strong team they're going up against, targeted bans, and just overall have to play better, have to adjust, switch their composition up themselves. But we're going to get to the highlights of the previous match, show you guys that absolute masterclass we just witnessed, and then we'll get into the next match shortly after.
stopping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Light it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Child!
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Marvel Rivals Championship. My name is Dogman, joined by Hank the Tank. We're in a series right now between two teams that, well, right now are a little bit unmatched currently. I mean, obviously, that's the way it goes, right? I mean, just in a long-form tournament, when you have this many teams, sometimes, you know, the higher seed will kind of sweep the floor with the sort of lower seeded team. Obviously, it's only map number 1, so we finished map number 1, so they still have another map to kind of come back in. This is a best out of 3, and it will be a best out of 3 for a while. Also, we do have a losers bracket, so it ain't the end of the world if you win in the uppers. But Hank, as we just saw previously, I mean, Windbreaker looked really, really good. You know, on the previous map, it could just be a map differential, but now that we're going to Burn and Chala, domination map, where mechanics tend to thrive, it's going to be hard for Asia unless they have a pop-off performance.
Well, hopefully we get to see some Black Widow and some Jeff gameplay. That'd be pretty sick. But Asia, not really representing Asia right now. Down 0-1 in the series up against Windbreaker. They can bring it back, use this as a learning experience, maybe get the correct bans going. It looks like they're not going to be banning Hela and allowing Windbreaker to protect the Hela. I think we've already made an Team Asia. We gotta stop Vision. He was just absolutely thriving in the previous match. Already just making mistakes like that. It's gonna be a very scary match, man. I don't know. Vision was popping off.
You're giving me how Team Asia feels right now for sure. That's kind of what they're thinking. They're like, oh, guys, did we make a mistake? Did we just let the Hela go through? Oh no. And you know what? You know what? At least they get to keep on the Doctor Strange. You know, that was their best part of their composition previously. They're banning out the Lunacell. They're banning out the Adam Warlock, trying to get rid of strategists. I kind of like that too, right? Making sure, you know, Windbreaker, obviously showing a lot of respect to Windbreaker's strategists, maybe trying to make them play, like you mentioned, a Jeff or, you know, a Loki, something else, something different than the typical, you know, Adam Warlock and Mantis.
Yeah, I'm curious. Oh, we're going to see an Iron Man ban. I know we saw a lot of Hulk gameplay in the previous match. We saw some Hulk Wolverine. Don't think we will be seeing the Wolverine again. Not much value out of that in the previous match. Cutting out some team-ups here. No Adam Warlock on board. We will still be seeing the Mantis go through. It looks like Rat Juicebox is contemplating running the Strange, or the Hulk with the Strange. I don't think it's really that necessary now if Iron Man is not on board, but maybe they're going to be whipping out some Iron Fist. We haven't seen any Iron Fist actually throughout this entire tournament.
Yeah, the character people like to put in the Squirrel Girl tier of heroes probably, but
yeah,
you know, it could be played. You never know. You know, for Windbreaker, I'm curious if they continue to run Visions on the Hela, right? I mean, that's just been such a consistent pick for them so far. Obviously, by the way, this is what you want to do in Rocket Raccoon in case anybody's watching. New Rocket Raccoon player, drop out your BRB. Make sure everybody gets the armor packs before the game starts. Everybody gets that bonus health. And then on top of that, they can get that rocket boost jump on one character once you pick up that blue armor pack. That's if you're wondering if you ever accidentally pick that up. That double jump that you could potentially get, that's because of Rocket Raccoon. So a little bit of a hot, of a tip there, maybe for Rocket Raccoon players. But obviously, Hank, in this situation, Windbreaker running a very similar thing they did earlier. Now running Cloak and Dagger alongside the Mantis in the Hela.
Yeah, it looks like Vision doing a little bit of letting his teammate play Hela now. That's pretty interesting. Let's see if Dan and Twist can thrive on the Hela as well. Asia Man, I like that. Bringing out their very own Hela of their own. Infinite ammo as well with the Bucky. Let's see if Asia has what it takes to try to capture this first point. Down goes Asia Man, already not looking the greatest for them, and they're dropping like flies in a 3v6 now, and Windbreaker will be taking that first point.
Yeah, pretty strong first point so far for Windbreaker. You know, it doesn't really matter, Dauntwist or Visions, both these guys are very talented at the Hela, right? And once we hit these sort of higher tier players, you kind of can put anybody on the Hela, right? I mean, that character is relatively straightforward. You just sort of hold left click, you fly, and you get eliminations. It's not exactly the toughest character to learn in the book. It just all kind of comes down to aim, right?
Yeah, it really does just come down to aim. You got to click those heads, have good positioning, know when to get out with your Crow as well. If you're getting dove, you have the stun to maybe stun them. Use the right click to get extra damage onto them as well. But yeah, if you're just really good at the game, you can definitely pull out that Hela.
Yeah, Visions. Meanwhile, pulling back the Hulk, also Dauntwist with the pick onto Asia's Hela player. Hulk already out of Heroic Hulk form, back into Bruce Banner. Will go down to Zogai. And oh wait, they're able to come back. Everybody goes down to the Cloak and Dagger, who went aggressive from Travis, and then also the burst damage from Yums. Asia, they have the point now.
What the hell? What?
That's definitely interesting. That's something. He tried to clutch. You know, you can respect it maybe.
No, that is extremely troll, not to be disrespectful. We saw Dent was popping off on the Hela. I don't think we should be popping in a 1v6 when Doctor Strange can just shield you as well, right?
Probably not. Not the best play, but Visions on the left side has the ultimate pulled and deleted by the Doctor Strange. Meanwhile, Asia able to get one. Asia been able to get two. Two eliminations so far for them. However, a huge Eye of Agamotto from the Sakura gives Windbreaker free shots onto basically everybody in Asia as they recaptured the points of Windbreaker. Although it's a bit of a hiccup, able to control the missionary once again.
A previous fight, though, where Asia took the point with the Cloak and Dagger, you usually don't see, like, that much value with, like, a team wipe like that with the Cloak and Dagger. I thought that was pretty sick, but it looks like Windbreaker closing in on securing this first point, actually. Asia has to try to get a touch. A lot of ults on board for both teams. They can maybe get a touch with Armed and Dangerous, or...
Aggressive from Vision. That's two. Can he get more? That's two in one, I believe, there. But Visions with 5 eliminations there. Just to close it out on Chala, on Barton Chala. Round number 1 in their favor on Imperial Institute of Science. Now we go to Warrior Falls, where a lot of that environment can be broken.
Yeah, that was a very, very quick team wipe, actually, with the
Wait for a
Armed
second
and
to miss it.
Dangerous for Vision. I was like, oh, can Asia touch with their own Armed and Dangerous? And as I'm saying that, Vision just gets a team wipe with his very own. Very, very interesting. Very well played from them. Asia does have a lot of key ults on board. Maybe they could try to kick things off, capturing this first point. I do like the group pick for Windbreaker on this point. Being able to just trap teams in that hallway. Maybe if they're too stubborn, just keep forcing themselves through as well. You can get a lot of damage with those Groot walls. And this is a pretty fun feature on this map. You could kind of like walk through there, see what the enemy team is running as well.
Oh, you can see the other player, Asia Man and Young, are in Rat. Juice box for Asia are like they're obviously not in the mode for play. They're like, we are down right now an entire map and an entire round. Let's lock in, right? We got ultimates. They've got 4 in the books. How do they screw this up? Let's see. Windbreaker played slow. Obviously, Dauntless is going to be a threat constantly on the Hela. Very good team. We'll see if they can deal 4 ultimates from the other side. Asia do have that point unlocking in 4 seconds, playing towards the objective. Have everybody stacked up. Meanwhile, Windbreaker opts to take angles. Munch on the right side. Decides to go in, touch the point temporarily. Now everybody kind of drops down. Nobody takes the point just yet. Magneto shield's used as well. Here comes the hook. Grabs onto one. Moves up towards the coastal side, but the Magneto's there with the sport. With the shield. Eye of Agamotto catches out basically everybody, but 2 members are gone. Asian Man with the sky. Can you find the eliminations? That's 2. That's 3. Make it 4. Make it 5. They finally cap the point, and unfortunately for Windbreaker, the ult deficit was too much.
Yeah, the Eye of Agamotto leading into the Hela ultimate goddess of death just raining down from the sky. It's a pretty devastating combo. Not really anything you can do except just stand there and die, right? Pretty good ult management as well. Asia still has 3, 4 on board. Maybe this is what they needed to bring things back.
Could be what they needed. And only used 2 in that instance. You're right. This is a great spot to be in, but Windbreaker have got 4, 5. Nice pull, though, from Dauntless. Immediately goes into the Hell ultimate, though. So great swap from him, and also Hurlable is able to take down Sakura. So Team Asia still in a decent spot with the Mantis ult and the Cloak ult. They just stacked those, by the way. Windbreaker, meanwhile, just trying to fight in the ultimate still. Regardless, here comes Hurlable towards Dauntless, able to take down him. Goes towards the top of the map, onto the Mantis player up the back. He is low. Does get the health pack, though. And now that's in a weird spot. Asia, though, still towards the point in a solid position. Sokai able to get Hurlable. And Team Asia still in a good spot as Munch falls off the map.
Yeah, if you're Bruce Banner in a 2v6 situation, it's definitely better to jump off the map instead of letting the enemy team stall you out like we've seen a lot throughout this tournament. And Asia is looking a lot better right now. It's a completely different team, but Windbreaker has the ultimate to clap back right here. Vision just getting a lot of damage in, has the Armed and Dangerous coming out as well. Gets 1 elimination onto Rat Juice.
Yeah, 1, make it 2. How many more are we going to see? It's like a yo-yo going back and forth. Visions with the Kraken in this fight. He's gotten 4 KOs. Windbreaker flipped the point now.
Windbreaker taking it back. Asia just has to win one team fight. They definitely need this. They've built up a lot of momentum here. Hopefully they don't want to throw that right now. They do have the Hella ultimate being built up as well. Windbreaker doing their best to hold this high ground right now.
It's gonna be big moving forward. Obviously, Asia sitting, trying to walk in rather through the choke points. It's gonna be really tough versus Windbreaker, who are just constantly spamming that shield. Yums' shield gets deleted. Needs some help from the Magneto, but they've had to give up all that space. They drop down below, even more damage in their face. But Asia Man able to get the pick on a 6, and then the follow-up is there. So Windbreaker don't even use any ultimates in their kind of in a weird spot where they just lost their Hella, and now everybody else is here. 41% and climbing. I mean, they used their portal to get back earlier. Do they have that cooldown up? The point flip now for Asia at 95. 96 is anybody able to touch. Sakura's probably coming in with the portal, but is it going to be there in time? Nobody's here to touch, and Team Asia are coming back, tie it up.
Wow, they really are looking like a completely different team right here. They made the proper switches. They've been playing better as well. Like that first map we saw, it was pretty devastating for them, right? It was just like a little bit of a steam rolling. They're whipping out the hell of their own as well. Asia Man doing his thing. Hurry going crazy with the Armed and Dangerous ult as well. Pretty good. Very good gameplay as well out of these strategists. They have 5 ultimates on board going into this first fight, basically, as well. They're looking like they could take this one home right here, but it will be pretty back and forth, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be heavily reliant on Hurlilo and what he decides to do with the Kraken. With the again and again, obviously, for Windbreaker on their side. You know, they've got some ultimates to work with, so we're going to see probably, I imagine, a stalled out fight first from both of these strategist players, right? Sokai, maybe, or the Cloak and Dagger using their ultimate first, and then trying to stagger them out. But it is back and forth. And now we, the compositionally, having Magneto instead of Hulk is it's kind of making a difference in terms of Asia's peel. They're doing a great job healing for their support for Asia Man on the Hella. Meanwhile, Smudge going aggressive, gonna pop the ultimate, make sure he can maintain some extra HP, ready to go. Also, everybody's stunned. Oh my gosh, Windbreaker, they're all stunned to Yums. But any elims come through, it looks like it's traded back and forth. Munch able to get one, Dauntless with another one. So even though it was a 5-person Eye of Agamotto for Yums, it's not enough to get the eliminations. Asia Man goes down. That's a lot of damage removed. Munch on the left side will go down, or at least has to fall all the way back on the on Baby Bruce. But point goes first for Windbreaker, even though they were in a weird spot. And Yums, I mean, you gotta feel bad after hitting a huge Eye of Agamotto and not getting enough eliminations.
Yeah, definitely unfortunate burning the Eye of Agamotto and the Hella ultimate. Oh my goodness, Hurry just taking down Bruce Banner immediately. Make that too. Down goes Styx, leaving only one strategist for Windbreaker. They should definitely be able to take this point right here without burning any more ultimates as well. But out comes the Mantis ultimate, undefeatable, and the Armed and Dangerous.
Trying to get the elimination, trying to bring it back, but they haven't done so far. Windbreaker out of those ultimates. Now here comes Hurlful with the Armed Dangerous. Can they find Dauntless? Dauntless towards the health pack, able to probably get it. Meanwhile, it is traded out. Asia Man able to get Munch. Sokai onto Asia Man. It's back and forth. Dauntless able to take down Hurlful. Vision towards the point. Has the rest of the team to support. Full ace. Windbreaker comeback was there, and it was successful.
Crazy comeback right there. Being in a disadvantage, having to burn some ultimates, of course, as well. But it was looking like Asia was about to take that one home right there. Already at 50% for Windbreaker. If they win this map as well, they will be advancing in the tournament. Definitely would love to secure that right here. Don't want to force this to a game 3 as well. Hella ultimate being built up as well.
Dauntless doing a good job just poking out Asia. Also, bit of a difference to Visions. I think Vision, we saw a few opening picks happen sooner. Dauntless plays a bit more the team on Hella, so difference in play style from Visions. Now moving on to the Winter Soldier. Asia, meanwhile, trying to look to the point. Last 5 territory, and it's a huge map for them because that's upper bracket or lower bracket, and right now that's not what you want to see if you're a fan of Team Asia. Hurlful goes down, so does Asia Man. 85% now and ticking. You do have a recontest with Yums maybe in a portal, but if staggers come through, I mean, no, Yums is staggering himself. He's just running away. That's the guy you need alive, too. I don't know if they're going to touch now.
Yeah, I don't think they are able to touch. It is looking nothing but over. Munch taking down Asia Man. Windbreaker going up 2 6-0, securing that victory, advancing in the tournament. Very well deserved for them.
It was a little dicey. Obviously, Team Asia made themselves, look a little bit better on the waterfall map. But, overall, pretty strong job, like you mentioned, from Windbreaker. I mean, just a favorite moving forward, one of the top teams that we've seen. I don't really know how I feel about the Dauntless on the Hella. He played well. Don't get me wrong. He played well. He did strong. But, maybe Vision's a little bit better on that hero at the current moment. Who knows what's going on in the scrims? Dauntless could be better. Maybe just like an off map. They still managed to win. Also, look at Vision's final hits. The guy is doing absolute work. The whole team is, in general, just a good team. At this point, it's just pretty much nitpicking for somebody like them, considering how that second round went. You got to kind of nitpick when the team looked that dominant.
Yeah, I think I kind of agree with you. I do think Vision did a very good job as well on the Bucky, right? Just switching from the Hella to the Bucky, just being able to secure that many eliminations as well. So much damage, so many great pulls as well, just bringing enemy players into their backline, securing those crucial eliminations right away as well. Very well played from them. Moving on in the tournament. I mean, there was moments where it looked like the enemy team could have taken it away, but they secured it. They did it better.
Yeah, they did it better indeed. And, moving forward, they've got to feel pretty confident. Obviously in Vision and the rest of the team, they all played well. And, Vision's accuracy was crazy. 55% ac as well on the Winter Soldier is kind of absurd, as well as the hook accuracy, I bet. I mean, he was playing quite strong. Moving forward, obviously you want to spam and stuff, so the accuracy is not an indication of whether you're amazing or terrible, but it is a good sort of starting point. And, for a starting point for them, obviously, going down in that second round, that could potentially change some things moving forward. But, obviously they were trying to figure something out. The more you figure out about yourselves going in now, right, to the later portions of the tournament, better figure out now than later, right?
Yeah, definitely want to experiment earlier on in this tournament, try a few things out rather than doing that when you're in like the top 32, for example, or like super later on in the tournament. But we are going to be showing you guys the highlights of the recent match, and then we will be back with the next one. And I hope you guys enjoy, man.
이루어지는 마법인 거야. 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와. 시작해야 let's go. 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there. 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해. 힘은 너에게 있는 걸. 소리 높여 노래를 불러. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 처음에 쳐봐. 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명. 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 자초미 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 내때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내가 좋아지려면 꿈꿨던 너와 나 그래들의 승리 완명해 The weight of the both the world is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 자초미 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 날때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠이 떠 날때까지 세계 운명 한껏 더 높이 날아올라 내 누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 자초미 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 날때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠이 떠 날때까지 세계 운명 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 왔던 나라 잡을 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 모르나 널 지킬 나란 걸 더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작이야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 자초미 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 날때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내가 좋아지려면 이루어지는 마법인 거야. 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으며 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go. 아급도 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there. 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해. 힘은 너에게 있는 걸. 소리 높여 노래를 불러. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 자충을 쳐봐. 어둠이 떠날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Marvel Rivals Championship. Hank, we're now in a series, or new series, actually. We just finished off the previous one. Obviously, we've seen 3 full matchups today so far. BO3s, they've all been 2-0s. You know, I mean, thus far, I'm feeling unlucky. You know, I mean, you and Jake got to see a close series today. We've just had 2-0s. Maybe we have a bit of a difference moving forwards. You never know, but you know, the outside of this tournament, usually top 256, has a lot of teams that are generally unmatched. We'll see if that stays moving forwards. It's always going to be a uphill battle for a lot of these new teams to Marvel Rivals as the game just came out. A lot of people are trying the game for the first time. But, you know, Hank, you know, so far we've seen a lot of different compositions. Is a lot of variety today. Is there any specific comp that we haven't seen that maybe you would like to see? Maybe there's some heroes that you would play. Like, I think you talked about Magic. You love that hero. Haven't seen a lot of Magic today, surprisingly. Is there any specific comps that maybe you want to see?
Yeah, I feel like the Magic Psylocke Panther team up is definitely very fun to watch, right? Just triple dive, harassing that backline.
Yep.
Oh my goodness, a Magic protector.
There it is. Oh my gosh.
Are you from the future?
Wait, that's crazy.
Is there something
No,
you're not
no.
telling me?
We're not beating the allegations. We're not beating the allegations, dude.
Is there something you're not telling me?
No, I swear. This is the first time we're watching these games. I swear there's people in chat that are like, is this a replay? Is this not live? We're watching this live, basically. So this is like, we had no idea that was coming. I swear.
Yeah, that's actually kind of spooky. But it looks
why are
like
you at it? Why are you fanning the flames?
It looks like we might be seeing some Magic Panther. Definitely should be pretty fun. Luna Snowban right away, and the Mantis Protect. We might be seeing some Mantis Warlock Star-Lord again. That's a very strong team up we usually see. Targeting the Spider-Man. Maybe they did their research. Arise might be a bit of a divey team, as we can see protecting the Magic.
Pick your hero.
Curious to see what type of dive they go with.
What if they don't even pick it? We've seen that before. It's possible. There's debate about like, hey, I'm not gonna play it, but you're right. Gonna run that Magic alongside a Median on the Black Panther. Meanwhile, for Arise, you know, want to also run that Adam Warlock Mantis team up. It's been a super strong team up previously. You don't have the Star-Lord, unfortunately, which is going to be interesting not playing with that alongside Mantis and Adam Warlock. Usually you see those 3 characters pop off, but, you know, if a Median's good on the Black Panther, I mean, you can make it work.
This is a pretty interesting comp from Arise, actually. I really like this. Maybe, so they banned the Iron Man, but are choosing to run the Hulk with the Strange to that team up. They have the Magic and Panther team up, and then they also have the Warlock and Mantis team up. So choosing to take advantage of 3 of those. This could be a very interesting team comp as well. Triple dive with the Hulk. Mantis and Warlock being able to provide a lot of damage as well. Not really any team ups from Team Aura, so they will be at a bit of a disadvantage right away. Okay, it looks like they're switching over to the Star-Lord. I definitely like that as well.
Yeah, it's going to be that entire team up alongside the Magic to prepare for those dives with the Hulk and the Doctor Strange. We usually see, seems like a lot of Hulk these days, maybe more than people could have expected. Immediate full right click comes through from the Adam Warlock player of Shocker, but he immediately goes down, as do Amadian. So it seemed like Arise trying to force the way through the choke point could not get through. However, both of the characters that were taken down are characters that can resurrect because of said team up. Aura, though, first on the point, trying to create said Aura on the objective. Meanwhile, no resurrect available for Amadian over the top side. Meanwhile, Melophobia wants to go for a dive. Obviously, the point was traded out. However, the first elimination for Melophobia comes through. Oh, Bless goes down. And as this Chunka, both those characters also can't resurrect because they don't have the Adam Warlock. So that's so tough to be without that res. That gave Arise such a large advantage here now. All on the point, even though they gave it up first, take the objective and the first team fight win.
Magic is just such a sick character to watch, man. Aura, they were able to capture the point right away. Right, but because of the team ups from Arise as well, they were able to get 2 players back in the fight, take control of that point, and Aura is going to need to try to get it back here.
Melophobia going aggressive. Nice stun for the Petty Parker. Nobody gone just yet, so Melophobia's dive isn't fully successful, but now onto the Petty Parker, able to trade that out. Meanwhile, Arm of the Danger, attack came through from Arise on the flank. Still going through. Arise, my friends, comes out from Adam Warlock. So pretty much every ultimate under the sun used from Arise except the legendary, and it works. Pretty much all of Aurora is deleted. You got one on the point, trying to back cap, but it ain't gonna happen, and Arise yet again will win.
Yeah, it's looking like it's gonna be pretty hard for them to deal with this combination of the Magic and the Hulk just diving, harassing that backline as well. Star-Lord able to add lots of damage in there as well. Hulk looks to be getting stunned a lot as well. He should be able to get out. No, he does not.
Ooh, that was a nice Eye of Agamotto in the sky. Takes down Bless, who was popping the legendary. So CC resistance is not available in the legendary. In this case, Eye of Agamotto shuts it down. That was great work from Solo Q, showing why going through Solo Q by yourself, the pits of hell of Solo Q can work out in your favor. It makes you a stronger player overall, even if it is a tougher challenge. Meanwhile, Hulk trying to delay the objective, gets sedated temporarily, but here comes the Magic after the Hulk took a lot of that pressure, and that's immediately going to work out for Arise's team. I mean, that's most of them gone. Amadian came through as well with some follow-up damage. They still control the point. You have Bless here, but I mean, you need a last-second portal touch at this point, and Solo Q is still down.
Yeah, Hulk popping the ult there just allows the rest of his team to just thrive off of that, as you saw Magic getting in, getting a crucial elim right away. They're not able to touch, and Rise will be taking the first round of this map. Going over to Frozen Airfield, do we think we switch anything up here? Maybe to counter that dive a little bit? Maybe play a little more around some team-ups, maybe? What are we thinking?
When I'm trying to remember, Frozen Airfield is another map that's kind of like, is this the linear one where it's like, no, never mind. This is also close quarters. So
yeah, it's pretty like close indoors.
Yeah. Yeah, like maybe if it was Eldritch Monument, that other sub map, like I could see maybe more like
kind of like Groot here, maybe Grootage
gameplay.
I think Luna's Bend, right? So
yeah. See, the tough part is like so many of these Penny Park mains, a lot of them just one-trick Penny Parkers. So, you know, we'll see if Aura want to play that, or if they want to go for the Thor. By the way, did you know Penny Parker? I'm sorry if I'm spewing misinformation. Penny Parker is not related to Peter Parker, right? she's actually not. Like, she's just like a alternate universe mech girl. It's kind of crazy. Her lore is insane.
Yeah, stop spewing misinformation, bro.
No, I'm not, though. She's not.
I'm kidding.
Yo, I swear she's not related. Maybe Chad will correct me on this, but Bless, opening pick on a soccer. Ricky's gonna go down as well. Again and again, Peta comes online, shuts down anything Arise was trying to do. So obviously Aurora figures something out now going into this next map as they take that first team fight win.
is what Aura needs, but they still haven't captured it yet. Melophobia looking to get a quick elimination onto the Mantis. Down they go. Shocker reviving themselves. Melophobia getting another elimination onto the Star-Lord, looking for more. And out goes Doctor Strange. And Melophobia is absolutely sick on the magic. As I was saying, this is just such a fun hero. Panda looking to stall the point, unable to do so. Down he goes as well. And right as it looked like Aura was going to be able to take that point, Melophobia and the rest of Arise just getting in there, saying, no, 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 that is our point. You will not capture that today.
Oh. I should have known more than most that should have. I mean, you can always come back, right? Dark Child, meanwhile, comes through from Melophobia, especially with the Resurrect. So now they got to go aggressive onto Aura, losing 2 immediately. Ricky comes through, and jeez, just everybody just deleted by the Doctor Strange and the Magic player. You got Hulk trying to smash, but the only thing he's smashing is his keyboard right now because he's going back to the spawn.
Hey, they could have hit the stall right there, made him wait out the respawn a little bit, choosing not to do so. But yes, the only thing he will be smashing is the keyboard. A lot of ultimates on board. The Eye of Agamotto coming out a little bit too late. Melophobia and the rest of Arise just cleaning things up. It's just looking like an absolute stomping right now, Dustin.
Yeah, Melophobia looking clean. Hope this guy streams because I guarantee he'll get a few more followers after this game. Able to just back on out of there with the iframes, double dash away, 60% of the board now, and all of those ultimates only needing the Eye of Agamotto. They're setting up for another aggressive dive. Going for the left side. What does Arise want to do? Base them into the choke. Hulk going forward. Now here comes the Legendary. Here's Melophobia in the back. Madian with 1. Make it 2. Potentially the Sky trades it out. Oh, bless in the Sky. Bit of an anime duel between the Legendaries. And it's in favor of Amadian with the better positioning. 78% on the board and climbing, and another stagger onto Baby Bruce.
Yeah, the way it's looking, I don't even think Aura can do anything about this. Arise is just playing near perfect, harassing that backline. Melophobia getting so much value on the magic as well.
Armed and dangerous, but there's that Mantis ultimate to counter it. Ricky trades him out immediately, and also everybody else is here from Arise, like you mentioned, Melophobia. Closing it out. Somebody's on the point to delay it. Overtime will tick down, but at this point, it's just an obligation of the map. I mean, Solo Q was the one to touch. Nobody else is going to be there, and Arise will win map number 1 pretty handily on Hell's Heaven.
I mean, you were saying it before the match even started, Dustin. We were talking about Magic, and then, what do you know? Got to see some Magic gameplay and an absolute pop-off, right? From Melophobia and his team, man. Just in a well-deserved MVP as well.
I mean, there's a lot of really good Magic players, but the first that I think we've seen, at least in the North American region so far in this tournament, in the championship region. Wow, look at that. 11,000 damage, 33-2. I didn't even know you can count Magic stats for accuracy, but it makes sense, right? Because you have the ranged attacks that you can do and stuff.
Just swinging your sword as well. I'm not sure if that counts when you're just swinging and missing, but...
Swinging a bit. Interestingly enough, Makaj somehow had 0% accuracy. I don't know how that's even possible, but shout out to him for at least trying. Meanwhile, you know, Melophobia was crazy, like you said, and the rest of the team too. I mean, they played around that Magic so well. It's obviously, this is a team game, right? You can play well, you can play as strong as you want, but if you don't have the team to back you up, if you don't have the strategists or vanguards or other duelists to back you up, it's going to be tough. And the whole team really, you know, formed around that Magic player and played very, very well.
Yeah, I like the Hulk pick as well with that, right? So Hulk just diving in the backline, maybe taking a lot of the attention off of the Magic, which is kind of enhancing that, allowing them to get those picks, get out as well. Because everyone's focused on the Hulk, right? They're like, oh my god, there's a big Hulk in my backline just terrorizing our strategist. We got to focus him. And then that just enhances the Magic to go absolutely crazy, as we just saw, right? Yeah,
no, that you can do as much as you want on Hulk or everybody else if you have the follow-up. So yeah, realistically, that team looks really, really good moving forward. Obviously, it was just map number 1, and for Aura, they have a chance coming back into this. Let's take a look at the highlights and then go into a break before the next map. Welcome back, everybody, to the Marvel Rivals Championship. My name is Dogman, joined by Hank the Tank. We're amidst the series currently between Arise and Aura, sorry. Obviously, the side of Arise played very, very strong. You know, they played that Magic comp to pretty much perfection. I don't know if there's much we could really say about it besides they just kind of smoked the other team. You know, they came back whenever they were down, right? They constantly just resurrected with the Adam Warlock and the Star-Lord team up, and then came back through it and just kind of bent but didn't break is so consistently compared to Arise, right? Or to Aurora.
Yeah, Aura looking like they kind of stood no chance in that match, right? And in the top 256, we've been seeing a lot of teams just absolutely like showcasing a strong display of just how good they are, right? A lot of 2-0s we'll see in the top 256. Aura can definitely come back. I feel like maybe target a Magic, then switch the team comp up a little bit to counter that dive as well. I know the Hulk was kind of enhancing the Magic as well. Star-Lord being able to dive in there as well, get a lot of crucial eliminations, and the team up as well with the Warlock and the Mantis. I know that helped out, especially in that first fight up there. Or can definitely come back. It looks like they have a Lord Hela on their team as well. Magic being the first one banned. Meliphobia is going to have to pull something else out here and Arise. I believe they did ban Luna Snow in the last match as well, right?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, Luna Snow is a perpetual first ban we see throughout the tournament. So that's why I guess I want to keep going with it. Meanwhile, for Aura, obviously, you know, based on what we've seen on the previous map on Hell's Heaven, got to get rid of the Magic. You got to make sure that Meliphobia is forced to play something else. Meanwhile, an Iron Man Protect on their team's side, considering, you know, maybe like you mentioned, the Hulk was a big part in why Meliphobia was able to do so much on Magic. Now you protect the Iron Man, maybe force them to ban the Hulk.
Definitely very curious who Aura bans here. Maybe I don't know about the Mantis ban. Actually, I think that's good. Actually, they did protect the Warlock, so I like the Mantis ban. Banning a Hulk as well, like you said, forcing them to ban the Hulk. Definitely going to see some different compositions here. It looks like Meliphobia, maybe a bit of a never mind. Toggling between the Spider-Man and the Star-Lord. I know his teammate was on the Star-Lord in the last match as well, right?
Yeah, and I think they banned, at least Aura did. Aura banned Spider-Man map number 1. So Meliphobia, obviously, they got a read on him, maybe knowing what he wants to play. And, you know, obviously on the side of Arise, they like to play with the Adam Warlock, keep that protect, even if you do not have that Mantis. You still got the Star-Lord, like you mentioned. And Jeffy boy could be seen today. Could be seen.
Chanka does have the Jeff skin. Gotta love that pink Jeff skin. You can also get that new Jeff skin by playing the new 4v4 Jeff game mode. Make sure you guys try that out. You can get it for free. Curious to see if we will be seeing some Jeff gameplay right now, though. Hela is on the board for both teams. We will be seeing Obless and Mightian on the Hela as well, along with the Loki Thor team up. For Arise, we know they like their team ups as well, taking advantage of that in the last match. And it looks like, oh my goodness, are we gonna see some Jeff gameplay today?
Yeah, could definitely see some. And we're walking out with it. Also, I would like to mention how Team Arise, like I mentioned, we were talking about the tournaments earlier that have been played between, you know, now and the release of the game. Team Arise actually beat out Team Euphoria, one of the team in the Invitationals last time. So this team, also very well versed, has some veteran players, and, you know, has a lot of top level ladder players as well. So Aura, you know, the work's cut out against them if they want to be able to win this one. And unfortunately, Howlick over the top shuts down that for now. Amadian as well with the opening elimination on the solo queue. Panda and team are trying to sort of work themselves back into it, but they're trying to deal with Amadian. They had their Doctor Strange go crazy aggressive for him, and it gets punished immediately as Arise struggle, or don't struggle, maybe force off Aura in this instance away from the payload for now.
Yeah, Rise doing a good job here. I like that Magneto Howlick just holding down that high ground, taking out that Hela right away as well. Cloak and Dagger ultimate on board for Aura. Meliphobia looking to get a bit of a flank here on the Star-Lord, holding that high ground to the right.
Ricky over the flank, dropping down below, able to take down Obless. Then with the follow-up, the shields come through to save Jeff, but Jeff unfortunately isn't able to keep his teammates alive and then goes down himself. Hamilton able to get one, but You know, back to the spawn doors once again as Aura are as aggressive as can be, trying to find the stagger kills or stagger KOs, and they do so. Ricky, nice takedown of Locka.
Yeah, Rise doing a good job holding it down. Melophobia going to the Spider-Man here instead of the Star-Lord. Not really getting anything out of the Star-Lord team up, as not able to, or not running the Adam Warlock as well. Definitely. Oh my goodness, Amadian, just a very crucial elimination. Make that 2. Down goes both supports, and everyone else is just falling.
Yeah, absolutely balling out. Oblast will fall too. And at this point, right, you're in a tough spot if you're less than 2 minutes left. You're coming up on the Jeff ultimate. You're coming up on most ultimates except the Cloak and Dagger. I'm curious to see if it's Jeff will find a ton of value. Oblast, meanwhile, taking down some of the Loki copies. But oh no, he just got poked out by Ricky on the top left.
That's a snipe.
Yeah, that was amazing. What a great angle for the Thor. And now Ricky obviously trying to go for more on the flank. Right in the Jeff. No, Jeff. Everybody else is going to fall surely after Jeff goes, because with the team is how Aura is moving right now. Less than a minute left now. I mean, this is a tough spot for Team Aura.
Yeah, that's some sick Thor gameplay right there. And the Magneto bubble as well. Just getting that high ground, hitting the flank, just dropping in with the bubble. 2 very nice elims right away. Aura has every single ultimate. Arise basically does as well, but Melophobia getting the elimination onto the back line, looking for more. Make that 3. And Magneto back to the spawn door on 1 HP. And there's only 50 seconds remaining here, Dustin.
Yeah, the only 50 seconds left remaining. Obviously, a little bit taunting there for Melophobia, who has been a standout player for Arise. Not that any of their players are any lesser than each other. It's a really strong team overall. Melophobia looking towards that Winter Soldier who's ready to go with the hook. Unfortunately, the Spider-Man avoids that. Meanwhile, us against the Wolf and Shocker going aggressive with the Cloak ultimate. Meanwhile, trying to avoid the Meteor as a Median. Gonna sort of join the team. Melophobia able to get 2 KOs. Now you also have the Hella ultimate from the Skybox just slamming into the Black Panther. 13 seconds left, and this has been an insane performance from Arise. They're looking really good.
Definitely an insane performance. Armed and Dangerous coming out a little bit too late. Don't think they're able to touch. And out comes the Jeff ult a little bit too late. And Arise is looking unstoppable right now, Dustin.
Yeah, they are. I mean, just the overall composition look good. You can resurrect your Thor constantly with the Hella Mantis or Hella Thor team up. And on top of that, having God of Thunder to kind of just capitalize. And then we saw an amazing ultimate as well from Melophobia, who played well on the Spider-Man. You know, we saw him previously play the Magic, now onto the Spider-Man, and he really hasn't lost a step with a fantastic ultimate, able to track down basically everybody on Arise. I mean, he maybe missed 1 elimination, but at the moment, you know, Arise are in a great spot. And for Aura, I don't know. Today their aura is dim. You know, sadly, it seems like they haven't been able to find any footing this series.
Sadly, not that much aura right now, but let's see if they can find it here. But I also like the Magneto gameplay as well out of Arise, using the bubble to protect Spider-Man during his ult, or the Thor out of the back line. It's a pretty underrated feature that's not talked about too much, that can definitely be used in a lot of ways. Jeff just enjoying a little splashing in the fountain. Not really much Jeff aura right now, sadly.
No, I know a lot of people love Jeff, but unfortunately, Jeff is not good. Okay, as a hero at the current moment, maybe with some changes, some buffs. The big reason why Jeff isn't played that much at the pro level is simply because, you know, he's got a lot of healing, but the CC potential is not really there. By the way, Portal TP setup from the offense. So if you want to do anything with it, potentially can go aggressive. Early diving coming from Ricky. Forces Aura to fall back all the way around the corner. Moon Knight obviously provides a little bit of pressure from Aura's side, but he's stunned. And Bless able to find the first pick onto Madian, who's off the Hella and onto the Penny Parker this time. So maybe without that Hella pressure, that gives Aura some space. You got some Venom pressure over the top right, but Aura doing a good job in the main side, kind of pressuring out this Wolverine. And Hulk's going to go down. He tried to kidnap the Doctor Strange, but it was a little too late. Shocker over the top right. Goes to the turret form. Kind of an interesting spot to do it in, but has Moon Knight all over his position. Meanwhile, Aura finding the opening KOs. Rise maybe they could be doing a little bit of trolling at this point. Have to swap to Spider-Man and Black Widow, it looks like.
Yeah, it looks like they are doing a little bit of trolling, whipping out maybe every comp imaginable. We have some Black Widow, some Jeff, Raccoon as well, whipping out the Thor. It appears playing a lot of new heroes maybe, or just experimenting with some stuff. Still 2.5 minutes remaining.
Shocker at the corner. Team up with that Rocket Raccoon. Gets the infinite ammo and the fire rate increase. Ultimate from Amadian, able to take down Oblast, who just got rid of Shocker. So we'll see if Amadian can keep hitting those shots. Oh my gosh. Shuts down Hamilton's ultimate as they were going for it. So what a headshot from Amadian. And that surely closes things out for Arise as Aurora just tries to collapse on this payload, but they've got nobody else here on the convoy. And that'll be it. Arise will get the job done as they go up 2 in the series to win this best out of 3 and move forward in the upper bracket.
Maybe they're putting Black Widow on the map, man. Just absolutely thriving at the end of that to secure the victory. Ricky MVP on Thor. Definitely well deserved. Love that Thor gameplay, getting those flanks. And let's take a look at the stats here. Amadian, 18-1. That's a lot of damage there as well. 11,000 damage. Putting Black Widow on the map as well at the end of the match.
Yeah, there's a few Black Widow one tricks. I mean, it's definitely a character that can work in the right instance. Not all the time, but you know, in this case, Team Aura couldn't deal with it. Obviously, they played other stuff too. Penny Parker, Melophobia also tried to play onto the, I don't know, he was playing other stuff besides Spider-Man basically, and then he switched over back to Spider-Man. But generally, pretty strong performance out of Team Arise. Makes sense considering their reputation, obviously, moving forward. Like I said, they did pretty well in some amateur tournaments, and now moving into the official tournament of Marvel Rivals, the championship. You know, we've got a lot of competition, and they're obviously stepping up to the challenge. So shout out to Team Arise.
Definitely a lot of competition we'll be seeing throughout this tournament. We are still, I believe, in the top 256, getting into the top 128, and then we'll just keep progressing to top 64. And the competition is just going to keep getting better and better as the games go along, Dustin. They've definitely stepped up to the challenge. They're looking like a team that can make it very far. But before we get into the next match, we're going to show you guys the highlights of this match right here, and Rise rising to victory.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Marvel Rivals Championship. My name is Dogman, joined by Hank. We just finished off a series between two teams. Obviously, one of the top teams in Arise just won 2-0. This is a constant for today so far, but it's kind of how it is in the top 256. We'll see if the next match can beg to differ. Obviously, we're going to have two amazing teams that we've not seen so far on the broadcast. Andy Ometa versus Chum Bucket. So we got some interesting team names. Obviously, first up, we have to see what the player names are. I haven't seen any of these teams. I imagine you haven't either, from both Andy Omata or Chum Bucket. So, you know, this is going to be a brand new, we're going to have a fresh set of eyes on this one here, Hank.
Yeah, I don't believe I've seen either of these two teams play as well. I'm curious to see what type of team comps they are running. And as you were saying, yeah, we have seen a lot of 2-0s so far in this top 256. It is a pretty common thing, right? These stronger teams will just thrive early on in this tournament, and then as it continues to progress, we'll see a lot more closer matches, right? Maybe even some upsets as well. But I'm very curious what team comps we will see in this upcoming match, whether it's like Dive or like Hella, Hawkeye, the stronger heroes, right? I don't think we've seen any Luna Snow gameplay today, right? She's been banned almost every single match, I think, right?
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, it seems like that character everybody hates. Everybody hates the K-pop idol for some reason. I don't know why. Maybe it's because of her voice lines. Maybe she's not about to drop the dopest album on us today. You know, unfortunately she's locked behind that ban window. A lot of Luna Snow haters. I'm sure in chat there's probably some Luna Snow fans probably very sad. They're like, why have we not seen Luna Snow yet? Where's the Luna Snow mains? It's coming. Eventually one of the teams will let it go through, right? I mean, they've got to at some point. It's like the strongest strategist in the game, just in terms of kit.
I definitely agree with you on that. Very strong strategist as well. Thank goodness we got to see some Jeff gameplay in that previous match. Maybe we'll get to see some Storm gameplay. Miki who hovering over the Storm of Venom ban. That's an interesting one to kick things off. We know that Venom Spidey duo can be very dangerous.
Ooh.
Gonna take out Doctor Strange as well. A very strong Vanguard, if not the strongest Vanguard. Marvel Rivals, just being able to shield his team. Pretty strong ultimate as well. You can play aggressive with that as well.
Yeah, we might see some Vanguard hate / love right now. Protect of the Thor. And by the way, it is Andromeda, not Andy Omata. Just mispronunciation on my part, so apologies for that. But for the side of Andromeda, they've got the protect in the books. You know, when you protect a Thor on the side of Chum Bucket, I'm sure you're well aware that this team is going to probably play that Thor. But a protect of the Adam Warlock comes through. Now, do we want to see targeted bans? Is the Hella ban going to come through now for Andromeda? Usually you see that come out after you see the Thor protect, but a lot of these teams have different strategies. The Captain America ban out of all bans. What?
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of Vanguard hate and love right here. 3 Vanguards banned, 1 Vanguard protected. That only leaves 3 other ones as well. These are some very interesting bans. Maybe trying to force the Vanguard meta in this match right here. Groot and Magneto as well. Still on the board. That's very interesting seeing a Thor protect. No Hella ban. I think it would only be safe to assume that Chum Bucket would be running the Hella if they do protect a Thor. It looks like they have a Lord Thor, Lord Cloak and Dagger as well. Maybe a bit of a one-trick Thor they want to protect, or he's just that dominant on the Thor. Andromeda looking to run the Hella of their own as well. Maybe that's why they chose not to ban it.
You can be a little crazy with it, you know. Maybe we get to see. It seems to be, in general, Hank, like every time that Hella goes through, the team that loses is like, okay, we gotta get rid of it now. like you know, first map, feel it out. Maybe we got a better Hella. Second map, okay, our Hella's worse. Let's ban it. You know what I mean? Every time. I feel like.
Yeah, that's kind of like unfortunate to realize that as well. Or maybe it was just like a one match type of thing and they're thinking, oh, my hell is worse, but they're actually not. But who knows? They are going to be taking advantage of the Hella Thor team up. Andromeda not really taking advantage of it, but going with the Adam Warlock Star-Lord team up as well. Luna Snow finally made it through. Only took 4 Vanguards getting banned or protected in one match, right?
Yeah. No, that's unique, and then also Chum Bucket running that Hawkeye as well is doubly interesting because a lot of people think that Hawkeye and Hella are some of the strongest characters in the game, strongest heroes. We'll see if they can make it work on Domination, where this Adam Warlock combined with the Star-Lord and also Luna Snow for the first time today. So nice to see these heroes kind of match with each other. We saw it earlier today, actually, if I remember right, with SJP. But still, you know, playing a very sort of poke-heavy composition, Chum Bucket, on a map that is incredibly dynamic. You know, this map moves a lot. Eldritch Monument on Hell's Heaven, constantly changing the map, right? It's just constantly moving up and down, left, right, and center. Pillars moving up. We'll see if both teams can sort of deal with it. Pro Gamer 360 with the opening pick on a Mikaboo, and then with some help from Hilltime, able to take down Armin. So kind of stuffing Chum Bucket right now, making sure that secret formula is kept safe. Andromeda in control of the Eldritch Monument for now.
Pro Gamer 360 is definitely looking like a pro gamer right now. The enemy team definitely needs to take care of those Groot walls as well. As I've been saying as a Groot gamer myself as well, you have to take care of those. They get so much extra damage in there as well, especially in a Groot versus Groot battle. You have to take care of those Groot walls, get rid of those for sure.
It can be really annoying, especially moving into such close corridors like they are at the moment. Chum Bucket trying to push on in there. Get healed up. Nice heal from Duicello and Usagi. Committing the Cloak Ultimate on the inside angle gives them that support that they desperately need, but it's countered by Winter with the Luna Snow dance floor. Can they find KOs through it? They do, actually, in fact, but it's traded immediately by Crimstag, who gets two. And then on to the Star-Lord, but Richie, great avoidance of that damage, also drops back to the health back. Meanwhile, Mahuki, who was picked earlier, is back in the fight now. Richie trying to find the Rocket Raccoon, but they drop out with the See You Later. Now here comes Zixor on the sky, drops it down. The God of Thunder makes his presence be known. Everybody's resurrected though by Mahuki. So although the point has flipped, Chum Bucket has control of the point. They have to deal with Richie on this Legendary. Gonna go for one on Dubicello. Doesn't have the follow-up from Hilltime and Pro Gamer, so that's a two. They combine for two, even more so. Zixor's trying to find a little bit more value, but could not today, and Andromeda gonna come back and capture the hill.
Andromeda very well done with the Adam Warlock res as well to get both Vanguards back in the fight after going down to the Thor God of Thunder. Hela Goddess of Death available on both ends. Andromeda getting closer to securing this right here as well.
62% of the board. We have a close game on our hands. Chum Bucket try to walk on through the choke. Richie on the right side, kind of poking out. Has the back under there. Has the guard from the Luna Snow too. So any heals that Luna Snow does on a different target is going to heal them as well. Meanwhile, a lot of damage. The Link keeps Muhiki alive for a bit longer, but the hella damage is eventually too much for even Adam Warlock to withstand. Chum Bucket flips the point. Meanwhile, Andromeda trying to sustain on the inside. Build up to ultimate. Screw ultimate is used. Can they find the follow-up? Hella ultimate from Hilltime to try to stay healthy as well. So the damage is coming through from the Hella. Hilltime is able to get two. They're controlling the mission area that Hilltime desperately needs. That's 3 eliminations for Hilltime. KOs in this fight, and now is just going to go for a little bit more. Looking for the Cloak and Dagger towards the point. The Cloak will fall, or the Dagger will fall towards the point. The Hikapoo able to find one Groot ultimate as well, throwing it in to try to find even more eliminations, but cannot. Andromeda in control of the point again, and now we're entering last fight territory.
Chum Bucket with no ult available as well. I believe Doctor Strange is banned too, so can't touch with the portal. Time is running down. They're going to have to get a rush touch here, maybe with the Hella Crow, but they'll just die right away as well. It looks like they get the touch, actually.
They do. They had Thor over the top right. Crimstag. Oh my god, what an opening pick on a Richie. Can they find more? Groot goes low. Also, here's the See You Later. Armin able to get the trade. Back onto one, but the Resurrect means that character's not fully out of the fight. So that's so many members for Chum Bucket back into it. They were able to get the touch. Andromeda now back to the spawn. We'll see if they can get a retouch as Hilltime gets a stagger pick off and eventually falls.
Wow, just that early opening pick from the Hawkeye, right? Crimstag just giving
It's
us
just the
the upper hand. Yeah. Oh,
They can't touch. Wait,
the
it's
Lunas.
Luna?
They're just gonna die right away, and then no one else is available to touch besides Star-Lord. I don't think he can touch. Chum Bucket should be taking this map right here, and they do. Wow, that is an insane clutch for them.
Yeah, insane plays overall, just coming back through to touch the point. They had everybody there, luckily, and unfortunately for the other side, you know, Pro Gamer 360 and the rest of the squad couldn't touch the objective. Andromeda, you know, they tried to send Winter in, but with about 87% of the board, it's really hard to kind of come back through and get that touch. And also great walls as well from Mihikapu. So, you know, I think that wasn't a player as well on Adam Warlock before previously. So it's interesting that on the Groot, they're able to get those walls off, make sure Andromeda can't come through and touch the objective. You know, also for Andromeda on their side, Hank, they're able to save ultimates for this round, and those could be huge moving forward.
Yeah, definitely. The Adam Warlock revive is huge. Star-Lord and himself already just being able to revive himself, right? But being able to revive your team as well with the Warlock res is pretty crazy in its own. And then we have a bit of a switch here from Team Andromeda, choosing to pull out the Iron Man Hulk, right? But Iron Man going into a Hela, it's always an interesting battle, right? You have to play near perfect as Iron Man, right? With especially, I mean, you already have this super strong Gamma team up, right? But Hela, all she has to do is headshot and a body shot, and you're going down.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough for Hilltime, but if he plays his verticality correctly, he could avoid some of that damage. Meanwhile, the verticality has actually changed and flipped on their heads because of the Groot walls to kind of climb up, use the stairs to get higher. But the Gamma team up is a huge, powerful ability for Hilltime. Able to beam down 2, ignores the potential counter matchup, and able to find those 2 kills or two KOs is massive because Hilltime can just kind of track down Crimstack, not trying to give him the damage. This is what we talk about as now the Iron Man drops the ultimate as well. Hilltime absolutely putting work in on the Iron Man, avoiding all of that damage from Crimstack or the hell to their side, and they control the point first. Andromeda looks strong.
Andromeda definitely looking very strong. Hilltime just looking to clean things up right now, taking this first point home right now. I like these switches actually. It looks like Chumbucket looking to pull out their own Iron Man, but do they have a Hulk player? I know they were a little bit stubborn, I believe, with protecting their Thor, banning other tanks, I believe, unless that was the enemy team. But they do have their ultimates as well. Looks like they won't be pulling out the Hulk just yet. Probably gonna burn those real quick.
The Gamma team up makes this Iron Man a lot more lethal. 23% of the board. Chumbucket rotated all the way around. Avoided Andromeda shields and the link up. They go in aggressively onto Dubacello and Zixor. What a fantastic aggressive play from Richie and squad. Andromeda. They did lose the point, however, temporarily. Also, Luna's still ultimate is going on towards the objective. Richie does go down, does have the resurrected the Adam Warlock team up. Meanwhile, the 1v1 on the high ground, Muhiki's able to win it. And now, with everybody else here on Andromeda, they're able to kind of clean up. They did lose the point temporarily, but now they have control of it once again and use the Luna's no ult.
Yeah, they did choose to give up the point right away, or they just weren't aware, but they did win the team fight. That is what mainly matters. Being able to conserve all of their ultimates as well. Andromeda has to win this map right here, otherwise they will be going down in the series. Don't want that. This match is also to make it to the top 64. We did not make you guys aware. This is from top 128 to top 64. So the winner of this will be advancing even further into the bracket.
Richie going aggressive, had the link up from the Adam Warlock to give him a little bit of probability. Also the freeze onto Zixor. Yes, got a damage through it, the ultimate, but eventually got tracked down by Andromeda and on their defensive hold. That looks so clean, Hank. I mean, this has been great work, and also the stagger from across the map.
That's some crazy aim and a big beam out of Richie on the Star-Lord. That is just an absolute snipe with him, and Chumbucket has to get a good touch here. They have Iron Man all on board, along with the Goddess of Death from Hela. They got to clutch up right here.
Been trying to walk in, understanding he's probably going to be a focal point of the dive. Cloak going to go down, maximum pulls from the top. Doesn't find anybody. Doesn't look like it. Hilltime's actually going to get traded out. But is the damage done from Andromeda? Hilltime gets brought back by Muhiki with the ultimate as well. So looking for a little bit of time. They'll be able to be brought back because of Adam Warlock. And Armanek trying to go aggressive, but into 3 people will get tracked down after coming out of the flock. And Andromeda, they secure the KOs here. I mean, eventually Chumbucket sort of stagger onto the point, but they've tied it up 1-1 on Hell's Heaven.
Well, they definitely needed that to come back in this match right here. I feel like they had the upper hand as well, team-up wise, going with that Iron Man Hulk to kick things off. Surprisingly, Chumbucket just didn't seem prepared for that, and they tried to pull out their own Iron Man and weren't really taking advantage of that team-up either. So Iron Man without Gamma going into Iron Man with Gamma is just big disadvantage right there. It looks like they will be switching up the tanks a little bit for Chumbucket, but choosing not to go with the Iron Man right there. It didn't work out for them in the last match. Maybe they don't have a Hulk player on their team.
No, maybe not. And, you know, I think this goes, I think I have a point on this too. You know how we just saw, like, people complain about Hawkeye, people complain about Hela, how these are the most broken characters in the game.
There's Iron Man.
Yeah, the thing is, if you're a better player, right, if you position correctly, you will be able to take down the opponent no matter what they're playing, right? We saw Hill Time. Just use cover. Like, people complain about Hawkeye, complain about Hela. I see so many people on, like, social media be like, oh my god, these characters are so busted. And then I watch their gameplay. They're like bronze players that are just, like, walking into the open. Like, you're playing a hero shooter, guys, please just use the cover. You know, obviously your healers are big, you know, they impact things. But look how these players at the top tier are constantly using the cover. They're constantly avoiding sightlines. You see Hill Time now tracking down the Thor on the left side, able to beam him down. And now after that damage comes through, falls back to the rest of his team, is secured inside the rest of his strategists. Using the wall here too on the right side with after the Gamma team up, avoiding all that damage from the Hela, and in fact tracks down the overpowered hero. So great work from Andromeda and Hill Time specifically. At the moment, they're looking pretty clean as Hill Time is just able to track down everybody else.
Yeah, Hill Time is doing an amazing job getting those early eliminations and then just playing perfect positioning, right? Using the wall for perfect cover. Chumbucket just, they need to hunt down this Iron Man, right? They need to keep their eyes on him and just hawk him down the whole time. They have to try to not let him breathe if they want to take this one home.
Hill Time ready to go with the ultimate too. Can just fly in there. Jarvis. Is this going to be a clip? Oh my, it's just a right-click beam down. Oh, everybody's falling here in this instance. Chumbucket heading back across the street. Andromeda kicked them out of there.
Yo, Hill Time is just racking up like so many eliminations every single fight. Chumbucket needs to find an answer for him. I mean, they have the Hela as well. They need to look at him. I feel like he's just playing for free right now, right?
It's tough. You got to get cooldowns out, right? Because the Adam Warlock can always use the Link to give him more survivability. Also, you have the shield, so everybody's playing around Hill Time right now. He's able to get one with the ultimate, make that two. Can they get a three? It looks like three. Look, now that the Link's over the top of him, so you can't beam him down because he's got an extra massive amounts of HP because of the Adam Warlock. So it's so hard to kill this Iron Man when you have Hulk with the shields, when you have Magneto with the shields, and then you have Adam Warlock constantly giving the Link.
Yeah, that's actually just an insane team comp, and they're just playing it to perfection as well. Yeah, Magneto can just bubble the Iron Man, Luna Snowflake on him as well, just providing extra healing. Adam Warlock, Link, so you can't even eliminate anybody. And then you just have Hulk in your back line, so you need to focus him as well. They have 6 ultimates on board here as well.
Yeah, they need to find Hill Time right now, but they just cannot until now. Maybe he was caught a little bit overextended. The see you later towards the point gives them some extra damage, but is the follow-up really there for Chumbucket? Yes, Crimstag, that's 2. That's exactly what you need, but everybody's resurrected because of Adam Warlock. So they'll be back in this fight. The Iron Man is back here. Mahiki looking for the back line. They're able to find Arman, goes down. Maximum pulls from the skybox, dead into Crimstag. He's gonna go down. Making Pooh able to find kill time at the very least, but you need some more help from everybody else here. Zixor into the sky, and the God of Thunder 8 isn't able to find any value necessarily just yet. Trying to swing, trying to find extra damage. Armanex gonna bring people back with the Resurrect as well, and Zixor's able to find one. With Pro Gamer here on the point, 360ing around the objective. Nobody here is going to be able to touch at this point. And Chumbucket's back to the spawn, and we'll see them in the next map because Andromeda just came back on Hell's Heaven after a pretty dominant round 2 and 3.
Yeah, Andromeda just coming out there with a entirely just... I don't think I've seen that specific composition yet. We've definitely seen like variants of it, but that looked very hard to deal with, right? Just Iron Man getting 3 eliminations to kick off almost every single fight. It's just like, what can you do? Just I had a feeling it would look like this. 55 eliminations for the Star-Lord, and just look at hill time, man. That's just self-explanatory. Look at all the final hits as well. 22,000 damage. It just seems impossible to deal with.
It does. And I think this is a classic example that you'd show to, you know, a lot of Marvel Rivals players just playing the game for the first time, right? Theoretically, according to a lot of people in Diamond, even, like, people were like, okay, Hawkeye, Hela are in the game. You know, we shouldn't have let those bands come through. We got to match them. In this instance, no, you just play that Hulk, you play the Iron Man, and you play cover very well, and you avoid all that damage. So, you know, you saw some pretty peak performance out of Hill Time and the rest of the crew, and, you know, moving forward, obviously it bodes well for them. Composition-wise, it looked very strong, like you mentioned earlier, with the Adam Warlock, with the Luna Snow, with the Magneto, everybody playing around this Iron Man so well right now.
Yeah, you can't give all the credit to Hill Time for sure. Definitely securing so many eliminations, right? But it's just like, I feel like the comp was built like pretty around him, right? We have the Luna Snow, Snowflake providing extra healing, Magneto Bubble, so it's hard to just get damage onto Iron Man, right? And then the Adam Warlock shifts linking souls up. You just, with all of that right away, you can just get in as Iron Man, and as he was doing, getting those 2-3 elims right away, it's just putting your team at a huge disadvantage.
Yeah, huge disadvantage indeed. We'll see if they can come back on the next map. But before that, we have a little bit of a highlight package to show y'all and then go to a short break.
이루어지는 마법인 거야. 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으며 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go. 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there. 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해. 힘은 너에게 있는 걸. 소리 높여 노래를 불러. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐. 어둠이 떠날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명. 어둠이 떠날 때까지 세계 운명. 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나. 네 눈앞에 바로 왔던 나라. 탑을 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 모르나. 널 지킬 나란 걸 더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah. 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으며 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작이야 let's go. 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there. 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해. 힘은 너에게 있는 걸. 소리 높여 노래를 불러. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐. 어둠이 떠날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Marvel Rivals Championships. My name is Dogman, joined by Hank. And today, Hank, we've had a few series that have gone 2-0. This one could very well follow, but we have yet to see. We're currently watching Andromeda versus Chumbucket on Hell's Heaven. It was pretty favored towards Andromeda towards the end. Obviously, Chumbucket early on, winning that first round made things spicy. But once Andromeda figured out they could just play that Hulk team up alongside Iron Man, it was pretty much just right off Chumbucket at this point, right? Moving into map number 2, you could have a bit of a difference in terms of compositions, but Andromeda dealt with both Hawkeye and Hela pretty handedly, right?
Yeah, I feel like they did definitely deal with Hawkeye and Hela pretty well. I feel like going against this Iron Man comp, it's very annoying sometimes, right? Because sometimes you just think, oh my god, Iron Man's the problem, right? But their composition, I feel like, was centered specifically around him, right? We would definitely see some bans targeting maybe the Hulk for sure. Definitely get that Hulk Iron Man out of there, right? But it's just, it's an overall team difference in just the whole composition, right? You can't just blame it all on like, oh, why aren't you, we all need to shoot Iron Man, right? But there's so many factors that make it impossible to deal with the Iron Man, right?
Yeah, those factors being the Adam Warlock, the Magneto, the Hulk, like you mentioned. I mean, that's just so much around just making sure that the Iron Man can do whatever he wants, and obviously he did, right? He did for sure. We'll see if they decide to target that in the next maps, because, obviously on that map, they didn't play it themselves. They were opting into playing more pokey. So, this instant, yeah, there we go. Chumbucket immediately getting rid of the Hulk. That's probably what we would expect, I guess, out of this team.
Yeah, that is definitely one answer. I would have also suggested that. Not really sure they'll run the Iron Man here. Andromeda saying no to the Hela. We did see a lot of Hela gameplay out of Chumbucket in the last match. Not that it really was an issue in the last map there, but always respect the Hela ban. I'm curious who they'll protect here. Doctor Strange. Definitely like that.
Yep, Doctor Strange and the Thor protect on their side. So you saw that previously as well. I think you pointed it out how Zixor loves to play that Thor. I don't really... The thing is, like, people don't really ban Thor, so that's definitely an interesting protect, right?
I feel like at that point he's probably like a one-trick Thor and just super comfortable with that hero, right? I feel like that's one of those heroes as well. You have to just feel comfortable losing, right? Like, I feel like if the enemy team bans a Thor, like, that's not really a big issue, in my opinion. Maybe they see it differently, but that's just how I feel it. I don't know about a Cloak and Dagger ban as well. These are some pretty interesting ones right now. I do like the Warlock ban, though. Chumbucket is saying no to both of Andromeda's team-ups. I do like those bans.
Yeah, that does allow the Lunasto Orb Mantis to come through, however, so we'll see if Andromeda want to capitalize and play those heroes, because, Chumbucket loved having Usagi on the Rocket. Unfortunately, Rocket's not really been a hero that has been prevalent in the meta all too much. Obviously, Dubicello loved to play that Cloak and Dagger, and that's why it was a targeted ban for Andromeda as well. So a lot of these teams, at least so far, have been sort of targeting the opponent's picks and protects first to make sure that they don't play the heroes they're comfortable on.
Yeah, this is a pretty interesting point to approach as well. Could see... Oh, I don't think Chumbucket will be using a Doctor Strange portal here as well. Definitely love approaching that high ground with the Doctor Strange portal here. It looks like Andromeda definitely want that Doctor Strange. They did protect it. Pro Gamer 360 gonna be going crazy on the Doctor Strange here. Haven't seen much Moon Knight gameplay today, right?
No, not a ton of Moon Knight gameplay just yet, and Hilltime showing that not only is he playing Iron Man, but he's also been playing the Moon Knight, so good secondary hero to play. Character does a lot of damage. I mean, underrated amount of damage. It's probably one of the best poking characters in the game. Him, Namor, Iron Man. Moon Knight can definitely match those characters in terms of the poke damage that they provide.
Yeah, Zizor looking to get a little bit of a pushing up right here, trying to take that high ground. We are going to be seeing some Jeff Raccoon gameplay. Both team-ups with Groot, not really on the stronger side of the team-ups. Hawkeye looking to get a little bit of harassed by the Magneto, but brought back by the Raccoon respawn.
Yeah, I mean, they left Crimstag behind and down again. I mean, this is the tough part with Hawkeye. You know, you see a lot of people say this character is broken, but you know, obviously they just left him in the main. Oh, what a one clip from Richie. That was nice. We'll see if they can do it again. Richie onto Usagi. Maybe 2 clip in this instance. Don't even need it. Pops the E to take down the Rocket Raccoon. Character model obviously very low to the ground, but after you can find out where that headshot box is, pretty easy to track down. Chum Bucket couldn't even get a tick on the board.
Yeah, I don't really see one clips too much with the Star-Lord as the ammo just runs out so fast. But yeah, there is definitely ways around Hawkeye, right? Just absolutely diving him. He doesn't have the movement to really get out. He kind of has to play like somewhat on his team as well. Could definitely single him out sometimes.
Andromeda prioritizing, controlling the high ground for this Moon Knight and the rest of the crew. Crimstag trying to go aggressive, but now here's the Mantis ultimate to come aggressive into him and everybody. Now low on Chum Bucket's side. Andromeda able to push on forward. No ultimates were even able to be used out of Chum Bucket as they're headed back to the spawn. Crimstag off of the Hawkeye, by the way, and on to the Moon Knight himself to try to mix things up.
I feel like Moon Knight is a pretty strong hero. We don't see that much. It's just gotta get rid of those unks right away as well. Can combo the Moon Knight ultimate as well with the Groot. Chum Bucket might be trying to get that coming up here shortly, but Andromeda, they're looking pretty good right now.
Yeah, and luckily for Chum Bucket, or I guess I see the point while they run the Jeff alongside the Luna Snow. They get the team up there. However, Jeff, you know, obviously being a support, it's a bit of a tough situation to be when against that meteor from the sky from Pyrenees. And Chum Bucket, another reset for them, unfortunately. Almost a minute left on the clock. And they've used the Cosmic Yard there, too. Tough to use an ultimate and still take an L.
Yeah, Andromeda burning 3 ults there. They did secure the fight as well, though. They do have the Luna Snow dance floor and the Star-Lord Legendary, too. Only a minute remaining for the Chum Bucket. They are running triple strategist with Raccoon and Jeff. Definitely an interesting composition. Don't think we've seen that. They do have the ultimates to take this here, if played properly.
They do. Richie over the top. Sees the Luna Snow ultimate. Actually wanted to go for Legendary, but now opts out of it. Saving it for afterwards. A lot of ults used by Chum Bucket. 3 ults, but no eliminations. That's brutal because now the Legendary comes through on Usagi. Luna Snow ultimate does last like 9 seconds, so it's an unbelievable amount of time. However, Richie timed it perfectly, and 3 members of Chum Bucket are already removed. They have no ultimates here. The freeze came through on a pro gamer. Mantis ultimate from Andromeda as well, just to try to secure even more. A tick was given, so Chum Bucket has 42%. However, with 10 seconds left, Jeff's dead. Jeff's gone. He's in shark heaven. Make It Poo's trying to come through and touch with 3 seconds left, but I mean, he's too slow. Unfortunately, Groot, not one of the faster characters in the game. Very slow-moving plant. 42% is not a lot on a convergence map. Rip.
Rest in peace, Jeffy. He's in Shark Heaven, as you said. Andromeda, it appears they are still very strong with a different composition as well. Not really reliant on that Iron Man comp we saw in the previous match. Chum Bucket only getting 1 tick. Don't think that will be enough. Andromeda's looked very strong so far. It looks like they will be pulling out Captain America, maybe. I know in that first match we saw a Captain America ban, which I thought was extremely interesting. Never really see that, but I don't think that triple strategist lineup was really working for Chum Bucket, right?
No, yeah, no, the triple strategist composition was not exactly the best, for sure, and for Chum Bucket, Crimstag maybe opting away from the Hawkeye in this play, on their defensive side, playing the Rocket Raccoon alongside the Punisher. I mean, trying to at least get a team up there makes a lot of sense, and hopping off the Jeff, unfortunately, is the play for sure. Sadly for Jeff, this is what I was trying to talk about earlier. Jeff is like a great hero, but at the moment, you know, the other supports just bring a lot more, right? The other strategists bring CC, and Jeff doesn't really bring a lot of that CC that his counterparts do.
Don't forget, securing the mission area is your top.
Yes, so that is definitely the problem with heroes like Jeff and Raccoon, right? Jeff may be able to bring out a lot of strong healing, but he doesn't have the CC with like any stuns or anything like that. And Rocket Raccoon as well, pretty slow healing output. It looks like they will be taking the Doctor Strange portal to the high ground. Definitely love that on this map for sure. As well, as you can see, just Chum Bucket on the low ground, right? They have to give it up. Give up that high ground to Andromeda. Just holding it down right now. It's a little bit of a just 50-50 back and forth right now. Just getting poke damage.
A lot of poke damage coming through. Crimstag trying to poke down Richie, but the Onks in his face needs to get rid of it. Nice work removing a lot of that damage source from Andromeda. Obviously, being able to do damage when you're not even aiming at somebody makes it a lot easier. Hill time able to take down Crimstag. However, Mekaboo trades it back. Chumbucket trying to make sure they're all on this point as Andromeda surround the objective right now. Zixor is trying to contest the high ground. Is constantly kind of going back and forth. They're able to take down Hill time. So with a minute and 20 seconds nearly off the clock and an ultimate is built, Zixor goes down. No way. The Pro Gamer and the Whale comes through. Luna's ultimate needs to be committed from Winter and Muhiki. So they've overlapped ultimates on Andromeda's side. That could have been huge. However, Pyrades able to take down Usagi from Chumbucket's side. Even though they got both support ultimates out, both strategist ultimates out, it doesn't really matter because you're running a Rocket Raccoon. And unfortunately, the Cosmic Yarn is not going to do anything for you here, right? It's just a damage increase. It's not going to save your entire team from death. Andromeda take the point and take the series 2-0.
Not save your entire team from death, as a Rocket Raccoon can only save one to respawn.
Yep.
But that will be all. They will be advancing 2-0. Definitely a very well-deserved victory. Some different team compositions out of Team Andromeda as well. Pro Gamer 360 showing us that he is a pro gamer, going 18-0 on Doctor Strange as well. Very well played from them. Not really many deaths out of their team as well. Just all around well done. Amazing job from the strategist. Richie set 27-0 on this map. An absolute insane pop-off, right?
Yeah, Richie has been showing that he's a top Star Lord player, so definitely has the chops to be a top tier player for sure. And you know that's the difficult part is when we talk about strategist players, not to be too down on Rocket Raccoon, because all the strategists are like pretty good. I think we both can agree on that, Hank. Like most of the heroes in Marvel are pretty solid. It's just some are even stronger, right? I mean, obviously we saw Mantis, we saw Luna Snow. These characters are just so crazy right now with the amount of healing they provide, with the amount of bonus health that they provide. If you just play Rocket Raccoon with the BRB and the Cosmic Yarn, that's just not enough to keep your team up. And that's probably going to be a commonplace thing that we're going to see throughout the tournament is if you have some of these stronger strategist band, who can replace them? Who can really match the same amount of power level that the Luna Snow, that the Mantis bring to the table?
Yeah, I definitely agree. All of the strategists have their own place, and there are their stronger strategists, but we're going to show you guys the highlights of the previous match and then get into the next one very shortly.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Marvel Rivals Championship. My name is Dustin Dogman, or Dogman Dustin, and I'm joined by Hank the Tank. We just finished another series and have been continuing among the NA region, right? We're trying to get as many games as possible on the live broadcast so that you may potentially have your games casted. I know that we are a little bit further in the tournament now, so it's obviously only the best of the best at this point, right? We have a lot of top teams still remaining. Obviously, we have a lower bracket for teams to potentially compete in still if they have been eliminated from the upper bracket, Hank. But you know, we have some more games for everybody here today, and I think you said you know about one of the teams we are about to see. Not to throw you under the bus or anything, but I know you said you got some insider information about one of these teams.
Yeah, so I believe the next upcoming match is Squirrel going up against Fluff. And I am not exactly sure what compositions they run, but it should be a good little match. But I believe we just left off talking about the strategist heroes, right, in Marvel Rivals. Right?
Yeah.
There's so many strong strategist heroes in this game, but we're gonna kick it off actually with a Psylocke ban. I believe I know Sa, Buon, and Romani. I believe both of them are Psylocke gamers. Both mainly one-trick Psylocks. Or just Psylocke gamers. That is why Fluff has banned the Psylocke right away. So definitely expected.
So they got some versatility. Both of them play Psylocke, and that's interesting. Overlapping hero pool for sure. And you know, it's an understandable ban. I mean, Psylocke's such a powerful hero right now. Doctor Strange protecting the side. A Moon Knight ban could be targeted too. Obviously, we see Renta Siegel is hovering over that hero. Maybe showing to Squirrel what they play, and obviously, you know, teams do their scouting. They probably check before the matches if anybody has private profiles, right? If anybody's hiding what characters they play, because that does matter, right? It's whoever you have the most amount of time on, you're obviously going to be best at, and you know, especially so early on in the life cycle of a game, the Marvel Rivals players are, you know, this game just came out a couple weeks ago, so you know, a lot of them are still playing these new heroes for the first time, and a lot of them have one trick even, for the instance, potentially of Renta Siegel.
Yeah, definitely in a tournament like this, you want to be scouting out the enemy team, right? So after one round, you may want to check how the other team's matches went that you would be going up against, see what heroes they run, what they like to ban, all of that good stuff. You want to make sure your profile is private so the enemy can't scout absolutely everything about you. Looks like we won't be seeing some Jeff gameplay out of Squirrel. Now, I find something very interesting, right? We have Team Squirrel on the right, but there is a player named Squirrel Hunter or Squirrel Hurler on the enemy team. Full of a little bit of a coincidence, maybe. Maybe they have some beef and they were put up against each other in the bracket on purpose. For some reason, I'm trolling. Definitely did not happen. Wow, that is actually very, very funny. That is pretty funny. Squirrel Hunter going up against Squirrel.
Yeah, what are the chances? My God, the narrative gods are pushing this down our throats right now. Really making sure that we get to watch the Squirrel Hunter versus the Squirrel. But who will be the hunted today? Is it Fluff or is it Team Squirrel? Squirrel Hunter drops down below, but no, it's Eris on the other side who's gonna fall early. Kasabuan with the hook, and then the follow-up damage. They have the Penny Parker towards the point too. Also locked down Squirrel Hunter. So they close out the Thor, who was a bit aggressive without the team. Fluff, unfortunately, missing that member of the team. Now Romani just kind of standing from across the map, able to take down the Punisher turret. Also has some help from down below. Meanwhile, the platform breaks, and oh my God, he's deleted. The hooks into the Penny Parker mines removes Renta Siegel. Squirrel in a pretty strong position right now, getting revenge. The Hunter becomes the hunted.
The Squirrel is definitely hunting the Squirrel Hunter, and Sabuan taking down Frosty right away with the Armed and Dangerous. Oh my goodness, the hook into the shift back into his team. That is a very dangerous combo you want to avoid, especially as a tank, especially as a Vanguard player with no mobility. You can't really get out of that one once you get hooked, right?
No, man, this guy he's been so good. Sabuan, I don't even think he's missed the hook so far. So now that he's got the Kraken available, they can go aggressive if they want, but no! Squirrel Hurler, not the Hunter, sorry. Squirrel Hurler goes down. The BRB does bring him back. Frosty, though, on the other side, also going to go down to Flowers. So this choke point is going to be so hard to go through against all these Penny Parker mines. They need to take a different angle, but it's costing them precious time on the clock. Now Fluff They've got the Sea Litter, they got the Mantis ultimate as well, but Squirrel sitting on their own Stratus ultimates can sort of do whatever they want. And Fluff's playing even more passive, fluffing up the time right now, 70% of the board. Fluff, you got to make a move, and it's going to be the TP, the portal, but where are they going to go?
Looks like they want to come in from behind. Not on the high ground, just a little bit of a surprise attack. Punisher turret through the portal. Don't really see that much, but it's an insanely good play, right?
Yeah, but they're into an Eye of Agamotto, and oh no! Squirrel shuts down Fluff as they've come through the TP into their demise. Squirrel Hurler is trying to find something, but now they don't have that TP, and this is like, the round is just lost at this point. Squirrel Hurler down, air is gone, no portal play out of spawn. You're funneling towards the point, you just gotta save ults and just go next round at this point.
Yeah, at that point, you definitely save ults or just regularly approach that fight without using the Strange Portal. So you have the Strange Portal for the very end to touch, or at least for the next round as well. So they're going to be without the Strange Portal for this round. Maybe get it back at the very end as well. Let's see if they can bring it back real quick.
Yeah, they have to. I mean, that was a brutal round for Fluff. You know, they really had some potential plays, but in terms of ultimate usage, Squirrel always came on top. And also in the neutral game, this guy, Sabawan, or Sabawan, has been so consistent on Winter Soldier. You know, we've seen some Winter Soldier players throughout the day, but I mean, this guy's definitely on another level. Also combining with the Penny Parker, you know, that unlikely combination of Penny Parker and Winter Soldier's looked pretty good so far, Hank.
Yeah, in the tournament today, I mean, I've been becoming a Winter Soldier fan as the games go on, right? Just such a fun hero, being able to hook players and then shove them even more back into your backline with his shift ability. It's just there's no way to avoid that, right?
No. Yeah, it's you have to sort of bait it out or go from different angles, maybe make it harder to hit than Winter Soldier shots. Also, maybe you can play some flyers, play some characters that poke at range to deal with him. We'll see if Fluff can do it this time. They've got the Hawkeye, no Hela on their side. They also have Rent the Seagull on the Squirrel Girl of all heroes, so kind of doing the opposite of what their team name suggests. Squirrel Hurler, meanwhile, takes down Memes with the ultimate. However, it is rated out. Nice sleep, though, onto Romani. What a great job from the Stratus player of Fluff. Brings them into a great position. Also, the Squirrel Girl ult goes out. Able to get one. Sabawan going down. That's the insane Winter Soldier player that we've seen so far. Gone and removed out of the equation. Meanwhile, Rent the Seagull gets some heals from Adam Warlock. Nice heals there. But look how many Penny Parker mines are just set up across. But no, it doesn't matter. Frosty shuts down Flowers. 2 headshots, and they're gone. You can see why a lot of people do talk about this character being super strong. You just need a couple of good, well-placed arrows, and it really brings you up in the series just because of it. However, he's going very aggressive into the shield of Team Squirrel. Eventually, will hit the shot on the Mems. Eventually, hits the shot on the Doctor Strange. You know, it may have taken a while, but they're finally in line. Fluff's in control.
A tremendous amount of Hawkeye headshots right here from Frosty. I feel like maybe going into something like this, you could run like double shield, maybe to protect yourself a little more. Instead of that Penny Parker, it looks like they're actually going to try to go triple Vanguard against the Hawkeye. I mean, that does somewhat work, right? Because he can't one-shot you. But we just saw Frosty absolutely annihilate Flowers on the Penny Parker. Just 2 dinks and then just gone, right?
Yeah, I do feel like 100% you're right. That is the character that sort of counters Penny Parker and Hawkeye. But here comes an Eye of Agamotto. Oh my god! That's like everybody. With the Arms Dangerous, it was out there. But no damage found from it necessarily just found yet. Frosty's going to go down. Squirrel Girl going to the point, have some extra pressure into the Vanguards. And with that, with the heals from Matthias on the right side and the Resurrection, it's going to bring everybody back here. Stagger kills come through. Fluff are in control once again.
Fluff are in control. This is what they needed. I'm wondering if Squirrel will maybe switch up the comp again here. No, it looks like they're going to be sticking out the triple Vanguard, 1 duelist, double support. Definitely an interesting one we don't see too much of. This is a little bit of a annoying choke point to get through sometimes. They're doing a good job getting through, actually. Hulk just doing Hulk things. Hulk smash, diving that back line right now, just getting good poke damage. Looks like trying to pop that Hulk Smash ultimate as well, but getting stunned by the Mantis. Down goes 2 players of Squirrel, and Fluff has the advantage right now, just holding it down.
And juggled in the sky. I mean, that Squirrel Girl ultimate actually found a lot of value. Meanwhile, Hulk just diving under the Hawkeye Frosty. I mean, he's eventually going to go down. He has to touch, but for as one-sided as round number 1 went for Team Squirrel, Fluff on their side are in a good spot. However, Flowers trying to come back. The mines are out. I could find some kills or some elims, but Squirrel Girl able to find Mems. KO is massive for Team Fluff. They're trying to walk forward as well. Control onto this point. Squirrel do have the ultimate from Ludicel. Also, the freeze came out onto Squirrel Hunter. Eventually, they're able to take down Squirrel Hunter as well. So Squirrel bringing themselves back into this. Mantis ultimate, though, from Fluff. They want to win here and now. Eye of Agamotto should clean it up as well. It was big from Fluff and from Eris. They're able to get the job done on this round to tie it up. We're going to round number 3.
Fluff able to secure it, and I mean, Frosty just getting so much value out of the Hawkeye, right? I feel like maybe the enemy team could try to pull out a Hawkeye of their own. I'm not sure if the triple Vanguard comp is really working out that well. Looks like Romani is going to make the switch over to Mantis. Not sure if they're going to run triple support or if they're going to switch it up even more, but it looks like they're going to go with the triple strategist. Mantis, Luna, and Cloak and Dagger. I mean, all of them able to get good damage in, right? But okay, it looks like Romani is playing a little bit of Mystery Heroes right now, going over to the Black Panther now.
Yeah, I think your original point was right, dude. It's just like you can't against the Hawkeye. Triple strategist doesn't do anything, right? I mean, you heal what? You can't heal a one-shot, right?
Yeah, Hawkeye just needs to be put down, right? Like he needs to be taken care of. I don't know if triple strategist is the answer into Hawkeye.
Yeah,
I think I like the dive pick more though.
Yeah, you'll see if it works out for him. Flowers creating some space already, dropping the mines so the point is theirs, but they need to not go down to this Hawkeye. Also, the Squirrel Girl ultimate goes out there. Meanwhile, ultimate from Cloak and Dagger. Oh my, 3 eliminations, make it 4 for Mems. After an aggressive Cloak and Dagger ultimate, that's everybody gone for Fluff. But they're back. But they're back. They're back because of Mephius. Squirrel Hunter was not Squirrel Hunter wasn't resurrected though, so they're actually back in this fight, Hank. And eventually, they're down again. Yeah, to Sabawan, who just went in with the again and again. He does get traded out, but the damage was already done. And Fluff, okay, this time they're actually resetting.
Yeah, you can look at it both ways, right? Like, you could be like, wow, that's a huge out of Morlock res. Our entire team is back. But again and again, Armed and Dangerous just comes out, and it's like the res was for absolutely nothing, right?
Definitely brutal. Frosty now coming in does have kills more to go, but I have Okamoto. No, they're not ready for it. Oh my god, that's basically everybody. But the eliminations aren't there. The KOs are not coming through. Squirrel Hurler able to secure the team, but here's the Black Panther resets coming in through. Bast as well. Misses. But can they find the damage onto the Hawkeye or the healers in the pack? Sabuan's able to get Frosty, so that is a nice elimination. And make that 2 for Sabuan. Squirrel Girl holding onto the point as well. Dropped the ultimate from the Penny Parker, and even more pressure from Romani at the very moment. He can't really bob and weave away from left clicks out of Black Panther. 60% of the board now for Squirrel.
Yeah, 70% already. Fluff definitely wasted a good amount of time here as well. Looking to take some space, switching over to the Hela, which we haven't really seen that much of right now.
Gotta walk into the mines. The penny tax is real, but Eris is gonna fall whilst walking into said mines. And Sabawan has been crazy. Just hits 2 shots and then beams them down. 87% now. Also, Mantis ultimate from left. They know they need to do it now. It's now or never. But unfortunately, it seems like it's gonna be never, at least for this first map. Portal is here, so they maybe didn't even need to use the Mantis ultimate. They could have come back from spawn. Eye of Akamoto's here. Does catch people out, but is the damage follow up there? It doesn't look like it. The Mantis res is there. So the Mantis will come back. The res also comes through. But no, it doesn't actually come through. It's canceled because Maphius died while doing it. And without the Adam Warlock, nobody will be resurrected. And everybody is gone for Fluff. Squirrel on the point. and they take down Squirrel Girl. Fluff trying to make an interesting composition work, but unfortunately it's not today. The Royal Palace is going to lead in favor of Squirrel.
Yeah, Squirrel taking down Squirrel Girl and taking down Squirrel Hurler. Squirrel showing that they are the superior Squirrel. I would really love to see that, man. Taking down the Squirrel Hurler. Loading EXE Doctor Strange player of the game. Very well deserved right there. Very good team effort as well. Oh my goodness, 29 eliminations out of memes on the Cloak and Dagger as well. Don't really see that too much.
That Squirrel Girl actually pumped out too. A lot of damage. You're right. I mean, nice work for memes in general. 29-29 is actually just a crazy stat line. Definitely a top tier Cloak and Dagger player. I mean, that match with all the squirrels involved. By God, luckily no squirrels were harmed in the making of this, but. You know, previously in the War of the Realms tournament, we had Team Blue versus Blue as one of the matchups, and that was definitely interesting to watch that. But you know, obviously Squirrel came out on top specifically because of great Winter Soldier gameplay, like you mentioned, and Cloak and Dagger gameplay.
Yeah, definitely just a good team effort. Thank goodness no squirrels were harmed in the making of this game. But we will be showing you guys the highlights of the previous match just now, and then getting into the rest of the series as Team Squirrel is up 1-0.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Marvel Rivals Championship. My name is Dogman, joined by Jake. What are you doing
Swapping
here?
it up mid-series. Got to give Hank a break. Man's been putting in the work all day yesterday, all day today.
Hey, not
in.
me, though?
Not you. Well, hold on. This is your day to work. This is your day to put in the big day.
Unbelievable, man. Oh my God. I thought I did enough in the Jake's nice list, but I guess I'm in the naughty list today, dude. It's good to see you. Obviously we have an incredible series between Squirrel and the other name is actually kind of leaving my brain for a moment, but regardless, we have a lot of squirrels involved in this game, Jake. There's a Squirrel Girl player.
I saw some Squirrel Girl being played. I've been enjoying a little bit of Squirrel Girl myself. You know, she might not be, let's say, the top meta choice, but it's a lot of fun to play her, honestly. I've been enjoying her, especially on a few of the maps.
Oh, no. I literally forgot who used to play in the hero shooter genre. Of course you like Squirrel Girl. It makes a lot of sense. But, Jake, obviously, in general, so far we've seen, I think today, the meta's been sort of defined in terms of a lot of the teams that seem to lose like to play Rocket Raccoon. I would want to pick your brain on maybe the strategist department. Obviously, coming into this early, just off the rip, an insane question. But, we've seen a lot of strategists kind of determine the meta, right?
Yeah, I think Rocket is potentially good in some spots, like with the team up and the ultimate can get some good value. But I just think across the strategist cast, there's such powerful ultimates in particular from, characters like Luna Snow and Mantis, even Adam Warlock, just really being able to not only have a ton of damage threat, but also have this, super powerful team fight winning ultimate. And Rocket Raccoon's ultimate, while strong, it doesn't defend you from some of these ultra powerful duelist or Vanguard ultimates like something like a Luna Snow or Mantis ult does. So for me, that's kind of the fear for Rocket. On top of that, I think some of the top teams are going to come deal with your respawn beacon, right? Like prevent those resurrects by sending a flanker around to clear it. And that does really hurt Rocket Raccoon. If you can't protect the res beacon, you're not really going to get full value.
Yeah, that's a great explanation, Jake. And meanwhile, Luna Snow's banned from the side of Team Fluff and Psylocke also removed. And, for Squirrel's side, they want to get rid of Iron Man and Moon Knight. So a lot of duelists targeted in this series so far. The Mantis Protect obviously came through, and people don't want to deal with Iron Man and Moon Knight, it looks like, for the side of Squirrel.
Squirrel's queuing up some wild picks. Could hit a full dive strat. I mean, banning the two best flying DPS makes sense for me if you wanted to play like a heavy duelist oriented, get into the backline type of a strategy here on offense.
Yeah, definitely could mix things up. And Squirrel's side for Sad Bawan, I mean, that guy was so insane on Winter Soldier so far, and then also with Flowers, kind of a Penny Parker one trick. That seems to be a bit of a thing, Jake. It seems to be like these people that play Penny Parker really only want to play Penny Parker. So for the side of Fluff, it's interesting that they don't outright ban it, considering obviously I don't know if the Penny Parker was the full reason they lost the previous map, but it was definitely a part of it.
I mean, I don't mind the Penny Parker, honestly. She's kind of a tricky character, but definitely has the potential to lock down certain parts of the map. And it definitely, unlike a lot of other comps where I feel like you're going to stack up, you're going to all be grouped up and fighting together, Penny Parker plays towards maybe a different style, a different way of playing. But I think that's why some of the players who are really focusing on her, playing her a ton, are having a bit more success. See if it's going to work, though. This defense does seem like a pretty decent spot for Penny Parker, maybe able to kidnap some people, pull them into the back lines.
Like a Wolverine, kind of. And Squirrel Girl as well, or Squirrel in general, they were trying to set up their mines very far back, maybe expecting a TP. Now they had to rotate towards the front side. So now Fluff trying to walk in with the bubbles. And oh my gosh, the burst damage from the Doctor Strange shuts down the Winter Soldier on the defense. And that without a massive damage dealer and a turret as well, able to just kind of find even more damage. However, Romani on the back able to find Eris, who went very aggressive. Flowers as well into Frosty. They're able to come back. So even though the first elimination came for Fluff, they're the ones having to back off now after Squirrel equalized it.
Yeah, big damage threat coming from the defenders. That Namor on the off angle, able to get a ton done. And just the consistency of Namor's damage output is pretty impressive to me. He's almost to his first ultimate, 75%, getting pretty close. See if Fluff are ready for something of that pace. At the same time, Ryza on the attacker side for Fluff does have the Mantis ultimate 90%, so should be deploying that in the next fight. Squirrel will see if they have the adaptability to survive through the initial engagement.
I mean, they'll surely have the damage with the Hawkeye. We'll see if Rent a Seagull can hit more shots. Obviously, only 50% ult charge built. Is one of the lower sides in terms of ult charge built. That means that obviously not a lot of damage. But oh my god, the hook and then the boop into the rest of the team. great job getting cooldowns out. Went to Seagull, was able to capitalize, though, on that. So Fluff finally kind of coming back into this. Maybe everybody gets distracted by the Magneto, ignored the Hawkeye. So the Hawkeye was able to get so much value. Meanwhile, Mantis ultimate from Squirrel. Trying to sustain, trying to stabilize as Rent Seagull found those two giant picks. Penny Parker trying to also make sure nobody can walk out. Frosty over the top, able to take down Troy after the Mantis ult ran out. So that is a nice elimination to find. Was it X-Riza as well able to find one. Romani able to get Eris. However, now Fluff has the momentum, it seems like, until Sabawan's able to get one with the again. Can they find another? No, they went down immediately afterwards. So Romani able to take down Red Seal. Now the board again comes through on the point two. So to bring back Red Seal and Frosty and Fluff has finally enough, it looks like, to hold on. Red Seal able to double tap memes, and they control the point now and move on to the streak phase of the match.
Yeah, Renta Seagull finding big damage on the Hawkeye, and this is a character we've seen banned a ton throughout the tournament, looking really strong, especially in ranked play. Just able to output so much damage from range, put so much pressure on, and uh-oh, what happened there?
He was making a TP.
Oh no, buddy, you can't be building in front of the Hawkeye. That's not the place to do it. Hawkeye, of course, outputs so much damage. Romani is going to take the mirror, though. So it is going to be a Hawkeye duel on the server. I like the Fluffer taking a bit of forward space here, denying the walk up for Squirrel as they get the cart rolling.
Get that cart rolling. Both these Hawkeyes playing their own mini game. Romani able to win over Renta Seagull. See if that gives enough of an advantage to Squirrel. Romani does have the ultimate as well ready to go. They're trying to delete anybody else trying to contest this payload. Nobody down just yet. Here comes the Magneto with the Meteor. Drops it into a nice block from loading. That was a great job by the Doctor Strange player of Squirrel. That can't bring them back into this as they're waiting for more members of the team to come in with ultimates. But here's Eye of Agamotto. They just walked past the field, and unfortunately, they could not block that Eye of Agamotto from Fluff. Eris put the team on the back there with the Punisher ultimate, and everybody's back to spawn for Squirrel.
That's about as big as it gets from an Eye of Agamotto connection. Secures the team fight, and Squirrel, I don't think they have any hope of retouching this. Maybe with the Strange Portal, it's going to be very, very close. Seems like it's not going to happen. And already getting to the third phase, you're feeling pretty good with 4 minutes on the clock for the attackers. Fluff are really making a statement here in map 2, wanting to bring this series back and even it up.
And they are indeed. We'll say that this part of the map is challenging because of how long it is. It has a lot of different geometry compared to earlier, but Squirrel obviously showing that it doesn't really matter. Able to find the first elimination and has some help from the team, but Squirrel's still low. Squirrel Hurler is still low, rather. Renta Seagull, nice shot onto Romani. Pops the ultimate as well. Constantly has 100 charge, looking for the shadows or the damage onto Squirrel, who just constantly backing up. But Flowers able to take down Eris with the mines and extra shots. Mems as well onto Frosty. So 2 nice KOs for Squirrel. Allows them to stabilize a little bit, but here's the Resurrect, brings everybody back into this, at least Eris and Frosty, and they'll still have it for a little bit longer. Here's the Spider Time, runs into everybody. It's a strike, basically, as Flowers is just running it down main, forcing everybody to back on out of there, also booping everybody constantly, so loading X able to find one, and another onto X-Riza, so the res was there, however, it wasn't enough to keep everybody in it, and Fluff is back, finally.
This Penny Parker ultimate got some decent value, and Romani is back on the Squirrel Girl, electing to drop the Hawkeye, go for the Squirrel Girl. Almost has that ultimate built up. We could be seeing a combo with this Eye of Agamotto online for the defenders. Squirrel would love to get a stun connection. They have massive damage follow-up if they are able to get anybody stunned for that Eye of Agamotto. Armed and Dangerous available as well for Sabuan. Big fight potentially for the defenders.
There's the hook into the Squirrel ultimate as well, but here comes a Meteor with the Eye of Agamotto! Squirrel Hurler! There might have been a Squirrel in that Meteor as 2 go down, and with the Mantis to be staggered out. That was an amazing combination, Jake, on the attacking side, and with this cart being so close to the end, can Squirrel get a touch?
Defenders not getting their ults off this fight, and they're not going to get a touch either. It's a brutal offense with 2 minutes on the clock. That's just about the best I've seen on this map yet. I've seen so many full holds here. So to get a completion with 2 minutes on the clock, this is really their map to lose.
Yeah, this is such a long map. There's a reason why, for sure, that we don't see a lot of teams capture it out now for side of Fluff. You know, considering how map number 1 went, this was pretty much flawless out of them, right? It was just,
yeah.
I mean, they played it so well.
I mean, Renta Seagull, right, on this Hawkeye, just tearing them up. So many fights were just open from quick picks from his Hawkeye. I feel like the bans leaving Hawkeye out, allowing him into the server. We've seen some teams deal with the Hawkeye by jumping on top of him, trying to punish him and kill him off quickly, but Squirrel weren't trying to do that. They were playing slow, taking the trade, and Rentasigo came out on top of that trade every single time, it felt like.
And it's interesting, Jake, that they, for the strat, when we were talking about strategies before this, we have Mafia's playing the Adam Warlock, allowing the Mantis to be resurrected by default, right, with the team up alongside that Mantis, whereas Squirrel's avoiding that. They're going for that Cloak and Dagger Mantis combination. I mean, we hear a lot about how Cloak and Dagger is a really strong hero, but Jake, do you think they're maybe lacking in terms of that team up department? I mean, obviously yes, right?
Yeah, I mean, the team-ups are so powerful, right? We've seen the top teams really emphasize team-ups, feeling like, you know, they can make it work with any combination of characters, but really the team-ups provide some of that unique utility, like the self-res. Squirrel, they're not going to have reses on the offense, so it's got to just be clean attacks. Strange TP, hopefully to set them up. But Fluff are potentially ready for this. They're not overextending on the defense. This TP fight is going to be really impactful. Squirrel need to get some momentum.
Yeah, I mean, generally when you don't see anybody peeking main, you know they're going to come through on that flank. They open that bridge, and oh my gosh, into that Mantis immediately. Mafias goes super low, but doesn't fall. That's the important aspect. Black Panther looking for something over the top. Notices the Mantis is a little bit out of position. A lot of damage coming in through from Rentasigo on the top. Just kind of spamming into this choke point. That Mantis is desperately trying to live, play for their lives. And cannot, unfortunately, that's two. Also a trap on the back. More damage coming through from Squirrel Girl, who's doing a great job just kind of poking out everybody accidentally or maybe purposefully kills memes on the inside.
Definitely on purpose.
Yeah, just removes that player out of the game, and now there's a Black Panther running around. It's hard to obviously hit that shot, but so far on the defensive angle, Fluff's been playing it well, and Romani can't find any sort of ground.
Yeah, and this dive strategy just isn't paying off for the attackers. They're not able to connect, and they're just caught in this choke point, getting cut to pieces by Squirrel Girl time and time again. Fluff are super happy to have a nice, stable, slow fight, especially with the res online for their team up, right? They could always save each other if a pick did come in from Black Panther. Romani onto the Hela. Really surprising we haven't seen Hela until now in the series. Squirrel Girl, though, does drop, and that's an opening for the attackers to maybe get in. They're far away from the point, but that player advantage, you've got to pressure it now.
Yeah, that's huge. Mantis, a hero that can find those opening picks for you as a strategist, is definitely huge. Meteor on the defensive angle. I mean, they've already lost so many people, especially since Squirrel on the attack, like you mentioned, Jake, have that Hela in the neutral game, just constantly providing pressure. And then you have Suaban that, if he wants to, has the arm to dangerous. If he really wants to, can't pop the again. However, doesn't really need to. Now a Squirrel Stampede for Rentasigo, interestingly, didn't have anybody here, really. So obviously going to go down in that. Double res comes through. We'll see if a potential retouch happens. Mafias doesn't have the ultimate just yet. They're going to give up 2 ticks, but Jake, they're coming in to touch this point right now. Are they even going to get there, though? Almost gives it up. Eris goes into touch, but gets deleted immediately, and nobody else was really here to touch the objective. They were all trying to funnel in, and unfortunately, it's going to be a reset for them.
Yeah, just into the meat grinder there. Desperation touch without really the mobility to make a real fight out of it. And Squirrel are going to heavily punish this. Fluff are getting absolutely crushed. I mean, I can't blame Fluff for trying to take some risks at this point in the map, but it does get punished, and that gives Squirrel another chance here. All they're looking for is just get a full cap, an overtime round. It feels like anything's possible if you could just cap blast, get the OT going. And I think Romani on this Hela has to be a big part of it. When Hela's in the server, we have to emphasize how important this Hela duel is. You know, just winning those trades, creating space for the rest of your team. If you get those free, uncontested moments on Hela, you can really take the game over.
Meanwhile, Rentasigo trying to contest that high ground. Frosty goes more aggressive. Ayabagamoto, whoa, catches everybody on Fluff, and they're all dead immediately. They're all removed from the lobby, and had some help as well from the Hela over this guy loading. What a Ayabagamoto.
It was a big Eye of Agamotto, but that's 4 ults deployed at once for Squirrel. Fluff. If they have a strange TP, I think there's a chance they could get back into this and try and take an engagement, but without the TP, it might be too little too late, and Squirrel have done exactly what they needed to, right? Like, they have an even better time bank going into last, so both offensive being radically successful as we go into the third. Winter Soldier and Hela can have big opportunities here. A hook pull would be big, but can't find it this time.
Not just yet. Saber1 looking for it. Now gets it onto the Doctor Strange. The follow-up damage there. The bubbles gets him safe for now. But the utility was utilized. Now it made his ultimate on the attack. Another hook available. Goes for it on the Hela. Unfortunately misses. Now a counter made his ultimate come through. Does the momentum shift towards the other side? The defensive hold could come through. Now they do. Mafias onto 1. Also the Eye of Agamotto was there. And the Meteor Just slam dunk from Fluff. 3 ultimates committed, but they get the fight win.
Yeah, the double Vanguard ultimate is such a nasty cleanup in those situations. And it's enough to stabilize them. They're over to Hella and Hawkeye, so mega commitment to the snipers for the defense. And I like this on this third point. Very wide open, a lot of flanking opportunities, even just poking down main here. There's a lot of threat of just getting bursted by these snipers. Squirrel's got to be careful on the walk up.
Very careful indeed. As Fluff currently are holding it really close. Sabawan again with the pull. Surely the Magneto shield comes out in a sec, but no, it's not there. Eris just flew up. Nobody was there to save them. It looked like they were just out of position from Squirrel Hurler. Matthew is going to bring them back with the res, though. So they will be here, and Red Seagull went down. So those 2 members should be back now. Here's an Armor Dangerous deep into the back. Link used, though, so nobody really goes down. So that's great use from the Link of Matthias. Frosty is over the top. We're going to pop the ultimate to finalize the blow onto Romani. So Fluff kind of back into this one. They have the person advantage at the current moment as Squirrel trying to kind of walk up right now. Pressure out this Doctor Strange. Frosty constantly pressuring out the tanks as well. Making sure nobody's really safe. A nice right click as well with the daggers on the memes. Goes aggressive onto the Mantis, who's forced to use their ultimate. But traded on both sides. Now here's an Eye of Agamotto, but it is into the strategist ultimates. Romani still gets the elimination though. So with that could be huge. Romani goes aggressive with the ultimate as well. Into the sky. Flowers as well gets one. X-Rezio will be back into it. However, the damage is already done from Romani. Everybody's back to the spawn on the side of Fluff.
Romani absolutely crushed them there, and 2 minutes on the clock. Attackers looking to close this out. Fluff have a last-second defense, but really so little time to work with. No ultimates to speak of as they charge headlong to the cart into the Penny Parker as well. It's going to be a real challenge to make a defense here. Hook and an instant burst. Oh my goodness, the Bucky hook into the Penny Parker landmines is a beautiful combo there for the attackers, and almost exactly even.
Wait,
on the
it
offense.
is the same time. Wait, what?
Unbelievable.
Jake, they went down. They had 2 minutes in 1 second. They just lost a second. Wait, why did that happen?
This might be the only time I've ever seen the map full capped in a competitive tournament, and it just happened twice.
It just happened twice, dude.
Back to back, huh?
I mean, listen, both these teams obviously showing they've got a good attack. This seems to be a common thing with teams that are, they're practiced, but obviously, and are obviously good teams, but maybe, maybe new together. Maybe they haven't figured out how to play the defensive side as well. That could be a big reason to why. That explains why. But both teams, showing a lot of prowess on their offensive sides.
Yeah, definitely. And now I'm wondering, who's going to stabilize this, right? Like there's attacks, as much as both of those attacks were insanely good, in the end, this is a very strong map for defense, right? Like if you can just get a regroup off, I think both teams got really snowballed on their defenses. They just couldn't stabilize. They couldn't get any kind of good stoppage in the second point, or even a better hold on the first point, where I think we've seen a lot of teams get full held. So curious now which team can make the adjustments necessary. Hella still on the server for Squirrel. I think just a dominant character, something you really have to consider. If Fluff don't run this Hella, they are tempting fate here on the offense.
Yeah, they definitely tried, Jake. I mean, they had Frosty, I believe, swap over to it. So it's interesting that they don't want to go over to it. Maybe they think the Punisher with the Strange portals can get some turret shots off or something, but they're just like walking together, making sure that they're not seen, maybe faking a TP. That's kind of interesting, right?
Yeah, could work. Although I think they will be scouted here. Maybe
Yeah.
Hella got a glimpse of something. I think it looks like it. Looks like she's got some thoughts of the flanks coming in and pushing from this lower angle. Looks a bit awkward, but Squirrel Girl may put the work in. Hella fourth already though, caught in her own on the quarter of point. If Punisher can get this kill, that would be a massive opener, but she just battles back.
My God, and the help of Mebs as well. I mean, that's, tunnel vision, but also kind of necessary. Unfortunately, the pick comes through Renta Seagull. Takes down Sabawan. Traded back immediately by Flowers, though, and with the pressure of the Doctor Strange, both of these Vanguards have been playing so well for the side of Squirrel.
Oh man, it's just a bloodbath, and TP being used to bring these spawners back a little bit quicker. I like this innovative Strange portal. I don't know if I've seen this before, but very clean here. It's going to be a full 6-on-6 for Squirrel with that TP. Both teams going to TP, so we're going to get some real chaos. Map flipping for the attackers.
Yeah, Penny Parker by over the top. That's terrifying. Also, early use of the link from the Adam Warlock. Once that goes away, Squirrel might be in a decent spot, as the point is now contested by Squirrel Hurler. Romani A lot of damage coming through with the daggers as well. The explosions come through, and Romani finally takes down Squirrel Hurler on the point. Also, the trap from the Penny Parker on the Frosty, who dropped down below. The TP play, the portals, unfortunately not strong enough, though. Renta Siegel able to take down Sabawan again. This has happened before. Also, they toss out the Squirrel Stampede. A lot of damage coming through from the nuts on the right side. I mean, both of these strategist players are poked away from the fight entirely. Into the sky did go Romani. But oh my gosh, everybody's actually caught out by a massive Eye of Agamotto with Troy. They're able to sustain with the Mage's ultimate. And nobody else is going to be here now for the side of Fluff. Born again, though, maybe? Matthias could be big. He brings everybody back, but they're deleted immediately because they spawn with 1 HP. Nobody could get healed up. And Squirrel hold with no tick given up.
Wow, that was a very back and forth bloodbath fight, but I thought Hella really did give the edge to the defenders. Romani bending but not breaking, caught off a couple times, but got the support from the team, was able to clutch up and get the fight wins. Love that strange portal as well by loading EXE, getting the teammates back to the fight, being at full strength, and they get the full hold off of it now. Only drawable at best for Fluff, and that's got to be kind of a knife in the back right now, feeling like, wow, we thought we were going to bring this series back. We had such a great offense, and Squirrel seems to have, regained firm control at this point.
They really have. Squirrel, not Squirrel Girl. Just want to point that out because obviously Fluff is playing Squirrel Girl, and it didn't really work out on the attacking side, right, Jake? I mean, we know these type of characters are very defensive, and they tried to play it on the attacking side. Was it really the Squirrel Girl was the problem, or was it more the fact that you pointed out with Romani on the Hella, which is kind of popping off? Was it more so like that hero being a big thorn in the side of Fluff? I mean,
I think both are great points, though. Like, Squirrel Girl, so strong, but you can just hold down a choke, spam. We saw Renta Siegel on the defense getting a ton done. Would have preferred to see the Hawkeye come out again on the offense, just to have that bigger, long-range poke threat, not be as reliant on spamming chokes, which, of course, on attack is just less effective, right? You're the one pushing through the chokes. You've got to, make something happen and change the state of the game. And meanwhile, Bucky's looking for hooks the whole time. Romani on the Hella looking for her own picks and catches here. So Fluff will see what they can make happen here. But the attackers only have 1 tick to go. 1 pick could be enough here for Squirrel to find something. So pressure on Romani, looking to find a pick, or Sabuan. He can find a hook. Even on these tanks, they could easily die to Hella's burst.
Yeah, that would be terrifying. But you know what is terrifying as well? It's the spam that you talked about, Jake, on the defensive hold. Renta Siegel's already found one just via spam on that right side choke where exactly Squirrel walked in towards, and that's a huge opening find from Fluff. But they're also running a Penny Parker, so a lot of mines on both sides. Sabawan's able to find Frosty. Oh no, caught out of position. Switched over to the Star-Lord off of that Punisher that he was on previously. And then Romani's able to find another one. So Frosty's back. Matthias will be back with the res. So that team up already used. Fortunately for them, it was on 2 characters that can resurrect. But Romani still a force to be reckoned with. Kind of displaced due to the map environment, but Flower's able to find Frosty again. No, he's not going to be back. Now Romani wants to go aggressive on the Squirrel Girl towards the top left. Does get some healing, has to drop to the point. But now this is terrifying. Romani over the top. Mage's ultimate kept everybody healthy for Fluff, but not anymore. 2 people down for Fluff's side. The KOs now come through. In Squirrel, they're trying to clean it up. Close out on the series. 2-0 Fluff. I mean, there's nobody else really here at this point. Frosty gets staggered, and Squirrel are going to win the series 2-0, winning on the Convergence map.
Fluff definitely made it interesting with that opening offense, but I feel the adjustments were just really clean from Squirrel. Hella just absolutely Terminator walking across the point, staring at the Squirrel Girl. I was getting a little bit worried, even for Hella. That's kind of wild, but it works out. And loading EXA with the MVP on the Doctor Strange, well deserved. Couple massive Eye of Agamottos this series, and that's a really impressive damage stat line. Not necessarily topping the server, but for Doctor Strange, I mean, look at that damage block, 43,000 damage block. Insane stat to be still doing that much damage. So well done by the Vanguard line for Squirrel.
Yeah, they've been playing very well so far. Obviously, for this team moving forward, I think it bodes well, considering they just took down the Squirrel Hurler. You don't got to deal with somebody like that anymore in the lobby. But also, that Squirrel Girl was pumping out so much damage. I mean, it's always these gimmicky teams, right, Jake? Teams that you don't prepare for are always the most scary, right? Because you could run into something that you're not expecting, a cheese strategy, and just lose.
Yeah, I think if the Hawkeye had been worked in and maybe a little bit more on the offense for Fluff, I think this could have been an even closer map, maybe one that they could have won and forced a decisive game 3. But you're right, the Squirrel Girl on defense was really impactful, getting a lot of picks, spamming those choke points, making it really difficult for the attackers to move up. But ultimately, Team Squirrel, not playing the Squirrel Girl, but Team Squirrel, able to navigate their way through a tricky situation based on the picks from their duelists.
Yeah, they figured it out pretty well, and obviously that means they're going to move forward in this tournament, which is massive. It's a $15,000 tournament, and also, you know, so many of these top teams, the brand recognition, everything you can gain from it, it's absolutely massive. You know, so far in the Marvel Rivals Championship, we've seen so many top teams. I think we just saw the previous top War of the Realms tournaments teams play just a few games ago with teams Mutants and also some other teams that are good. But let's take a look at the highlights and then go to a short break just to watch back what happened in that matchup.
이루어지는 마법인 거야. 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go. 어둡고 혼란한 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there. 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해. 힘은 너에게 있는 걸. 소리 높여 노래를 불러. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 가슴을 좁아. 어둠이 떠 날때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 오면 어둠이 떠 날때까지 세계 오면 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 왔던 나라 제발 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 모든 널 지킬 나란 걸 더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah. 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작이야 let's go. 어둡고 혼란한 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there. 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해. 힘은 너에게 있는 걸. 소리 높여 노래를 불러. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 가슴을 좁아. 어둠이 떠 날때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 오면 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해. 내게 주어지려면 꿈꿨던 너와 나 그래 그래서 네 운명에 The weight of it both the world is in our hands. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 가슴을 좁아. 어둠이 떠 날때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 오면 어둠이 떠 날때까지
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Marvel Rivals Championships. My name is Dogman, joined by Jake. And, you know, obviously it's been a long day so far, Jake, but we're only halfway through it. So generally with this, I mean, we're like top 128 at this point, right? Seeing the loser bracket teams, seeing the upper bracket teams. There's a lot of matches to be played, a lot of players making a name for themselves for the first time. You know, obviously in that last map, in that last series, we saw some fantastic Hella gameplay, Penny Parker, Squirrel Girl. So, you know, I think this early stage of the game, I mean, you better than anybody would know. It's good for these players to make sort of a name for themselves, right? And sort of just play on the broadcast for the first time.
Yeah, you know, I like that you mentioned. I think, honestly, even more than the prize pool for a tournament like this, is just with all the hype around Marvel Rivals, all the players jumping in the game, this is an opportunity for people to make a name for themselves, to show promise, you know, as you know, there's more esports tournaments available. We'll see more teams come together. And like you said, this is top 256. There's a ton of teams still alive in the tournament. So I think right now, I'm not so worried about like the competitive implications for any one of these matches. It's more like, you know, what kind of strategies come out? Are there any players that are interesting or exciting to watch? I'm in it for the love of the game right now, Dustin.
Yeah, for sure. And you know, I'm glad that we're both in that situation because, you know, like you mentioned, there's so many players, so many talented players that are coming out to play. But, you know, if we're talking about in terms of like hyper competitiveness, you know, this is, we're talking about something earlier. I wanted to mention in terms of the meta, right? A lot of people in Diamond, a lot of people in, you know, maybe even lower than that, they're like, okay, we need an instant ban Hella, instant ban Hawkeye. Are you in this boat where, like, say you're maybe better than Diamond player, do you really need to even worry about it? Do you need to be worried about Hawkeye, Hella, or is it more of like a, you just kind of need to improve your gameplay, right? Because this is something we watched earlier with like Iron Man players that are dealing with Hella, they'll just abuse cover, right? And I don't know if you notice the same thing, like people that are just trying out hero shooters for the first time, they'll complain about Hawkeye or Hella, but then they won't use cover. They'll just walk in the open. Is that like a common thing that you see for, you know, new players to the game?
Oh, definitely. I mean, I think Hawkeye is a great example for this too, because Hawkeye, I mean, while he is an incredibly powerful duelist and can really, you know, find a lot of those one-hit knockouts, at the same time, he's pretty vulnerable to heroes that jump on top of him and just kill him off first. Like, he really doesn't have much escape or survivability. The double jump is something, you know, you can knock people back with the katana, but that's not really going to save you when, you know, you're getting swarmed and there's players all over you. Even the ultimate, sometimes you can just get punished while you're using it. It's not as consistent as some of the other options. I do think Hella is kind of super dominant right now. Like, you don't necessarily have to play Hella, but you definitely have to be aware of her. And interestingly enough, Sentinels are not going to protect anything here. That is an odd choice. The Hella protect, though, comes in, so we will be seeing Hella in this match.
It is very interesting. The Freaks, you know, we saw them earlier, and same thing with Sentinels. We've seen both of these teams play so far, so it's cool that we get to see them again. Both teams obviously lost, sending them down into the lower brackets, so this is their last chance, right? If they don't win here, it is all over for either team if they potentially lose. So with it all on the line, going for the Hella Protect is huge for the Freaks. We'll see if they have a player that can really match the Sentinels side with their Hella player shortly.
Yeah, and Sentinels not protecting anything really is interesting. Ban on the Hulk makes sense, denying that really powerful Gamma team up with Strange and Iron Man. The Hella skin, though, hold on. The better skin for cash. Does better skin win here?
I don't know. It could. It could. I think, Jake, actually, this has been a sort of meta among meta with the not using protect. I think Hank talked about it earlier. It's like, if you don't, you kind of don't want to protect anything, but if the team doesn't really know anything about you in the first map, right? Because then you kind of give away your strategy, I guess, and then you can give them a potential ban. So if you, like, for example, protect the Hulk, okay, now I expect Iron Man. So maybe they're just trying to avoid being predictable for the Freaks.
True. You could always just like protect something random that you don't intend to use, or like, you know, a character that you're not necessarily so reliant on that you're happy to swap off that maybe you'll use, but you don't mind swapping. So I think not protecting or not banning, for me, I'm like a little skeptical of that being like actually the tactically best choice. But hey, in the end, I don't think the bans and protects, as impactful as they can be when it comes to like making a small difference between two top teams, if there's a big difference in the skill level of the teams, it's just not going to matter. Like, the characters you play, sure, it's important. Strategy does matter. But if you're just executing on a much higher level, if your team play is solid, your ult management is solid, you're going to be a very hard team to fight, as the Freaks are going to roll out with the Adam Warlock and the Star-Lord, as well as a Strange DP straight to the back line, taking this gate top position. I like this move.
Yeah, a lot of teams we've seen so far like to go in a safe position, and that's, in this instance, what Scorcher's going to do. The gate spot, like you mentioned, could be good too. but teams like to play it safe, I guess, at this point. And Miguel, that we've seen earlier play the Winter Soldier, is going to be on the Star-Lord. And Eben Noodle's the one on the Winter Soldier. So the Freaks going for a triple duel comp, and whoa! Wait, Chris Hansen's got hands. 2 immediate KOs gives the Freaks a huge advantage. And Jake, you talked about it earlier. I mean, this Hella, amazing again. 3 in this one fight for this Hella, and it's still alive. That was brutal. What an opening for the Freaks.
Yeah, bro is built different. Those are some nasty pickoffs. Doctor Strange barely surviving. Oh my god, they're not finishing the Doctor Strange. He looks like he's getting out, staying alive. I can't believe he was able to live from that, but nonetheless, it's a very quick cap for the Freaks. Chris Hansen, we got to keep watching this guy's cam. If he can keep putting up numbers like that, it's hard to imagine how Sentinels are going to stop this progress.
POV Chris Hansen simulator poking the shields at the current moment. Looking for the Loki clones, and generally that's like what a lot of top players do, but in this instance, looking for Jinx. So they do trade back one. Eben Noodles went really aggressive. In fact, look, this Doctor Strange actually booped by Winter Soldier. So both Doctor Strange is kind of in a weird spot. However, everybody's still low. Chris Hansen has been absolutely on a tear right now. The Freaks continue their roll.
All right, this Hella is a serious problem on the server. You see why we talk about this here a lot. If you were doubting us, this is why. Chris Hansen is just taking over the lobby right now. Sentinels, no response just yet. And it's a triple duelist comp as well for the Freaks, right? There's so much poking pressure in this comp. If you take one step out of line, you are going to get absolutely smoked. Even a Vanguard has to be careful about the amount of pressure coming in.
Taking the jump pad to go top left. Limit going for the grapple. Cash finally get some money today. Biggie Burner as well on the low ground, able to find 2. So with those KOs, Cash as well with another one. They're finally able to come back. No res also available for the Freaks because Arian went down.
It is a regroup right now. That pickoff from Cash, right? Trading on the enemy Hella really did stifle the momentum. I like that the Freaks just take the reset very quick, though. Going to be right back into this engagement, holding the choke point.
Kraken available for Limit. Goes to the grab. Nice shield block from Scorcher. Playing it back. Limit still waiting for that cooldown to come up. Can go for it again in just a moment, but aggressive plays from the Star-Lord. Miguel goes to the top right. Chris Hansen finds Cash. Scorcher's one to Big Burner. Those 2 KOs result in a fallback now for Sentinels. An entire wave of members just kind of giving up this payload without any ultimates used. They're able to force Sentinels away. This is going to be a 6 ultimate fight versus 6 ultimates unless they want to use some on staggers here, Jake.
Yeah, you got to keep pushing that payload, though. No one else is pushing it besides the default cap. But there's more picks coming in. Legendary popped. I like this choice from the attackers trying to snowball in. Cash does shut it down, but res is going to be available. Luna Snow backing to get some extra cart progress going. And the Sentinels trying to get the regroup off. Still a 6-on-6 engagement. Still an opportunity to make this defense happen. As you said, big ultimates to be deployed.
A lot of ultimates. But it's like you talked about earlier, Jake. They didn't really have anybody on the cart, so the convoy moved very slow. You need 3 people on that payload to get max speed. Here into the sky, Hella ultimate. Oh no, wait, Luna Snow, not the left Biggie Burner behind. Oh my gosh, and Cash counter Hella ultimate though. So even though some damage went through, now you have your own Hella ultimate in the sky. Limit is able to find Miguel on the Freaks team, who was getting a lot of pressure for it. So that at least brings some people back into it from Arian. Chris Hansen again on the Limit. I have Okamoto 2 here, but no eliminations found from it necessarily. It's Precocity who's able to find one with the damage dealing Luna Snow. Biggie Burner with the Punisher ultimate. Kind of a weird spot, just kind of spamming around, sees people around corners. However, no eliminations found. And in fact, they go super low. Nice support from the strategist to keep him alive. Miguel, though, able to find Cash. It in the slam dunk again. Eben Noodle, 4K in this fight. The KOs just coming out through. And surely that means they move into the last phase of the map. Eben Noodles, 5K tonight.
And a couple backspawns could be in trouble. Winter Soldier looking for the pickoff. Still has another charge of the ultimate. This would be massive. Really going to get a ton of cart progress off here. And Bucky's just eating them for breakfast. He's snowballing 2 team fights in a row with his ultimate.
He's about to go again. Give him the final blow. No.
Oh, he can't get it.
Oh my god, that was crazy, Jake.
I can't believe how long he was able to hold that. That was perfect, getting those stagger kills. And now the cart's going to roll most of the way through this final point. The Freaks are super aggressive, though, very far away from the checkpoint. They're basically fighting down one player. They're going to be punished for that. Pick comes in for Cash, and potentially more to come in.
That's what you like to see. Also, bear in mind, Jake, the Freaks have not touched this payload. It's moving by itself. Nobody's even worried about how fast this card is moving. They have 2 minutes and 35 seconds. They've lost like 30 seconds off the clock because they didn't have people on the card.
Yeah, not pushing the card I think is a big mistake, but it doesn't matter when Chris Hansen is getting active like this.
This is the equivalent of like a team deathmatch team. They don't care about
They
strategy.
don't care. No objective.
Just go for elims. I like it. I like it. Back to the spawn. Sentinels go. The mental boom potentially could come through as the freak set up from there. Well, oh, nice hook though. Oh my gosh, Limit. That was a great hook. May bring them back into it.
Yeah, Limit keeping it possible here on this Bucky. Has his ultimate online very soon. See if he can repeat the success that Evan was able to get. Maybe they don't even need ultimates. Once again, the Freaks getting so many kills, but just overstepping the mark a little bit, getting heavily punished. Not able to exit safely thanks to Cash. And Sentinels, it's been a tough map for them so far. 145 on the clock. They would love to get a full stoppage here.
We'd like to see some work done from Cash over the top. Meanwhile, Chris Hansen pressing out that turret. Everybody's supporting it over the high ground. Cash is hitting shots. However, it's avoided until now. Miguel comes through with the follow-up. Legendary as well into Biggie Burners, who caught out of position. Nice Luna's ultimate. Keeps everybody healthy as they push on to Miguel into the sky, who's a little bit too high up with the nice strategist support. Keeps that Star-Lord alive and in it as they wait for Chris Hansen to come back with ultimate 5 available. Luna's still gone. 4 people hit by this ultimate. But Limit comes back through with his own again. Takes down Evan Noodles. That's a great kill from him. Now they try to push on forward. Chris Hansen out of the ultimate has to back out of there with a flock. Towards his Luna Snow ult, Biggie Burners. Punisher ult will run out. No more KOs are found. And in fact, the Freaks are sort of regrouping around their 3 damage lineup. Oh my, what an Eye of Agamotto over the top left. That is the momentum shifter from Scorcher. Counter comes through though from the defense. Are they going to find eliminations? Cashel with 1, Roxas with 2. So they might have been able to get enough from this Doctor Strange player. It looks like for now they are Cash with another 1 and they're holding on with 30 seconds left.
That's a big counter Eye of Agamotto from Roxas. Still believing, still fighting back, and the defenders are going to stabilize here. The Freaks have one last chance to get this cart over the line and into the throne room. Mass res is available for the attacker. See if they're going to be able to deploy that. Cash is on the flank, looking for something early with this Hela. Looks like he gets forced back. The duel's going to be in main.
Looking up right now. Turret form, really aggressive turret form right in the middle. But Draco, Chris Hansen is gone. Overtime now ticks down. It may look like them not playing around the payload could bite them in the butt, but the res was here to bring back the member who decided. Chris Hansen with 2, maybe make it 3. Armed and dangerous from Limit though. We've seen this ultimate pop off. They need to shut down Limit right here now, but he's able to get 2. Could he get more? No, they shut him down. Miguel, nice shots. The heals were there as well from the Adam Warlock. In the final blow as well comes out of the Jinx. The Freaks are trying to close it out as overtime takes down Jake.
Yeah, and Chris Hansen just got enough done there with some miracle shots in that team fight. And now they've got the Luna Snow ultimate to help them with the closeout fight. Sentinels going to be in trouble. Need to take a long engagement, trade out these ultimates well. A lot of pressure on the Luna Snows to get the better later support ultimate, giving you that trump card in the team fight.
Punisher turret in the back right of the map. It's tough to deal with. They have to break that turret. That's too much damage. Also, Luna Snow is here, but no, it doesn't save Cash from a headshot from Chris Hansen, who dashes into the sky, uses the flock. It almost off. Here comes Miguel over the top with the legendary. Luna Stolas running out. Punisher ultimate as well because they have enough damage to blast through it. Towards the left side. Every ultimate is used, and it's an absolute flood of ults. And that's just too much for Sentinels to deal with. As overtime goes away, the Freaks capture out on the map.
Man, that was way too close for comfort for the Freaks, who I felt like were so on top of so many of these engagements, getting a lot of value from their duelists, but just not able to convert always into the objective pressure they were looking for, into the captures and the solid team fight wins. Despite these great openers, despite these great plays, I feel Sentinels are really holding on by the skin of their teeth. In the end, though, the full cap, you got to feel pretty all right about that as the Freaks. Feel like there's something you can work with. You can make a full hold and get this first map in the series.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine Coach Jake could probably be like, all right, guys, you know, we've got 3 duelist players. I get it, but somebody's got to push that car, right? I mean, this is... Yeah. That was the whole map. They just let it auto push. I don't think.
Yeah, there's a lot, and you get a significant speed boost with that first player on the cart. Really important to be doing that, unless you absolutely cannot spare the player. But honestly, I think a few times there, Freaks are just getting over eager, overconfident, and a Sentinels team that, yeah, the trades are going a bit against them, but honestly, it's pretty close. It's pretty competitive. feel that
Chris-
the Freaks, if they stabilize and slow things down, they could look even stronger on this defense.
Yeah. I'm curious about the stats for sure, because it's like surely the Freaks have like insane stats compared to the Sentinels right now. But
Yeah.
the fact that, like you mentioned, Sentinels were able to hold on so long is a big deal. Meanwhile, teleporter scout from Scorcher. See what he wants to do with that. I know we've seen some teams just block off spawns. In this case, just kind of using it to scout as Sentinels walk out.
Yeah, Sentinel's just staying aware of it, I think, right now. Biggie Burner, see if he even goes for this. Oh my god, hey, we gotta wake up, brother.
They actually, that was insane. That was so clean. Just wait till the very last second, pop it out. Timed it perfectly, Jake. Knowing when that Doctor Strange would walk out, and you just have that turret slamming into the back of your head without you realizing it.
Yeah, it's pretty sick, especially running the triple duelist setup, right? You have so much damage to fire through the portal. Really well done by the defenders. That's an innovative play. Something I want to see more teams replicate is look at the aggression from Chris Hansen, just peeking over the top.
You limit walked ahead of the team, and that's what happens when you're not on the same page. Is you're gonna have to deal with Chris Hansen sitting on the top right flank. Such a powerful high ground position, but finally Sentinels have control over it. What do they do with it, however? That sign is breakable, by the way, that they are kind of ignoring in the middle. Meanwhile, Cash over the top right, looking to hit the shot onto Star-Lord. It's always tough to do that. Meanwhile, Limit poking down that Punisher turret. It is low, but Roxas is able to get Miguel. So that's a nice pick off there from Roxas. However, Limit is traded out. Miguel also can be brought back because of the team up with the Adam Warlock, in which Sentinels do not have. So now they're just walked upon by Scorcher and the rest of the crew, the Freaks. Slowly withering down the Sentinels at the moment. They're just trying to walk around health packs, do something. Cash does find Chris Hansen, but I mean, the team is already kind of gone at the moment. Cash, all you have a health pack to play around. I mean, you could do something kind of crazy here, poking out the Doctor Strange shield. Everything is falling. All of the buildings are collapsing around him. He's still looking for shots. I mean, they're not out of it just yet. I would have thought by now they would get picked off, but they're against the Punisher ultimate on the defensive side. Scorcher holding close towards this choke. Meanwhile, there's that ultimate from Punisher. There's Scorcher on the right side on the Cash, and that's just far too much damage. It's Roxas over the top looking for the back line. Biggie Burner's able to find Evan Noodles, so that could be big for the attacking team, but here's the legendary into Luna Snow. Somehow Sentinels have been, but they have not broke. They're still kind of working together, trying to find elimination and KO. They're going deep onto an Adam Warlock. They're able to find him, but surely I think his passive is still available. Eye of Agamotto from Scorcher came from the top of that cube to slam dunk onto everybody of Sentinels, and they're headed back to the spawn with a minute and 30 seconds left.
Precocity, though, with a very late Luna Snow ultimate on the defense. The fight was beautiful for them. They were able to secure it, but I feel like this is a wasted Luna Snow ultimate. Sentinels are going to have one good, solid attack, and they've got 5 ultimates to use. The Freaks maybe just going a little bit too far in terms of the ultimates. They're going to need to get enormous value from this Adam Warlock Mass Res to have a chance against all the ultimate Sentinels are bringing to bear on this last attack.
So much damage coming to Biggie Burner's shield. Sentinels, what do? You got the ults. You have to deal with Arian, who surely we'll see if he wants to play with his portal back. You know that the resurrect can happen wherever that Adam Warlock is. Limit, meanwhile, over the top left, able to find Chris Hansen. Do they go for the res already? Cash also onto Miguel. Arian still holding on to it. Now pops it. That's going to bring Chris back into it. Same thing with Miguel, surely. But here comes the Venom. Takes down Evan Noodles, who will be resurrected as well. So everybody that just went down is going to be back in this fight. Cash over the top of the point, however, is going to pump out so much damage. Can they find anything more? Scorcher's able to find Jacole. Oh, no. Cash isn't really finding enough damage right now. Biggie Burner's able to take down Scorcher, but that's not enough value out of the Hella ultimate. It seems maybe Biggie Burner with the takedown of the Chris Hansen's enough. Trying to find some more. Biggie Burner on the point. Eye of Agamotto. It is everybody except the Luna Snow. Doesn't have the follow-up damage, unfortunately. He got to also punish ultimate here just to close out with 10 seconds left. They got a tick and a half, but this is so terrifying to go against with 5 seconds left.
Yeah, good luck walking into the Punisher ultimate. That is not going to happen. And the Freaks, off the back of a nasty clutch from Scorcher and Chris Hansen, able to close out and get the defense. I said they'd have to get insane value off the mass res, and they did just that. They were able to not only get the res off, but stay alive, get healed up, and then get right back into the engagement. Honestly, I really want to give a lot of credit to Doctor Strange, Scorcher, not only MVP for the Freaks, but also solo vanguarding. I think that's really difficult to do right now, like to still be the solo vanguard and to still be this effective, right? To be this consistent and stay alive so well. So honestly, I think just really well executed by Scorcher. He probably has the toughest job on his team, and he's passing with flying colors right now.
Yeah, he's been so good for the Freaks. You know, we saw Chris Hansen obviously pop off previously, but Scorcher, like you said, Jake, I mean, his timing was impeccable. Sitting on top of the cube, coming down with the Eye of Agamotto, and
just look at the Hella damage. Oh my god.
Jeez. Oh jeez.
23k. Yo, please. You gotta ban Hella. You got to ban Hella against Chris Hansen. The things I saw him do that game, that's illegal activities. You cannot allow Hella on the server after this.
That is illegal activities indeed. Makes sense for a goddess such as herself. And, you know, for a guy like Chris Hansen, that obviously means a lot to pop off on a hero. For this team in general, like, they seem like they have the mechanical skill with the triple duelist comp. Obviously, they're in the loser bracket for a reason, but at the moment, they're looking quite strong, Jake. And if they keep playing that well with the triple duelist comp, it could be a formidable composition moving forward.
Yeah, I'd say this is like a key element in these series where Hella is the super strong character, and it feels like if you don't ban the Hella, we expect to see it being played full time. But then you come out on a map like this, you don't ban Hella, and you just have this super dominant performance. Even if Hella gets banned out for the rest of the series, you still created value for your team. Not only you've put a map on the board, which is massive in a BO3, but also now it's kind of the other team who's probably going to need to ban Hella now first every single game, lest they face the wrath of Chris Hansen, which I just don't think they want the hands after map 1.
I don't think they do either. I mean, that was just absolutely brutal from their side. And, you know, this team is very interesting, too, because it is a top team that is running triple duelist. I think we've seen this when we watched the War of the Realms tournament. I think we saw a lot more triple duelists. But interestingly enough, Jake, we haven't seen a lot of it until the Freaks. But the Freaks have been playing quite well. So let's take a look at their highlights from that map and then head into a break before map number 2.
누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 한 명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 아득한 혼란한 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 말 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 자충을 쳐봐 어둠 믿어 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 오면 어둠 믿어 날 때까지 세계 오면 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 어떤 나라 탑을 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 모르나 널 지킬 나란 걸 고집해볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 한 명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작이야 let's go 아득한 혼란한 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 말 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 믿어 날 때까지 세게 오면 한껏 떠놓
Welcome back, everybody, to the Marvel Rivals Championship. My name is Dogman, joined by Jake, and we're amidst the series right now, Jake, where, you know, we just saw some insane hella gameplay. We saw a triple duelist composition, you know, maybe proving some people wrong that you need to only run 2-2-2, right? I mean, there's been some variants, and, you know, they made it look quite well, the Freaks did, against the Sentinels.
You know, I've honestly, at this point of the tournament, I've seen triple duelist, I've seen triple vanguard, I've seen triple strategist, and while I don't think they're necessarily the best strategies, it looks like maybe 2-2 is the most common or most stable meta pick. I do think you can absolutely make other choices work. It's just about understanding the playstyle, understanding how to utilize each character in their role. And I think the Freaks really are showing a good example of how to execute this triple duelist comp. They keep the pressure on all the time. They're very aggressive with the amount of damage they put down. And I think crucially, their lone vanguard player really knows their limits and isn't overstepping. However, also not playing too passive either, really just finding the line perfectly on that Doctor Strange.
Yeah, so far, Scorcher has been insane. You mentioned him, Jake, earlier, has been a top tier player. Immediately Hawkeye ban, Luna Snow ban on the other side for Sentinels. They did it
They're
first.
really not going to ban Hela. They're really not going to ban Hela after what Chris Hansen just doubled up on them. Like, come on, guys.
Oh, dude. Cash got it. Cash
All right,
got it.
respect. Put some respect on Sentinels. They're like, we will take this Hela duel to the ends of the earth. But man, that's scary. You just got doubled up on damage, and you're gonna take the 1v1 again. I don't know. I'm a little worried, Dustin.
Have faith, dude. Have faith. Cash
All right,
money.
fair.
He's gonna go crazy. Biggie Burner on the Doctor Strange has been a little crazy with it. But yeah, Freaks, I mean, they keep the Hela pick. They also ban the Psylocke, so there can't be, you know, potential second carry. I mean, Cash is confident, right? You mentioned it. You gotta tip your hat to having some confidence, right? Even though you, like you mentioned, they did get doubled up on.
Yeah, you gotta believe in yourself. I like the Doctor Strange ban. I think running the solo Vanguard makes the most sense with Doctor Strange as that character who can also contribute to the damage his team puts out. Agamotto has great follow-up. And Doctor Strange just doesn't mind as much as some other Vanguards being solo. Scorcher right now locking the Penny Parker. See if they like to go on the defense. I think it's going to be potentially a little tougher, but in the end, it's all about these Hellas. That tends to be really impactful. Actually, in the end, I like Biggie Burner and Roxas going to the Venom Spider-Man. I think if they can execute well on these characters, they could have some free reign on the server.
They could. Yeah, I mean, the Freaks in particular have shown that you don't want to give free reign to Chris Hansen. So for Sentinels, you know, that sort of diversion away from their typical composition could work out in their favor. Obviously, on the attacking side, they really need to put the pressure down range because you have Scorcher on the solo tank Penny Parker, like you said, and that's going to be difficult to deal with. Even walking a spawn, let's see if anybody walks into the trap.
Yeah, it looks like it's on the corner where the objective is. See if anybody goes down to that. But definitely Spider-Man and Venom have their work cut out for them. Could get in the back line. Chris Hansen, all right. Starts off strong.
That's a strong start indeed. We'll see if they can keep it up. Cash He's, I'm sure, becoming familiar with the spawn doors at this point. We'll see if Chris Hansen is living rent-free in the heads of the Sentinels. Because obviously Star-Lord on the high ground. He's having to look up a lot, maybe away from where the cart pressure is at the moment. Dive coming through, but Scorcher's Mines take down Biggie Burner. Nice work from him to immediately remove the Spider-Man pressure. Also, Venom comes through, but without Spider-Man, that Venom is missing some of that frontline dive aggression. And the Freaks kind of all securing around this payload right now. Spider-Man swings back from the spawn. We'll be back in this fight yet again. No elimination found just yet for the Freaks or Sentinels. Cart pressure is currently happening. The Venom currently on that payload. Meanwhile, he's going for the dive onto the back line. Dives onto... Oh no! He dove onto that the Hella, but got slept immediately by Precocity. Now that Spider-Man's left alone without a tank, Sentinels are in general left out of the Vanguard. Backing up once again, Jake.
Yeah, and the Venom not able to get his adaptive shield off there. Just got absolutely bursted through that sleep. So well played by the strategist, Chris Hansen. Looks like they are aware of the flank potential coming in from Limit. He is scouted. Very early Mantis Hulk for the attackers, though. Very defensive choice at this point.
Yeah, they need to keep the Spider-Man alive. Biggie Burner. Biggie Burner ain't alive, man. Biggie Burner is gone yet again. Venom going aggressive with that cloak ultimate. Keeps them sustained, also puts down perpetual damage. But now here comes the again. Oh, he whips it! No way! He just went a little bit too far forward, but he's just maybe going for the extra mobility. Just able to get down Draco. Meanwhile, Limit coming in through with the Legendary is into a support ultimate. The strategists were able to kind of disengage it. The stun comes through into Cash, so the Penny Parker went really aggressive. Spider-Man's flying around.
Venom can't find his target. He does get one, though. Scorcher drops in the payload. Chris Hansen, though, does still have ultimate online. Eben Noodles as well. Neymar well drops in. No connection on that. Maybe just on Cash, but he stays alive. Chris Hansen, though, over the top with the Hella ult. Looks like it's a huge cleanup for him.
A huge cleanup indeed. 2 kills, 2 eliminations. Eben able to get the KO and a Biggie Burner. Sleep comes down. And the Freaks, last second, are on this payload. You got Cash in the sky. Can Cash find the follow-up damage with the teammates? It is a 2 versus 2. Support and tank. But no, oh my gosh! No way! There's nobody else here now. Precocity and the Venom are both here. Just able to put in the damage. Able to keep everybody healthy, too, as the Mantis. Keep your Vanguard healthy. You have Spider-Man trying to close it out. Biggie Burner finally maybe doing something. Both of the strategists removed. Arian also removed for the Freaks. And finally, it seems like the Sentinels have done it with 50 seconds left.
Yeah, Scorcher came back fast on the Venom. Was able to get a little bit more stall there. But in the end, it comes over the line for Sentinels. They're getting onto this second phase. Chris Hansen has been a little bit less dominant in the 1v1 Hella, but still acquitting himself well. And this is a point where I feel Hella is going to be particularly impactful. Misses the flock all the way to that rooftop high ground, though.
Yeah, Chris Hansen surely would have liked to be all the way up there. Maybe we'll use the second cooldown, but that is going to be 10 seconds. Meanwhile, Eben controlling it with the Namor bubble. Walking around this left side, looking towards Cash, and Cash was a bit overextended towards that right side jump pad. And losing Cash this early is not good, considering how much pressure Eben and Chris have been doing. I mean, he got Draco towards the point, but Draco's shut out by Eben Noodles. 2 players already removed. Also the stun by Penny Parker, so that Venom can't use his bonus health ability. And everybody's just back already for Sentinels yet again.
Yeah, Namor really getting a lot done. The spam pressure is overwhelming. Bucky as well hooks in onto that. Hella shuts her down, and with this wide open space, the triple duelists are really starting to get their work in. Even Penny Parker, pretty effective spam hero herself. And the Freaks building up a nice bank of ultimates. Chris Hansen very aggressive in this forward position.
Extremely aggressive. And I'd like to point out Scorcher as well from earlier. You talked about Jake. He's been a standout thus far, just constantly stunning everybody with the Penny Parker abilities. The spider web stuns that Venom. Meanwhile, Miguel has the again and again ready to go. Now he's going to go for it. Finds the Mantis. The reset is there. Will they find any more? Waiting till last second until they can secure some final blows. Able to get 2. He just has that cloak and dagger left. Just might as well slam dunk onto them. After that, runs out. 1 minute and 30 seconds left. The Freaks hold on.
Star-Lord hiding in the flank. Lucky that no one called that out. Bucky, oh, does he find him? No, doesn't catch the Star-Lord, who does have legendary from the backline. This could be a huge legendary from Limit. If he's unscouted right here, he could cut down a lot of these supports. Hella uses Flock as well. He's going to have to ult very defensively in this fight. Does find the Star-Lord, but Star-Lord's getting nuked.
Oh no, 1 HP. Needs some healing. It's there. The strategist able to keep him healthy. Now the legendary comes through. Nobody falls just yet. Everybody's somewhat healthy. The stuns come through. Actually, slow down limit for now. The cloak and dagger is found, but Chris Hansen able to finally trade that out. Unfortunately, nobody else was taken out. No more KOs for the offensive side just yet. Cash, can you do it? Chris Hansen is removed. On to Scorcher. Yes, has some help from Jinx, but the job is done. And Miguel on the left being kind of a very strong presence on that right side flank. Cash able to find Precocity as well as Miguel is going to fall to Biggie Burner. And with 33 seconds left, Sentinels playing around the objective very well, even though it's been a bit dicey. They're actually able to cap out again and move on to third phase.
Yeah, and the triple duelist mirror. Sentinels saying if you can't beat him, join him. Taking it with the Spider-Man, who has basically just been, you know, having big moments with his ultimate and not so much else. But hey, in the end, the ultimate can be just what you need to secure the cap. It's not necessarily about the damage stat sometimes. It's about winning those team fights, getting the objectives. And now on the third point, they're starting to feel pretty good about this offense, starting to build a bit of momentum here. Cash has to be wary of that left flank, though. Enemy Hella, Chris Hansen, you know, is always looking for that duel.
It's always going to be terrifying. Cash, just look towards the tanks. Pressure out Scorcher. That's his job right now. Incoming. Venom on the attacking side. Immediately pops the ultimate because it's necessary. A lot of bonus health made this ultimate, though, to force back Roxas for now, as well as the Hella over the top. I mean, the Freaks committed so many just to that fight. Surely at this point, the Sentinels have to reset.
Yeah, they're trying to get out, trying to reset, but Freaks aren't letting them. They're chasing into the spawn, looking for more pickoffs, trying to stabilize. And they get a few picks on their way out here. Freaks still have some good ultimates to be deployed. Cloak and Dagger ultimates online for both teams. And Chris Hansen, look at this off angle, using the third person peek, waiting for Scorcher to get his dive in. This is a very scary moment for Sentinels to walk up.
They're doing it right now. Looks like Chris Hansen's revealed the position, but here it comes again. Oh no, they look towards the Hella, but you got to deal with Miguel on the Winter Soldier. Gets two immediately, and Sentinels is trying to run away. That was just instant effect from the Winter Soldier of the Freaks.
Yeah, beautiful dive from the Freaks with that ultimate, getting those executes off. Sentinel's able to get a relatively quick reset, though, so shouldn't be feeling too bad about that one in the end. And big spam by Precocity takes down Cash, and now Chris Hansen has free reign on the off angle. Gets healed from Mantis as well, and the backline's under so much pressure from this Hella from the side.
Pulled in, Miguel again takes down Jinx. Last map, we saw Chris Hansen's pop off. Miguel has had an insane map on Spider Island. He did on Shin Shibuya as well. Ace comes through. Sentinels get stopped at the very end, and the Freaks hold in the third phase.
Yeah, in this fight, I mean, if anything, you got to feel pretty okay as the Sentinels for the capture progress you got, because when it comes just pound for pound fragging, feels like Freaks really have the upper hand right now. On top of that, I feel this triple duelist comp probably feels a bit better on attack when you don't necessarily need to hold the cart. You can just play looking for kills, looking to win team fights, and then go back and push the objective. Freaks, though, I hope they learned their lesson that they do need to, at some point, push the objective.
I don't think so, man. I'll be honest.
No, Loki, they're not going to push the cart. Like, it doesn't matter.
You can tell. You can tell these are the type of players to just only go for elims. I mean, you can respect it, right? You would hope eventually, you know, maybe it's like Groot, you know, they just respawned. Maybe they're babies to the hero shooter genre. They got all the aim. They're all cracked out of their minds, but you know, maybe they're just been playing a TDM game most of the time, and they're not aware of the objective. Who knows? I don't know their backgrounds.
Well, hey, you know, if it gets the job done, it gets the job done.
Yeah.
Sentinels on this defense need to get some solid dives off. This Spider-Man Venom combo, it's all about hitting together, hitting hard, picking off a backliner, getting out, and resetting over and over and over again. We'll see if they have the consistency on that. Of course, the Venom symbiote team up, pretty nice, I think, for Spider-Man if you can leverage it. But the Freaks have been very aware, very clean at shutting down these divers when they do come in. We've seen that many, many times. So Biggie Burn and Roxas have their work cut out for them. I mean, some potentially difficult heroes to dive, right? All three duelists have some pretty good survivability.
All three of them do have this, everybody, like you mentioned. And that will matter moving forward, considering all these players seemingly know how to use cover very well, avoid that damage, and guess who can't avoid that damage is Biggie Burner, tracked down by Chris Hansen early on towards the spawn. Luckily, Spider-Man can come back quickly, but that's not exactly fun to lose somebody that early.
Yeah, and all position given up right now. Sentinels are just sitting on the low ground, stacked up. It's not really where you want to be. Scorcher takes a ton of pressure, though, and just maybe overextends there. Gets melted down. High ground in control for Duelist, though. Freaks trying to keep fighting this. Sentinels, though, look to be stabilizing off the back of a couple picks from Cash.
Nice shots. Luckily, the cart hasn't pushed too far forward. Roxas will go down to Precocity, who has been playing very well in the Mantis so far. You know, found the first pick on the third phase. Now here, trades back Scorcher's demise. Give themselves a person advantage. Cash over the top right flank, looking to pressure out. Here comes Scorcher on the flank, just to make sure everybody's kind of looking at him on Venom. Now comes back through, perfectly placed on the Cash. Helps Chris Hansen finish off Cash, and Miguel and the rest of the crew kind of just running towards Sentinels, making sure they can't get any sort of stabilization here. And they just wipe Sentinels off the map.
Yeah, and Rock just got slept on the flank there, killed very late. So this Venom, probably the best hero to start the engagement, get on the payload, won't be able to do so here. Freaks pushing forward to a very quick first cap. Biggie Burner potentially thinking about a touch here, but doesn't really have much support. He's not going to go for it. Electing to take the team fight, I think, wisely on the start of second point. But Sentinels need to get a solid stoppage at some point here. The offense is looking way too effective. Chris Hansen looking for a window in, as he's found time and time again. And Jesus, what was that?
I don't even think I saw Draco in that mess of people. That was insane shots from Chris Hansen. Evan Noodles as well with two. I mean, what do you do at this point? Ultimates don't even need to be used. Sentinels, they're going to reset again.
Yeah, Chris Hansen is just monstrous. Like an opening pick like that, what do you do about that? That's your strategist in the back line. They're chasing a Venom into the spawn. This is unreal. Maybe an overextension for the Freaks, and Scorcher dies trying to ult. That should be enough. I mean, the Freaks, this has been their mistake, right? Like, you get some kills and then you're diving the enemy spawn. That's going to give Sentinels a window back, and not much objective progress has really been made.
No, yeah, Freaks is just, they're having fun. They're just going for as many elims as possible. Maybe going for world record. We'll see if they can potentially hit it. Whale comes through over the top. Hello ultimate committed from Cash into a lot of ult from the backside. Meanwhile, Eben over the top, able to get one. Also pokes down the Hello ultimate, who was unfortunately stuck on the top of this bridge side. However, the damage is kind of done to the Freak side. Miguel does get Cash, so they're finding the stagger picks. However, you know, the Sentinels able to get some damage with Spider-Man, able to get some damage with Roxas. Have they brought themselves back into this? It's just Biggie Burner, needs some heals. Does get Eben Noodles, but traded out immediately by Scorcher, so the Freaks kind of stabilizing here at the moment. Coming back into it as Scorcher goes aggressive. Nobody's really looking at him at the moment. Cloak and Dagger ultimate commit. Precocity able to take down Roxas. This Mantis player of the Freaks has been absolutely insane. Limit trades it back, though. Chris Hansen goes down again. Comes out from Limit. Looking for the Cloak and Dagger, who's invisible. No, misses the secondary. However, at this point, Scorcher's going to fall. Limit traded out by Evan Noodles. So it's constant trades by the Freaks, but Sentinels are somehow still in it.
Yeah, and Sentinels doing a good job here, somehow getting these 1 or 2 clutch kills, and that's the risk of the triple duelist comp. You don't really have the most staying power, you know? Your comp does fall apart pretty quick after, you know, 1 or 2 picks come in, and the Sentinels, they're close to their own spawn. They don't mind trading. Chris Hansen aggressively to the flank, though, looks for an opening with that ultimate to protect himself if needed.
Nice shot from Biggie Burner in the sky after coming off the web. Chris Hansen to the sky, gets one in the ultimate, takes down another. Wait, that Spider-Man just flew across the screen like a bug on a windshield. Chris Hansen,
get down, Mr. President.
That's crazy. What a save, but didn't really save anybody. It was still
Spider-Man's a hero. Watch out, he's a hero. See if he can get it done. Not enough taking one shot from the Hela, but now Freaks look to close out on second point. Sentinels diving back in, trying to get the ring test. Spider-Man once again being a hero, maybe a little bit too much, just pushing forward into the Namor Whale. Scary prospect. Evan Noodles considering whether he even needs to use the ultimate. Looks like the answer is no.
And with 2 minutes left, just finishing off these kills. Right now, I feel bad for Biggie Burner. It's him on the Spider-Man thus far has been a bit hard, right?
Yeah, that was a tragedy. Flying across the screen into the Hela ult. I don't think I've seen that.
I hope somebody clips that for later.
That's actually such a great moment. Chris Hansen, see what he thinks about taking the flank, just pushing the cart though. Hold on, Freaks. They're pushing the objective. This is a new look for them.
You can't just say that, dude.
Oh, they're having fun. I can have some fun.
All right, true. Miguel comes through at the main side. Here into the sky. Cash goes with the ultimate. Damage coming down. But where is Spider-Man? It's on his team this time, so it doesn't really matter. Chris Hansen, no way! Draco's gonna fall. You had the ultimate on your defensive pole, but you're the ones to make to lose 2 members of your team. Biggie Burner and Draco fall cash on the left flank. What do you do, Miguel? Now going aggressive with the legendary into Limit. The cloak and dagger roll was there, but oh no! Limit didn't walk forward, right into the heels with 3 members on the cart now. This is gonna be really hard. Legendary, defensive push. Everybody's stunned as well. Biggie Burner does get one with the ultimate as well. This Evan Noodle trades it back. Into the sky though. Here is Chris Hansen with the damage towards the cart. Everybody's trying to funnel towards it as well. Limit's able to get one, but who can touch? The answer, probably nobody. You got Venom. Maybe you have one more from Limit. Nope, not even him. The Freaks get the job done. Sentinels get wiped off the board as there's a 2-0 win for the Freaks.
Yeah, Sentinels eliminated here. I mean, we got to give it to the duelists here, from Chris Hansen to Eben Noodle. So monstrous performers on their characters. Just picks time and time again. And even with some, let's say, less than strategic pushes, you know, diving the enemy spawn on offense, they get it done with flying colors and another massive game. I mean, honestly, Cash acquitted himself decently well. This was a closer round when it comes to the Hela, but man, Chris Hansen on fire once again, top damaging the server, just leading the way for his team. And I want to credit Precocity and Arion, just very, very stable when it comes to the strategists as well, right? Like, and that's another challenge, right? One less Vanguard means the strategists need to fend for themselves, and they did so admirably in this match.
Yeah, that's a great point. I mean, what more can you ask for out of your strategist players besides timely picks, like Precocity managed to get under Roxas, or at points Draco finding their counterparts, their other strategists on the other side. And Jake, obviously moving forward, that's pretty decent if you're the Freaks, right? I mean, they're looking pretty freaky. Obviously, some of that objective control can be sort of reined in, but if you have talented players like they have, I mean, you got to feel pretty confident.
Yeah, you could go pretty far off the back of just, you know, raw aim skill. I do think when you go up against some of the top teams who can match you in the aim department and then also are really going to challenge you when it comes to the team play, the ultimate management, I think that's where they could be running into trouble. But at this stage in the tournament, they stay alive. And, you know, who knows? Maybe there's a way through for this triple duelist strategy. Maybe we'll see some of the top teams from previous tournaments looking in that direction, maybe on certain maps.
Yeah, that's a great point. There's a lot of teams we haven't seen just yet that really have probably unique strategies that have yet to be seen in the game, and a lot of new heroes too. I don't even think we've seen any Wolverine in it just yet. I mean, there's been teams that maybe like try it for a little bit but kind of give up on it. You know, I know that Heroes talked about by a lot of the community. We'll see if it kind of gets some light shown on it, but what we are going to show some light on is the Freaks in that matchup, who played incredibly well versus Sentinels. Let's take a look at the highlights and then go to a short break.
더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 자충을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 내일까지 아름다운 꿈을 밟고봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내가 좋아지려면 꿈꿨던 너와 나 그대들의 승리와 명예 The weight of it both the world is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 자충을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 내일까지 아름다운 꿈을 밟고봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠이 떠 내일까지 세계 운명 한껏 더 높이 날아올라 내 누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 자충을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 내일까지 아름다운 꿈을 밟고봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠이 떠 내일까지 세계 운명 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 왔던 나라 제발 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 모두 나널 지킬 나란 걸 더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작이야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 자충을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 내일까지 아름다운 꿈을 밟고봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내가 좋아지려면 어둠이 떠날 때까지 세게 오면 한껏 더 높이 날아올라 내 누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah. 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 자충을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 오면
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Marvel Rivals Championship. My name is Dogman, joined by Jake. Jake, obviously, the previous series we just saw, I think the first time, at least today, a triple duelist composition, and panned out pretty interestingly. That kind of forced the other team to play some of that triple duelist composition. Obviously, we got more teams today in this best out of three format, and we're like pretty much still early days of the tournament. Jake, I mean, thoughts so far? I mean, we watched some games yesterday into today. You know, the competition is getting thicker. Obviously, we have more and more teams that are, you know, dropping out as we progress throughout the tournament. I mean, what's your thoughts going into today and, you know, so far from the tournament?
I mean, for me right now at this stage of the tournament, right, we're still in a relatively wide pool. There's a lot of teams still alive. And I think, to be honest, the meta looks pretty similar to how it looks in the high rank matches where people are focused on these like backline damage dealers, snipers, just outputting the maximum possible damage per second on duelist, and then supporting that for the rest of the team comp. And while I think that is a pretty effective strategy and works pretty well, I do expect to see as we get deeper and deeper into the tournament, some more of these teamwork oriented strategies like running those team ups with Hulk and Iron Man, Doctor Strange, or the other team up that's been really popular at the top level has been Star-Lord with Adam Warlock and Mantis. So I'm curious to see if we're going to start to see that more as we get deeper. Those two triple team ups have looked like kind of the core elements of the meta right now.
Yeah, and it's interesting that I think we actually watched Fable specifically now, Jake, coming into this. I think you're right. We will see a lot more team-oriented compositions for sure, because like you said, I mean, you have to play hard around that Iron Man and into the Protect ban system. Honored One's ban out Adam Warlock already. Luna Snow banned, so Loki Protect comes from the side. You can see both teams prioritizing, I mean, first of all, the Hela for Fable, but a lot of that strategist kind of focus.
Yeah, banning out the Luna Snow has been another popular character to ban. If you don't want to play Luna Snow, I mean, her defensive utility with that ultimate really is a force to be reckoned with. The Hella Protect, though, showing a lot of confidence for Fable. I mean, I think this is just, we hit it time and time again, but Hella on the server really has a lot of impact right now. And the Protect on Loki is really surprising for Kaylee, bringing out the Loki. I mean, I think Loki's not a bad character, can certainly be effective. However, I don't think I've seen Loki banned a single time. So unless they have like a known one trick, maybe that's what they're worried about. But like you were mentioning last series, it's like if you're going to protect Loki, honestly, for Fable, like you could consider even banning Loki first ban next phase just to get it off. If like they value it much more highly than anyone else. I mean, they're really showing that right now, picking the hero and protecting it. There's always the risk if you are, in fact, one-tricking, like the ban comes before the protect.
Yeah, it does matter, right? You're right. It definitely does. And, you know, for Chow and this team, they're obviously prioritizing Loki. You know, first of all, it's, I mean, Kaylee on Honor Ones is actually the one protected. It's Chow that's going to be the one running it. Loki's an interesting hero. I know that a lot of people, you know, I watch a lot of the top players' streams and stuff. A lot of people actually do not like going against Loki because it's like, you just get a copy of the other team's ultimate, and for what, right? You still have the same amount of healing. You still kind of can offer the same amount of stuff. I mean, obviously, in terms of the protect ban system, it's a bit odd of a protect, but in terms of a character right now, it's definitely like a chaotic character you could play, right?
Yeah, I think it's a lot on the skill of the Loki player, a lot of flexibility about, you know, how you approach the engagements, but the character just does a ton of spam damage. I think Hella definitely has to constantly be breaking those cloned Lokis, and that really does tank for more than you would expect, right, in these long team fights, just continuously building clones and spamming out with a ton of pressure. Fable on the defense, Moon Knight and Groot combo. We've seen that ultimate combo from other teams in the past, and a quick kill by Mary on the Groot. She looks to get forward, get aggressive, and snowballing into more kills is Avery in the front line, charging forward, cleaning up these attackers.
Yeah, both Vanguards playing that angle incredibly well. Also, I think we've seen Bobo XXL before in the War of the Realms tournament, previously playing like a lot of Magic, so interesting to see
that
them on
Ankh
this
is
hero.
owning.
Yeah, that's Jake. He's already at an ultimate. They're already at ultimate. 90%.
This is ridiculous.
That's just
1
crazy.
minute. Yeah, and Bobo XXL VTuber, one of the best names I think I've ever seen, is also getting out big damage on the Hella. These attackers are really struggling to get in. Moon Knight, a lot of confidence, pushing forward. Frontline starting to feel that, you know, they could snowball this game. They could really get out of control. And Moon Knight has been kind of a sleeper character for me. Like, hasn't been played so much, but when it's effective, it really dominates. This ultimate, if you've got the setup from your team, and I mean, with Doctor Strange and Groot, there's definitely setup, then this is one of the stronger DPS follow-up ultimates when it comes to comboing with a Vanguard.
Yeah, it does so much, that character. But oh my god, the portal, they try to walk through. It's into Moon Knight. Why would you still walk out? Oh no, portal into another portal, but my portal has the hands of God raining down upon you and the moon. So amazing work for Moon Knight and Fable. Great position to toss that ultimate out.
Oh, I love that. The Ankh in the bush. Moon Knight still able to pump the damage out back through the portal, and attackers really haven't found anything through here. The Ankh is still behind them. It's just eating up their backline. Huge Groot ult. They're barely surviving with the help of the Mantis on defense. Maybe this is enough, though. Doctor Strange maybe overextending just a little bit. Avery somehow staying alive. That's unreal.
A little bit of a jump pad back to the team. 1 minute, 30 seconds left now for the Honored Ones. They just used Mantis Ultimate. I believe they used Mantis Ultimate for the Moon Knight, or just like earlier they just used it. Now he's back up to another Moon Knight Ultimate, by the way. So that's already ready to go. Honored One's trying to walk in. They've got 5 ultimates. It's now or never. Judge, Jury, Executioner popped out. Now here's Moon Knight with Burn Ice. Takes down the Doctor Strange of the Honored Ones. That's a huge opening KO because you don't have that frontline presence anymore. You don't have the Eye of Agamotto. That ultimate is not going to be available for this fight. And now with that, Bobo XXL over the top left commits the ultimate after doing a ton of pressure. Punisher gets away for now, but can't escape the Bobo XXL. Far too much pressure, far too much damage from the Hella of Fable. And there's only 50 seconds left now, Jake. Honored Ones, they need to regroup here and now.
Yeah, the attackers are building up a good bank of ultimates. They're going to have one really good shot, but Fable still have a lot to work with. They're pushing into the Groot ult right now. Mary looking for her opportunity to get into the backline on that. Big connection on the Groot ult. Everybody stacked up together, and the Groot is just cutting them to pieces. Triple kill for Groot.
Oh my. Talked about Groot before. I know, Jake, you like Groot. And that character obviously coming through today. See it a lot on Digital Path. This character is a favorite of a lot of players. Alongside that Moon Knight, you can see why.
Yeah, the combo potential really impressive. And Honored Ones, they do have a massive bank of ultimates and a nice pick from Ella. That's just the start they needed on this final fight. But the card has so little progress, and Fable still fighting, still aggressive despite being down a player.
A very aggressive play, using the Flock of Crows to go into the sky now with the ultimate onto the Hela. Bobo dodging, great job avoiding that damage, as well as the Doctor Strange coming in. But now here's comes Sneaky on the low ground. Maybe taking advantage of the pressure being elsewhere. Bobo, though, trades back A and B. Mochi went aggressive. Oh my, the 2 headshot things forces that Strange to be back. Avery might have gone down if Bobo didn't hit those shots. And now Otter One's trying to pressure forward. They have one last chance. Aya Wakamoto from Avery connects on the 2. And the follow-up is there from the Moon Knight and squad. The Auk directly towards the cart. The Aya Wakamoto is here, but is the follow-up here. They need more damage. They need more support, but unfortunately, it's just not there. Moon Knight to secure it all in overtime, 52 meters before. We've seen this in previous series, but dominance by Fable today.
Yeah, that was a shellacking, not a competitive first round. There was a couple moments, a couple picks came through. I mean, we have seen, I think, was it in the Marvel Rivals Invitational last week, we saw a full shutout map with no eliminations. So you know what? It could always be worse, Dustin. It could always be worse.
Poor LG, man. It is better.
That was a tough L to be taken. And now Fable would love to just open up with a very quick map 1. And I mean, this is about the best defense I've seen on this map. The cart really didn't even get close to the first checkpoint.
No, and it wasn't due to lack of effort from Honored Ones. They tried to do portal plays. They tried a bunch of stuff, but Fable, I mean, whether it was Bobo XXL popping off or anybody else on the team Fable, they had an answer, right?
Yeah, and this is what happens sometimes, right? In these big rounds, so many teams still alive, you can have a pretty big gap. Fable looks to be a team that, you know, wants to go deep in this tournament, really brooking no discontent here. No, oh my, look at that victory box. That's rough, man. That's a really tough spot to make a hold. You need to basically play perfect on defense, and such a huge advantage to the attackers knowing this. Like, they can take gambles, they can go for risky plays, and it's just kind of like any one fight that starts to turn their way is probably going to end the game in their favor.
Honored Ones do this. Did not be the greatest team of all time. Obviously on their defense now with a very similar composition. They have a grasp of the meta, but it's a matter of, do they have the skill to do it? They have Thor now instead of the Groot. We'll see if that positional advantage on the attack can allow Fable to pressure out Honored Ones. And that's tough too, because now with that high ground gone, that presence is all going to be controlled by Fable.
Mary getting a quick kill on Strange with the AUG. Oh no, that's painful. Fable, though, players dropping very low. They're splitting the pressure really nicely, trying to stay alive. Oh no, that is not what you want to see. Oh boy, oh boy.
That's over at the point. I mean, I don't know. You forgot the point. I would bring it up again. Nice work from Fable. Swapping Mari over to Moon Knight's also quite interesting too, Jake, considering Mari obviously playing the tank, mainly playing the Vanguard, really a lot of that frontline presence. Swapping over to a duelist just to kind of close it out. I don't know if that's a part of the strategy fully, but I mean, they're showing that they can kind of do whatever they want, especially since, like you mentioned, Jake, I mean, that defense was so clean from Fable.
Yeah, I do feel like there's the do anything you want vibe. Maybe the Thor is the comfort pick there. So flexing to the Vanguard. I mean, I think something we might see from more top players, top teams is, you know, maybe swapping roles when it comes to playing certain niche characters. You know, I think Thor can be super strong, and it looked great there when Exorite?
Yeah, I was thinking about this. I was thinking about how to pronounce that name. Exor. That's tough. That's tough.
Exorite. I'm gonna go with Exorite. When they cleared that high ground with the Thor, it looked pretty nice, right? So maybe, you know, just the comfort on Exorite on the Thor. They want to put them on the Thor, feeling confident there and trusting that, okay, Mari can also play the Moon Knight. So you just flex elsewhere to make that pick possible. And I think that's going to be a trade of a lot of top teams, is, you know, using each other's flexibility, even if it's across roles.
Yeah, and we'll see if, I mean, obviously the highlights for this match are going to be pretty quick, but let's take a look at them and then go to a short break. Welcome back, everybody, to the Marvel Rivals Championship. My name is Dogman, joined by Jake. Not Jake the Tank. That was Hank the Tank earlier today, Jake. We just watched Bobo XL and crew kind of just rock the house on map number 1. Going into map number 2, I know you said that there's a little bit of hope. There's a little bit of hopium for those.
That is some extreme hopium and copium after what we just saw in map 1. I mean, that was a dismantling, right? Like a clinic being put on by Fable. They looked really solid from the Vanguard to the Duelist, the Strategist. Just no holes in the strategy, no holes in the comp. Maybe a radically different map could change things up, but I just have a feeling like, first off, you got to take hell off the server with what Bobo XXL is doing on that. You know, like you just can't be taking those hella duels. I think that's like a key thing for some of these teams is just have the humility to take hella off the server. Like when the enemy team has a hella that's just taking care of business, you can't let them get away with it.
You're right. But Modern Ones, Jake,
they don't care. No respect.
That's what every time. It's every time. This is that nobody is hella protect. You think?
I mean, why change anything for Fable, right?
No.
Why do anything different with the way map 1 went? You just leave it up to the other team to make some kind of change.
Who's even trying to? Oh, they protect the Moon Knight this time.
Interesting. I mean, both teams are using the Moon Knight, but I guess it doesn't matter too much.
So they could still go for the hella ban, right?
Yeah, they could. I feel like if you're not banning it first, it indicates you don't want to ban it though, because it is like such a high priority character.
Jake,
I mean,
what
I
do
wouldn't
you
even be so shocked if Fable bans it. If they just maybe they don't want to deal with it on domination, they want to run a different strategy.
Yeah, you're right. Maybe it could be the play. They protect Hulk out of all things. Iron Man obviously could be a play, but they could be doing the thing you mentioned, Jake, earlier with a fake out, right? Maybe force them to ban Iron Man even if you don't run it.
Yeah, ban on Psylocke. Pretty strong character on domination maps. I think Psylocke in particular thrives on domination, able to just kind of like hit and run, constantly be flanking, attacking from the back line. The Iron Man ban responsive to the Hulk protect makes a lot of sense. But I don't think Fable are going to be too concerned about this. They got their hella on the server. Considering they're thinking about running some kind of triple duelist look. Could be good on domination.
Yeah, it's something that you could consider, and I imagine in Fable's side, right, considering how map number 1 went, you got to feel a lot of confidence, right? I mean, obviously this map, I don't know how much we've seen triple duelist on Hell's Heaven. Thank you. Got there eventually. Yeah, for Fable, they just probably feel confident, right, Jake? I mean, just as a team, considering how Aegis Path went, Honored Ones got really no. There was no signs of life, right? They just generally got walked over by Fable at the current moment. They probably will keep doing so unless Honored Ones can show. I mean, KIC had some good moments. Mochi did as well. We'll see if they can maybe find that spark again.
These guys are not gonna run hella. They didn't ban it, and they're not gonna run it. All right, Dustin. I don't know about this one, buddy. This is it's a choice. It's a move.
It's a move.
It is a look. I don't know if it's the look. It's a look.
Early
Oh
TP
my!
play
What
as
is
well.
this TP? What
Right above them, right at the choke point. Here they come. Deep down below, right into 3 people. Debuff comes through from Burn Ice. But Fable actually didn't get any elims there. Honored Ones did a good job disengaging it, but can they maintain their progress forwards? Just have everybody healthy. Missionary just unlocked. Fable is in control. And without a single elimination, they take the point first. Honored One's trying to walk out the choke point, but they're walled off. Severe actually able to get one. Mari goes down on the Groot. So after Mari swapped back over to Vanguard before coming to that TP. Unfortunately, in this instance, they are traded out. Same with Avery. So Honored One's actually did a good job. Maybe put some respect on their name at this point as the delay staggers come on through. Loki going to get found as well. Honored One's take control of the mission area.
Yeah, finding that first pick and then snowballing it into more, and without the Hella, right, able to get a fight win. We've seen Hella's run the table on the server. Bobo did find 1 pick in that team fight. Let's see how the retake looks. Moon Knight holding this flank down. Not the character you want to run into with that Ankh setup. Looks like Fable going to attack from the high ground, take a slow and cautious approach to this team fight.
Yeah, I like this. I've not really seen any teams do this sort of walk up over the top right. Definitely should be utilized more. Meanwhile, Ankh's taken out. Moon Knight has to give up the high ground. Enough Fable in a good spot, although they don't control the mission area. Hella looking for that Moon Knight. Stuck on the back left. Will go down. Severe trade back The other team's Moon Knight, and actually onto Bobo as well. So Severe putting the Honored Ones on their back at the moment. Severe just walking towards the point, needs some support. However, even though they are up one, Savior's on. Gonna use Tomato's ultimate to try to maintain their aggression. Both of these Doctor Strange is kind of looking at each other. Mochi dealing with the Loki copy as well as Avery on the right side. Mochi popped that turret, but will go down. No support, unfortunately, in that situation. Chow bringing themselves back into it. Fable back in control. Eye of Agamotto as well. Catches both strategists out and will result in both of their demise. Sure, you have a Doctor Strange in your face of Severe, but Fable have done it even though they were down a member of their team. They've come back in the fight to find the eliminations that were required.
Yeah, and Fable got the point flip very early in the engagement, so they're actually already in a big lead right here in control. Moon Knight goes down for Honored Ones, and now Fable once again starting to push forward, and this is a spot where Hela can really get to work. Moon Knight on the flank, Groot supporting it. It's a nice move. And the Khonshu, oh my god, he's cutting them to pieces on the flank.
Oh no, I mean, you had the Loki to help support, but old Bobo, by the way, nice 3K. I mean, that was just an insane position for Fable there, Jake. 80% of the board and ticking.
Yeah, Bobo really is starting to put in work. TP potentially going to be able to flip the map for Honored Ones, get them through this choke point without having to work for it. See how Fable react if they can make the moves in time. I like KIC looking for some flank fight here.
Walk on through counter portal, it looks like, from the other side of Avery. Meanwhile, Jajuri Executioner for Mochi. Can it find any eliminations? The heals are there just in the nick of time to keep Mochi alive as well. From the Honored Ones supports, keep him healthy is the job of the Cloak and Dagger player. Bobo does find one, another one on the high ground right above the point. That's a tough spot to deal with any Hela player, let alone one such as strong as Bobo. That's already 3 in this fight for Bobo. Make it 4. Has some help from Moon Knight. 5 in this fight by themselves. Fable get the job done. Honored Ones slowly walk it back, but it might be too little too late to Fable win round number 1.
Okay, Bobo feasting on the Hela, getting that flank off, cleaning it up. I think that's where Hela, when it's not mirrored, it looks like it really goes insane, is when you kind of show up on the flank, you find one pick, and then you're just kiting back deeper and deeper into the flank and just pumping damage for the rest of the team fight. And I think Bobo XXL really using that to great effect in those fights. Mochi feels that, gonna take the mirror match. But the momentum is just so strongly against you as Honored Ones, right? You've had like one successful team fight in the series so far. You are coming in with Kayleigh with that Loki ult. Maybe you could copy something and get the fight off started. Maybe something like copy to Hela and Hela ult we've seen be pretty effective. Could copy Moon Knight and try to combo Groot. But oh, Groot is actually going to swap to Venom, giving up from 83% ult to 50. Rocket Raccoon coming in as well. I don't understand that. Maybe just trying to give some armor packs before the engagement. Honored Ones is really getting wild with the picks right now.
Yeah, did they do that late too, or was that was already?
Yeah, very late, just before the round started. So trying to figure out the solution here. And meanwhile, Fable are just sticking with what's worked.
Right, Fable, obviously confident moving forward. Sneaky, taking control of the high ground by themselves, but everybody walking up now. The entirety of Fable is there. Severe not in position to help Sneaky, so they give up the high ground. Sort of ring around the rosies right now for Fable. They're walking all the way around towards where the strategists are for Fable. So Mari does get poked low, though. Will go down to save your zombie. Robo, though, able to find 2. Has some support as well from the team of KIC, able to take down Burn Ice. So the magic of Honored Ones. Maybe that switch is enough. Forcing Bobo away. Thor's going for the 1v1. Bobo, can you win this duel with a Thor in your face? Unfortunately, no. That character, so much displacement, so much HP. And Honored Ones takes the point first.
Looking pretty good in that team fight. Mari maybe just overextending a little bit too far away from the supports. Magic was able to come in on the flank and clean up those strategists. Groot is a tank that can be really powerful, but does really rely on team support. Needs to consistently play around her strategists. And now the Hela Mirror as well available on the server. Honored Ones setting up again on the defense, looking to potentially get a dive off from this high ground.
And it's interesting that Mari is kind of the Groot. It's designated Groot, considering Mari as a player is really good at, well, there we go, taking down Sneaky, but also playing very mobile Vanguard heroes. So Mari opting to play with the team kind of pans out this time. Sneaky gets respawned, though, by the BRP of Save Your Zombie. Now comes the dive. And that was actually a very clean, disgusting dive from Honored Ones. That's already 2 down, but use the Dark Child, so that ultimate is gone, and so is that character, right? No more magic in this fight. Also, there's a Hella Unleashed over the high ground. No, save your zombies. Rocket jumped up to the height, but both Sentinels are removed. Both strategists are removed on the side.
on 1 HP.
Our Fable Bubble 1 HP as well. Mochi on the back left of the point. Can't get the damage into Mari. Here comes the Moon Knight ultimate. Goes trade out 1, but it may not be enough to help secure the point for Fable because KIC is back here swinging the sword of magic. That's so much damage coming through. Onto the Loki now. Chow goes down to the combo. The Wombo combo of KIC. You've got 2 members of Fable here. 3 members here, actually. But now the Hell Ultimate comes out. It's into a Cloak and Dagger. So the damage isn't really there just yet for the Honored Ones. But Fable, right? They're still trying to fight. They're still trying to be in this. Avery, though, eventually gets staggered out. And the reset now comes through.
Yeah, and it looks like these comfort picks are really working out for Honored Ones, right? They're not really relying on team-ups or like a super cohesive strategy, just getting aggressive with the Magic, Venom, and Thor all diving in. That makes a lot of space for Loki and Hela to work their magic and just snowball some picks. And it's starting to look pretty decent. Fable, gonna make the swap. Mary getting off the Groot. I think this is a good choice. I think with the amount of mobility that Honored Ones are bringing to bear, you've got to match it somehow. Magic in the corner, though. Looks like Bobo didn't see that coming and being dove already.
Someone got the Elim on a Caleb as well, and somehow just gets out. Nobody's not really there to dive on a Bobo who's out of cooldown. So with Bobo running free, Jake, you mentioned that's terrifying. The shots coming through. Avery able to get 1, make that 2, and Bobo's there with the final blow as well. Everybody else is here towards the point. Honored Ones ran out of time here. 83% on the board, but Fable will get the flip.
Yeah, and a couple picks, right? Like just some small mistakes there. Honored Ones not able to find the cleanup kills, not able to deploy some of those powerful ultimates that they did have available in the last team fight. And now Fable in position to make this potentially a winning round here. Like getting a couple flips earlier in the round. Now they're already at 60%. One big team fight here. If it goes a little bit long, this could be the final team fight. But that's exactly the pick Mochi needed.
Nice pick for Mochi. Bobo caught out of position a little bit, looking for tanks. Kind of AFK'd a little bit. Severe, meanwhile, slam dunk with the God of Thunder onto Burn Ice. And everybody else kind of follows suit. I have Okamoto here from Avery, but everybody's already missing. Actually, wait a second. They've taken out 3 with that Eye of Okamoto. Just kidding, but Honored Ones eventually came back through the Eye of Okamoto. They tried to flip it. It's not enough. Mari also gets staggered.
Yeah, Sneaky gets the cleanup, and now it's going to be a last-second touch, if at all, for Fable. Looks pretty scary. Mari won't be alive to make this happen. Someone else got to get the first touch. Hold on, Thor, 1 HP, and the touch did come in. Is it a little too early? No. And, oh, the Mantis ult is perfect from the copy. Chow, great use, and Fable are right back in this, keeping this fight in contention, keeping the map alive.
X-Red looking good. Chow as well with another one, and they come back through. That was actually so cinematic. I mean, you had the touch of the point, and then you look to the left. Out of the portal comes 2 saving members of Fable, and it looks like they're going to get the job done here on Hell's Heaven. I mean, you just have Severe on the point, both tanks out of the portal. I mean, they're coming back. Wait, Magic's here. Severe gets onto 1 of the Bobo. Chow's able to trade it back, however. Rocket, Raccoon desperately trying to live. Goes actually on the other side of the portal. No way. And the BRB dropped back Magic. So they could potentially still do this, though everybody is so low. Chow onto Severe. That might be enough. Also, in the sky is Mochi, though, so the damage coming through, but are the Elims there? No, they're not. Burn Ice onto Kayleigh. I mean, that's pretty much the last shout you have is the Honored Ones. Fable get the job done on Hell's Heaven. Win the series as well.
Yeah, Fable proving so resilient in a round that felt like it should surely go to the Honored One, surely force a decisive round 3. Goes against them, and Fable clean up off the back of a huge and dominant map 1. Stabilizing there on domination, getting the job done, staying alive here in our Marvel Rivals Championship tournament. Avery snags the MVP for the team. Doctor Strange has been such a key hero so far in this tournament, frankly.
Yeah, pretty much been the standout Vanguard. Unless you can think of another one, Jake. Like, I don't know. It's just like Doctor Strange. I mean, Hulk, I guess, has had his moments, but it seems like a lot of players maybe don't fully have a good grasp of Hulk just yet. Like you mentioned, Jake, it's a very hard hero. I mean, the other day we were talking about Venom and Hulk have very similar play styles, but the Hulk just feels a lot harder to play, right?
Yeah, I think Hulk, like you see sometimes Hulk's able to jump into the air and catch some of these flying characters. I think that's like a key moment for Hulk, but so hard to pull off, right? Like if you're not experienced on the Hulk, it feels like you just walk around and just get absolutely burst it and get focus fired down. So Hulk players, I think, need to have great communication with their teammates, great understanding of the hero. And like you said, it's just, I think, a little bit less intuitive than Venom. I think we will see, though, like I said, as we get deeper into the tournament, Hulk offering some of those team-ups to Iron Man and Doctor Strange. I mean, you just can't ignore that level of utility bringing itself to the field.
Yeah, and Fable at the moment look very clean. We'll see if they can continue their strong performances moving forward. I mean, obviously, I'm sure we'll watch more of the matches later on in the tournament if they make it there. But for now, I mean, Jake, that was a pretty clean win out of them on Hell's Heaven. I think it was a little close at some points, right, between rounds, but eventually, you know, they sort of figured it out and were able to counter their counterparts.
Yeah, able to get the job done with some. I like some of their inventive rotations, you know, like taking the fight from a different angle, like on that first round of domination. I like the way they moved to retake the point. Definitely a lot to be learned from these matches. As well, the Moon Knight, I think, really showing its stuff in this series, being really effective, especially on our first map, but also there on domination.
Yeah, overall, great work from Fable. Let's take a look at those highlights and then go to a short break where we'll come back with another series. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Marvel Rivals Championship. My name is Dogman, joined by Jake, and we're entering a brand new series. Jake, today has been awesome in North America so far, and pretty much every other region. Earlier today we had both Europe and the Asian regions go on day number 2, and there was a lot of action there. But now during NA, we've had a pretty long day so far, but there's even more action to come. Jake, we've got Dark Monkeys versus Mechanic coming up. I'm sure you'll recognize a few of these players, and I'm sure you said you know a few of these players as well from Dark Monkeys. But from Mechanic's side, we're going to see some fresh faces for the first time on the broadcast, which is going to be awesome.
Yeah, curious to see who is fielded. Looks like Flats, SK, Wanted.
Wow.
Those are the names I recognize, at least on Dark Monkeys.
God, was the star-studded lineup already? Maybe. Well, they gotta win, right? Today versus Mechanic.
I heard SK is a Psylocke one trick, and she's getting target banned right now. Out of respect, off the rip.
That makes sense. That character is so dang strong. I feel like it's like the hardest character, hardest carry in the game right now besides Hela. Straight up.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. Like, those people who are really min-maxing it feels like you can just burst through targets so quick on the Psylocke. Such a dangerous hero, and so hard to sometimes play around with that invis, the stealth ability, especially with the team play this level where you get your Vanguard diving in with you, comboing. It just makes it all the more consistent. Psylocke just opening with the kill is such a hard thing to respond to. Wanted, I know, has been grinding the Winter Soldier. The character that we've seen more and more of today, this looked pretty strong, pretty flexible, like whether it's diving in with the ultimate or just looking for picks with that hook. Definitely a lot of opportunities. Interesting to see Magneto banned out here. Not a character that's been targeted with too many bans so far.
Yeah, that is quite interesting to have to play to lock that Magneto ban in on the Hulk on the side too. So, it is a targeted ban, like you said, against SK. We'll see what they want to play. And, curiously enough, I think for Dark Monkeys, Wanted has played a lot of that, a lot of the Winter Soldier, like you said. But Wanted, from their practice and from the scrims, has been playing a ton of the strategist role. So maybe he's liked the Mantis lately, and he's a very talented player in his own right. So maybe we could see how we'll do on the strategist as well.
A lot of these strategists, like I think Mantis is a good example, Luna Snow, Adam Warlock. Like, if you have strong aim, you will put out tons of damage on these characters. And a lot of times, that makes the huge difference in the team fights. If a diver gets on top of you and you're a strategist player who can actually win that 1v1, that completely changes the game versus a player who might need to run away, might need to try to escape that situation. I like the Namor as well combo with Luna Snow. I like this combo a lot. Could be threatening. However, they are kind of lacking on Dark Monkeys any kind of really aggressive diving pressure, which means I think Hawkeye should have a relatively free game to just pump damage. And Hawkeye, for me, is like the biggest raw damage threat in the game. His weakness is when, he's dove and punished. We'll see if Dark Monkeys can get it done without that.
Furious Namor, another character that a lot of pros and top-tier players love to rate highly, so it'll be a fun matchup to see who is a bit stronger. Mechanic also opting for the team-up between Thor and Hela, which in this case they'll need it because they've already lost both of their Vanguards. This phase gone. Dark Monkeys just able to walk at Mechanic with pretty much ease. That fight is over as fast as it started.
Yeah, Dark Monkeys just had such strong position in the room, right? Getting up to the choke point early, and that's where Groot really dominates. Playing in a small room against Groot, I think is a big mistake for Mechanic. Like, no way you're going to fight that. They TP straight to the point, but no position for Hawkeye. He's fully surrounded, flanked on all sides, and the point flip doesn't even come through. Dark Monkeys are doing a fantastic job, responded super well to that TP in the middle of the fight.
Yeah, and it's just all Dark Monkeys at the moment. Mechanic close to flipping it, but did not. The missionary is still under the control. Ultimate's also being built towards, but these have been such fast fights, Jake.
Yeah. Changes coming in.
What are you?
Hawkeye swap. Whoa, you're out way too far on the Mantis. Didn't expect Dark Monkeys to be peeking the spawn. That was your last mistake, because they are definitely peeking the spawn every single opportunity they get this game.
Yeah, now we'll see if Mechanic want to take the fight without the Mantis player. Obviously, they'll come back. But with that Mantis pickoff, first Wanted will get the Mantis ultimate, obviously, before Mechanic will. And I'm Your Father finally able to get one elimination, but SK trades back to Disfay. Everybody's just playing it back right now. You can't really get through the choke either because you got that Thor. Now you wait for Seb tries to come back. 50% on the board. Dark Monkeys in good position.
Yeah, more swaps coming in for Mechanic. Nothing really finding purchase yet, just yet. Dart Monkeys with a big bank of ultimates as the attackers try to push this corner. So many things to be deployed. Mechanic have to be so cautious right now.
Yep. Brood ultimate into the whale. Catches out everybody there for Mechanic. They were missing Disbay, obviously, who swapped to the Punisher at this point. But it didn't really matter. 2 members already gone for Mechanic. Can they find a trade during the Luna Snow ultimate? That was the big deal. And unfortunately, it doesn't look like they will. Bogtone's going down. Same with Darky. And yeah, Dart Monkeys just torched their own spawn yet again. Mechanic has to reset. I mean, there's been so many fights, and it's all been Dart Monkeys.
Man, the heat map for Mechanic is really depressing this game. Riggsy, that is the enemy spawn. He does not care. Flats is touching the enemy spawn, and they're getting kills. How are you winning a team fight here, Dart Monkeys?
Oh, dude! If one picks up the Mantis, I don't want to be a fanboy, but I mean, he's kind of frying so far. Dart Monkeys in general's frying. This is a team that is gonna be hard to beat.
Man, Domination has been a bit of an equalizer game mode where we've seen a lot of games go back and forth where maybe on Convergence or Convoy, one team has been a little bit more dominant, but this was a domination round. That was complete domination. I mean, did Mechanic get, what was it, 1 elimination? 2
They got 1.
eliminations? I mean, that was really painful.
Yeah, I'm Your Father was, he came back for the milk for 1 kill, or for 1 elimination, and then immediately went back to the spawn for the rest. I mean, just, I'm sure he wanted to leave. Mentally, right? Dart Monkeys has just been absolutely rolling Mechanic at the moment. We'll see if they can come back now.
Yeah, and all this individual mechanical players on Dart Monkeys, like something like a Thor, while we've seen it occasionally be effective, it really is vulnerable to just strong aimers, right? Thor doesn't have that raw shielding potential to block headshots. You know, if you just hard focus Thor, sometimes in these team fights, he just doesn't have time to get anything done. The Rocket Punisher team up gonna come up from Mechanic. Maybe this will help them trade a little bit more effectively against Groot. But still, seems like a very tall order as they set up a TP. Maybe look at this something done. Are they just TPing straight to point? The point's not open yet, guys. I'm not sure about this.
The TP straight to point, Jake. Maybe Dart Monkeys will opt to take the high ground. In the meantime, they're just playing it slow, seeing where Mechanic are. They're all here. I mean, they've got ultimates at the very least, and the turret actually somehow catches out you too. So that's not a great start for them. I'm Your Father going for the 1v1 on the high ground, able to win it. With Riggsy the KO going in favor of Mechanic. They've gotten 2. And this is the best fight that Mechanic has gotten yet, and they've not even used any ultimates. Now Seb goes in with the Eye of Agamotto, the whale, to try to counter it, but the damage is already coming through now as the Luna Snow ultimate is committed from Mewtwo. They've come back from spawn. Are the trades going to come through? Mantis trying to duck around the corner. Will go down to SK, who's hitting some nice spears. Judge, Jury, and Executioner as well, committed by Disbay. But can they find the final blows? The Flats will go down for the pressure. That is Punisher right now. SK is going to have to back out of there. Mechanic control the point still as Dart Monkeys are maybe looking for a pick.
Yeah, Dart Monkeys trying to find something. Riggsy would love to get in there, potentially diving forward. He does have Hell Ult online. And with the pick and the bad position on the map right now for Mechanic, this is a big opportunity for Dart Monkeys. Sweeping forward with Wanted's Mantis Ult. Hella 1v1 on the flank, with Punisher being focused down inside the Mantis ult. And the fight on the point just too strong for Dart Monkeys. They're forcing the objective. I like this from them. Getting that cap off early in the engagement. And Riggsy able to get the cleanup with this Hell Unleashed. SK finally able to get a little bit of stability for Namor. This is what you want on Namor, right? The opportunity to set up, spam down corridors, really just pump damage into the front line. And Mechanic are going to go for a single strategist comp. That is really interesting. I don't think I have seen this yet. 2 Vanguards, 3 Duelists. Oh no, I'm Your Father is actually going to go over to the Luna Snow. So just a roll swap. It's not really working out for them. They're getting cut to pieces in the choke. You get a res off. Something has to be good.
Yeah, I gotta say, the Hella swap with the Scarlet Witch to send I'm Your Father to Luna Snow is definitely a play, considering, you know, Scarlet Witch at the moment in terms of like hero strength right now. Maybe not at the top tier, Jake.
Yeah, definitely. I think at this level, I don't think I've seen any Scarlet Witch, frankly, in ranked. I'm not sure I've seen the character yet. Maybe the team up with Magneto is something interesting, but they're not even using that. So Mechanic, I think, grasping at straws right now, trying to walk up on this high ground.
Yeah,
Probably going to have some trouble in the raw poke game here against Hella.
Yeah, you're going to deal with Flats, who has that Eye of Agamotto to go. Balco going aggressive onto, it's seemingly nobody. Manta is forced to pop the ultimate. Meanwhile, Seb just walks past Flats with a massive Eye of Agamotto, and then the follow-up is there. 3 final blows there for the Doctor Strange, and a full ace for Dart Monkeys.
Flats setting up a TP here. Maybe trying to do an off-map TP from the spawn. See if this works, if he's able to block some kind of a choke point here.
I mean, he's definitely trying for it.
Mechanic doing a TP of their own. Oh, Flats is ready to potentially counter this. Oh, and he worked Flats! What a sick counter TP! Too big.
He's too big brain. By God, he's using that massive head to his advantage. Flats with 4 in that fight. Environmental eliminations. They gave up the point temporarily, but a Dar Monkeys get it done off of some great Doctor Strange gameplay.
That was so nasty from Flats. I don't think we've seen that in the tournament game. I mean, he was so early to that. He read that play instantly after the last team fight was over. Hella ulting in the spawn here, absolutely fearless. Does not care, knows that it's overtime. No chance for the opponents to touch the point. And it's a beautiful map won by Dart Monkeys. Flats, wow, that was impressive, right? Like how early he had that read. Instantly after the back of the last fight, he knows, okay, they're going to have to strange TP to touch the point, to get overtime, and he's already prepared. If he was even a few seconds later, I don't think he gets that play.
No, that was so well timed. And a wanted MVP comes out. He had 0 deaths, too, throughout the series. I mean, oh, whoa. That, I think that all adds up, Jake. If you look at the elim to death ratio, I mean, Dart Monkeys played phenomenal.
Yeah, it adds up to not good for the other team. Dart Monkeys just running the table. 2 deaths for Luna Snow. Unacceptable.
Unacceptable. Off the team. You get too many deaths. Can't have that. Not around Flats OW. This guy's actually been crazy so far. The whole time, I mean, it didn't seem like Dart Monkeys lost control of the series, Jake. You know, as much as I want to give some credit to the other team, they tried to mix things up. They tried to swap, obviously, to the Scarlet Witch. I'm Your Father off the Hella onto the Luna Snow. I mean, obviously, some variants and compositions didn't work out, but at least they are giving some effort into the compositional changes.
Yeah, they're changing things, but just not finding any purchase in the series. Nothing to really write home about. And it just feels like Dart Monkeys is a team that potentially could go really deep in this tournament. They're putting on kind of a show for us right now. But this is a team that I'm excited to see go up against some of the top teams from something like the Marvel Rivals Invitational or the War of the Realms tournament previously. There's a lot of known players on this team, big streamers that have been grinding Marvel Rivals, and it's showing to great effect right now.
Yeah, they're for sure going to keep it up. We'll see it moving forward in this series. It's only 1 map, so there is potential comeback on the other side for Mechanic. I mean, they've had some highlight plays, obviously, with with some of their Hella players. They've managed to get those eliminations with I'm Your Father, but we're grasping at straws for Mechanic. They're going to have to really dig deep if they want to come back in the series, Jake. Obviously, it's the best set of 3, so there's not a lot of room to work with if you want to come back. But they have to find some soul searching probably going after that first map, considering Dart Monkeys look so strong.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I mean, I think Dart Monkeys are a team to be feared right now, and I think they are potentially going to cruise through this series, see if Mechanic has something to cook up in this trap book. For now, we're going to send it to a highlight package and be right back after a short break.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Marvel Rivals Championship. My name is Dogman, joined by Jake. We're in a series with Dart Monkeys and Mechanic at the current moment. Dart Monkeys pretty much dominated the first map. It wasn't particularly close, but Dart Monkeys as a team look very clean. Their strategies seem to be on point right now, and overall mechanical prowess and overall intelligent plays has been kind of on another level. I don't know if we've seen a team as kind of creative as they've been so far.
Yeah, Flats with that strange DP in the last map. If you missed it, you definitely got to check out that last map, see how he pulled off the sweet overtime shutdown with the counter strange portal. And I mean, that's pretty impressive for this early in the game to be, thinking that far ahead, reading the game that well. That was really nice by Flats. Got to give him credit for closing out the map for his squad. And across the board for Dart Monkeys, it's like they have this creativity that I think will make them really interesting to see against a top team. But right now, it's beyond their creativity. This is just a raw mechanical beatdown. Dart Monkeys putting on a show for us, frankly, across the whole roster.
Yeah, this has been clean from them. And, obviously we'll see how they do on the next maps and in the future in the tournament, obviously, because this team, seems like they do have it in them to make a deep run, right? You've talked about it, Jake. They have the talent. They have the mechanical prowess. We'll see if they can keep it up versus Mechanic, who this time, Jake, a team has done it. They've banned Hella first.
All right. I think I like this at least. Like, you don't have to necessarily ban it on map 1 if you come in confident, you come in believing you're Hella player, but you take a beat down like that, you got to ban the Hella in response. And the Adam Warlock ban from Dart Monkeys, to me, signals that they're just trying to avoid this Star-Lord team up that has been really dominant. So I think Adam Warlock first ban is pretty solidly on meta right now. And the protect for SK's Psylocke, I think that means we will get to see it in this next map.
All right. And I think, in general, I feel like we haven't really seen much Psylocke, right? It's kind of been a character that has been avoided throughout the entire tournament so far in the Marvel Rivals Championships.
Gets banned a lot, though, honestly. Like, not always first ban, but I feel like Psylocke gets banned a lot in the second phase ban for just like, well, we're not necessarily unable to beat a Psylocke, but we do want to take it off the table. So I think that's the power of being a team. If you have a great Hella that forces a Hella first ban, that's going to let you protect something like the Psylocke for SK.
On the ban available for Mechanic, what do they want to go with? Protecting the Thor yet again. And we talked about how Thor Protect is a bit weird considering people usually don't ban that.
Yeah, maybe you've given it away a little bit. Mechanic has like locked in the Thor, so maybe they're worried about it being responsively banned in this next round. Could be something. The ban of the Captain America denies the team up, at least for Thor, if you wanted to go like really all in on the Thor comp.
Yeah, it's definitely something. Dart Monkeys, we'll see what they want to change up, obviously, on Convergence. That is interesting. I actually do like that progression in the meta, Jake. You mentioned how the Adam Warlock ban, which, by the way, Dart Monkeys are the ones to do it. But that could be something that's going huge. That's huge going forward. Because, yeah, like you said, a lot of teams still force Star-Lord Mantis, right? I mean, you see a Mantis, it feels like every single game. If you just get rid of that team up, I mean, that does ruin a lot of the strengths of said characters.
Yeah, I think the Adam Warlock, not only is Adam strong even without team ups, but he enables probably the best team up in the game right now. And honestly, the Hulk team up is like, I think maybe just as strong. Like Hulk Strange Iron Man is a really nice team up. But the Hulk, as we were saying before, is just much less popular because the hero is so hard to play. The game is so new. I think Hulk's a character that we'll see more and more as the game and the scene develops. And maybe more teams will start to respond and ban that team up earlier or learn to use it themselves. But right now, not as many Hulk players in the game.
Yeah, not a ton at the current moment. I know that there's a few that have made a name for themselves. If we're talking about previous champions in War of the Realms tournament, we're talking about Hogs. Hogs is one of the best Hulks at the moment. There's a few other ones that I can't really name off the top of my head, but there's so many talented players that are progressing and learning the game at a rapid pace. A few of them have sort of made their name on certain characters. And Seb, on the Iron Fist of all heroes, we haven't seen this just yet. A little bit of fake TP. Oh my gosh, they tried to bait him with the portal.
I think Blast tried to like catch them walking into the choke with that TP.
Dude, he's creative. I like it. I like it so far. Riggsy, meanwhile, on the Star-Lord, showing that they're not just a Hella player. Able to help Wanted as well, who swapped off the Mantis and onto the Punisher. And right now, Mechanic, right, they're doing it quite well with their hold so far.
Dart Monkeys, rather, eating up Mechanic on their hold.
Yeah.
Just crushed them on that first attack. They didn't really get any purchase here. And, yeah, no opportunities to break through. And, like, Hawkeye, as good as it seemed in ranked, I feel that there's, for someone like, you got SK and Riggsy able to get on top of that Hella. pressure her, or rather the Hawkeye early, he really doesn't have much survivability. Curious what SK's up to in the backline. Iron Fist tries to get in, tries to connect onto something, but just absolutely roasted, toasted, burned to a crisp.
Oh, no. I mean, that's just classic.
Wanted
Iron
is just
Fist.
the turret right now. He's playing tower defense. He's not moving, Dustin.
Dude, I mean, yeah, you give this guy that much space. I mean, he's one of the best aimers in in gaming, honestly. Like,
Yeah,
Wanted
he
is
has
just,
crazy aim.
yeah.
Oh, he's going to the spawn. Have mercy, Riggsy.
Riggsy has no mercy right now.
Yeah,
He's just
I'm not seeing any.
legendary too. Why not? Just on top
not?
of it. I've already, he pretty much already has the auto aim. But now into the legendary. Oh my God, the Iron Fist. What's it gonna do? Oh, he gets out. Oh, never mind. Goodbye, Iron Fist. Here comes the Scarlet Witch. This is actually great for Dart Monkeys. It's like a tower defense game right now. It seems like mechanics just constantly running at them in waves.
Yeah, this some tower defense simulator as Wanted is just farming damage. SK ulting into the backline.
Oh
They don't even have ults yet. SK is 2 minutes on the clock.
While we were watching Wanted, we were watching Riggsy. I completely forgot SK was in the game. All right, that was just, by the way, the whole time building ultimate.
Wanted has this nasty setup with all of his zip ties all around the point, letting him get around up to that high ground. SK marking the flank. Looking very threatening on this Psylocke, right? Always looking for opportunities to burst down a quick kill.
Character does so much damage. Meanwhile, dealing with the Scarlet Witch on the right side, forcing them to go to the health pack, knowing exactly where they're to go. Just wants to steal the health pack first, drops off, takes them out in the air. Meanwhile, Riggsy and team, Riggsy and co, able to track down the rest of Mechanic and, in fact, get an entire ace. Minute and 15 seconds left on Mechanic's attack.
I mean, Dart Monkey's just a team we're going to have to keep our eyes on across the rest of the tournament. Mechanic isn't really finding any opportunities here because Dart Monkey's just giving him nothing. No quarter, no purchase. Dr. Strange trying to build a TP, but I'm worried. Is he going to, like, die for trying to build this? His team has to support him just to get the TP off in the spawn.
They're getting
rough.
it. They're getting it. Riggsy the 1v1. Getting tracked down by a character that doesn't have to aim. Vulture, nice work from them on the Scarlet Witch. The BRB brings back Riggsy immediately. Also, Luda still on the point, but here's Wanted sitting in the corner, trying not to get burned down. Will come back through on the high ground with some shots. Vulture able to get an elimination with the ultimate as well. So the Luda still ultimate for Mechanic actually was a bit later and actually gives them a huge advantage. Bogged down on a Riggsy. Finally taking advantage of a maybe a bit of overzealousness by Dart Monkeys, but if Juan is just sitting on the height, just tracking down like he is, I mean, that's brutal. Meanwhile, Seb tries able to take down SK, so the Iron Fist actually getting some work done. Nice freeze onto Wanted as well, but a random straight orb from the Rocket, who is here on the high ground, makes this spot so hard to contest. Here comes the Iron Fist. Eventually, the damage mitigation will come through, but Riggsy on the low ground, able to take down Starkey while they try to deal with Wanted. Seb tries able to take him down, but Eye of Agamotto from Flats and crew on the point has the Psylocke to follow up. Nobody else here. Overtime ticks down. It was at 99%, and Dart Monkey says, sorry, Mechanic, you're not going to make it any further in this map, and you're stopped here and now.
They do get 99%, so Mechanic got something. I mean, it's not unwinnable for them here. If they can get the full hold, they could send us to a decisive map 3, but that's an enormous if. Dart Monkeys has just been styling on them this series. Phil Dart Monkeys maybe was even just overconfident in their position to even give Mechanic that chance to almost cap first point.
Dart Monkeys showing that they can constantly always come back. It's always pressure on Mechanic to having to come back into this, and you know, for Mechanic on their team's defensive hold now. We'll see if they want to change anything up. You know, obviously without Hell in the lineup, you could maybe opt into
Please,
that
SK,
name more.
please, we need the Jeff. We need some Jeff gameplay. I feel SK is the one who might bring us some Jeff gameplay here in the Marvel Rivals Championship. The fans have been waiting long enough. It's time.
It's time for Jeffy boy. You too as well in the Iron Fist, maybe trying to show that they can play that character as well, or maybe better than Seb tries. Seb tries obviously going back to that Doctor Strange Mechanic. Last hurrah here, Jake, for them. 99%, 4 minutes. I mean, can they do it? It's a huge ask out of a team that got spawn camp for 3.5 minutes.
Yeah, we'll see if they can make it happen here. It would be impressive, to say the least. They're able to, you know, find something on this defense. They do have the Namor Luna Snow team up, looking to set something up. Got the reses from Rocket Raccoon. Rocket is hiding in the attacker spawn. That's very risky. He's going to back out of there. Maybe just scouting the enemy attackers out of the spawn. I don't hate that idea. Oh, no. Vulture instantly picked. It does get res, though, from Rocket Raccoon. Still going to be into the fight.
Get back into it. TP also there from Flats. Don't know if it was necessarily for the team or if it's just to get somebody off the map, but regardless, Dart Monkeys walk in. U2 just going aggressive onto Luna Snow, has some support. The Iron Fist gets the elimination, also heals up. The great part about that character. Flats also gets onto another one. Rixie did get picked, but the BRB is going to bring them back. And Vulture just has to back out of there, using the cooldown just to escape. Everybody else sort of funnelling around this objective. You had some help from Penny Parker, but now that Penny Parker is gone, there is no more mines in this objective, and it's just a beat down for Dart Monkeys. And SK, got to play a little bit of Jeffy boy, mechanic. They're trying to group one tick given, but they can't give up two more. Second tick given. Is anybody going to touch this? They got Riggsy, but can anybody touch anybody at all? No.
No.
Job done. Job done.
Wow. Okay, they get it done. And I don't know if I saw Jeff on my screen this entire offense, but you know what? Jeff won. And in my heart, Jeff has a 100% win rate. Not just in my heart, maybe on this cast. I think is Jeff broken? That's the question we got to ask ourselves.
Stop, dude, stop. Jesus. Oh
I'm trying to gaslight all the viewers to play Jeff.
They already have been if they've been playing the Jeff game mode.
No, that's true. Jeff's winter celebration.
Yeah. But, I mean, obviously, SK's damage was on Psylocke, not on Jeff. Imagine Jeff doing as much damage as 5,000 damage, more than
Jeff,
Flash.
top damage the server.
That's crazy. SK didn't know you can go 17-2 on Jeff. That's kind of correct. That's kind of insane.
How did George do 48 damage? There's no way that wasn't intentional. I think he's intentionally heal-only challenge on Rocket Raccoon. There's no way that was unintentional. I swear.
I've seen it before, man. It happens all the time in ranked. Maybe they're just trying to mimic the top Rocket Raccoon players in bronze. It's definitely an interesting play from them. But Dart Monkeys, they look really good, Jake. You said to watch out for them moving forward, and I think you're 100% right. This team, we'll see if compositionally they can match all of these other top teams. But, I mean, at the moment, in terms of mechanical prowess, they definitely have it.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see, as they match up against some of the stronger teams in the tournament. I think they're a team that we will be expecting to see go far and potentially be one of our top contenders, potentially end up in the money even. I'd be willing to feel kind of confident in them to be a team that could be there with all their experience, like all top hero shooter players from other titles coming to Marvel Rivals, been really grinding this game and taking it seriously. And I think that's the key attribute you need. You need the skill you bring from your experience in other titles, but you also need to genuinely put a lot of effort in on Marvel Rivals.
And Dart Monkeys have been doing it so far. They go up they win 2-0 in the series. This is a best out of 3, so they're already done and moving on to the next round. Let's take a look at the highlights and go to a short break before we have the next match. Welcome back, everybody, to the Marvel Rivals Championships. My name is Dogman, joined by Jake. We just saw Dart Monkeys have pretty much one of the best series you could ask for, Jake. I mean, if you're a team competing in the tournament, that's exactly what you want, right? You want to have a 2-0 in such a fashion where there's not even a question who's the better team.
I mean, there's a lot of those going around at this point, right? There's still so many teams who qualify. There's a big range of skill. It's as we go deeper into the tournament, matches get tougher and tougher. I think at this point, if you're a top team, you just need to be consistent and stable, right? You do not want to go down to the lower bracket by throwing a match away that you should have won, and now you're facing elimination. Who knows what happens? You go up against a top team, and suddenly you're out of the tournament. You're eliminated. So there's a lot of pressure on this tournament, a lot on the line for these players trying to make their name in Marvel Rivals. So I think it makes a lot of sense that they're bringing their absolute best to every match.
Yeah, and the absolute best Dart Monkeys did bring, but we have more series ahead of us. We're gonna go into a series between Nightmare and Blue Team. I was sort of thinking, like, which team is Blue Team? Because we saw a Blue Team before. Jake, I think me and you both infamously casted. I know I had some people talking to me about this with the last time we had to do Team Blue versus Blue. That was in the War of the Realms tournament. We had to deal with two teams called Blue. That was a lot of fun.
That's about as bad as it gets in terms of team names, but at least there's only one Team Blue in this series. That's the plus side. Their opponents, though, Team Nightmare, for folks who didn't catch the Marvel Rivals Invitational or the War of the Realms, this is the top team in NA right now. Like, they've been the champion of the previous two tournaments that I just mentioned. Nightmare's been on top, and honestly, in the Marvel Rivals Invitational last week, Nightmare just crushed the competition. It was not competitive. They were just head and shoulders better than absolutely everyone else. Now, though, is a much broader field in the Marvel Rivals Championship, much bigger opportunity for teams who want to upset Nightmare, but they have a tall task ahead of them, Dustin.
Yeah, and the first time on the broadcast, right? I mean, all of the players have been kind of popping off so far. Oh, it's Blue Team with Echo. Okay, so it is the interesting lineup, actually, because Echo as well, one of the best Vanguard players. And overall, I mean, this is going to be a banger of a matchup, I think, Jake. For Team Nightmare, obviously they won, like you said, the War of the Realms, also the Invitational. A lot of their players have been blowing up on Twitch, getting a lot of social media presence. And, for them, this is a big test, I think, early on in this tournament.
Yeah, maybe the first test that they've really had to face. In the end, though, I think Nightmare is a confident team. They're going to open with a Strange ban, which is pretty strange for them, honestly. Like, typically Nightmare has been a team that has banned a lot of Hela first, but it seems like they're trying to maybe diversify their ban strategy, right? Like allowing Hela into the series. Amazing has looked great on it. Both Iron Man and Star-Lord being protected, although without the Adam Warlock team up, it's interesting to see the Star-Lord Protect team up, or Star-Lord Protect come in. That Nightmare still values Star-Lord even without that team up online.
That's what I was talking to you about. I was like, Star-Lord is kind of a hero you could play even without the team up, just because of how strong a hero it is. But there's the late Hela ban, like you said, Jake. Usually you save that third ban for Psylocke, but in this case, they're just going for Hela for third. Yeah,
it's interesting, right? It's sort of the reverse order that we typically see. Nightmare, maybe they know something we don't about Blue Team with that super high priority Strange ban, where Gasplin has been phenomenal on the Strange. So I feel like it wouldn't be a hero that they're necessarily worried about coming into the server. Luna Snow ban by Blue Team. See if that's something they can continue to work with.
Jake, I mean, this is what I was talking to you earlier about Hulk players. Both Hogs and Echo are some of the best in the game right now, right? Yeah. We haven't watched like much Hulk gameplay, but I think this is the first time that the fans, some of the viewers, are going to see, the best Hulks in the game, because we really haven't had to experience it so far in the championship.
Yeah, I think Xiao Yi on the Psylocke going to take on Super Gomez. It's going to be a key duel as well. And on this domination map, I think Iron Man is particularly strong. So Amazing going to take on Jurassic. Amazing has kind of been the top Iron Man so far in Marvel Rivals, in NA at least. Kind of solidly on top with the rest of Nightmare. See if they can continue that reign of dominance. Nightmare's just a team with a target on their back in this tournament, right? They've won so many matches, so many tournaments back to back. Certainly teams have watched the VOD, have thought about how they want to approach Nightmare. And Nightmare just doesn't have that luxury facing out other teams. Like, everyone else is gunning for them, and they just have to defend and continue to improve. It's hard to do that when you're already on top.
Yeah, in the history of esports, you know that, Jake, you can't stay on top forever, right? There's always a team that'll fall. We'll see if it is Nightmare's opportunity to maintain their presence in the scene as a top team. Blue Team also has those incredibly talented players that we talked about. Echo already going very aggressive, poked out, immediately burned, but not down just yet. Meanwhile, Jurassic over the top right, dealing with the Iron Man bubble. Gets in Ryan Mason's favor, but it's traded by Jurassic, who played it safe around the corner. Now bobs and weaves back around the corner. These Iron Man players have the movement of an absolute cracked airline jet. Now, blue team actually take the edge for a setup, an aggressive play that actually doesn't pan out. So both teams kind of getting a little bit too aggressive and punishing either side's duelist players. Now Super Gamma drops down to the point, but it's captured first by blue team, who have rotated there, even though they were missing their Psylocke player. Nice heals coming in from the top side as well. A little bit of difference in terms of positioning right now. Ryan Mason trying to burn down Echo. He's getting incredibly low, but immediately the Mantis commits the ultimate as well from R2. Same with 306. Huge ultimate committed from Super Gomez. Finds the elims as well as Kurova as well onto R2. So even though Nightmare were the first ones to lose the objective, at the moment they're pretty steadily in control unless some ultimates come out of Team Blue.
Yeah, really well executed by Nightmare, but blue team can't be too upset about that, right? 35% cap, 34 going their way to start off the map. It's a pretty nice start. Ryan Mazing with a little bit of a lead on this maximum pulse. See if he's going to be able to get that in to open up the fight. We've seen Iron Man on this map. Like, there's so many nooks and crannies all around the ceiling. Big sleep on a Super Gomez, though. See if the follow-up is there. It is. Nightmare have to fight down one right now.
We're talking the Mantis players really being a huge focal point for both teams, right? This character, so crucial. If you can hit those sleeps, nice shield to save Ryan Mazing in the sky. Already down one, can they try to find enough to bring it back? They found two with Gaslit on to 306. Ryan Mazing stunned in the air by Echo, but can they find the elims to back it up? Jurassic, nice takedown of Super Gomez, but Armory trades it back. Mantis of Nightmare showing some prowess as well, as Nightmare's still pretty in control of the point. Ultimate committed by Echo, but he slept. An amazing sleep by Aramore slows down Echo right now. He's just trying to kind of control the objective, control the flow of the game, because they're still trying to fight this at the current moment. Gasplin, though, slept, and actually the entire chandelier falls on him as R2 takes him down. So blue team sort of working themselves back into it, as Nightmare still sitting with some ultimates. Ryan Mazing with a duel in the sky with the Iron Man. Actually wins it. Jurassic is gone, and as is now. Now comes the ultimate from the Iron Man, but gets blocked by Looted. So they're still on the point. Blue team's still in it at the moment. Has the Mantis ultimate on top of it. Nightmare, however, still in control of the mission area. So they're still kind of pressing out blue team at the moment. Super Gomez and Kurova as well. They do give up the point, but now they come back through with the ultimate. Catch out. Oh no! Was that mid-ultimate for 306? The ultimate now removed. Cloak and Dagger. Blue team will no longer have that. And Nightmare control the point, or will control the point once again.
Yeah, Nightmare choosing to give up the flip in order to get a crucial pick on that backline strategist proves to be the wise decision now as they're cruising towards the final fight in this objective. Blue team, they only have duelist ultimates online, which really isn't the best when it comes to trying to make a retake. Super Gomez harassing the walk up as Nightmare have every tool that they'll need to potentially win this next fight.
Yeah, Super Gomez in stasis because of Hulk, but the shield by Magneto there, that cooldown removed. These small things do matter. And the culmination of it, Hogs slams right into Echo. So both Hulk stunned temporarily, but blue team is the one that is all low. They lose two members immediately. And now overtime taking down Nightmare. I mean, they're fully in control now. No ultimates for blue team either. They can just hold on to ult for next map.
And Nightmare, not only do they win the first round, bringing it back, but also they come into Bifrost Garden with a big bank of ultimates, and there's really nothing on the cards right now for blue team. So Nightmare asserting dominance, showing that they are still top dog, at least in this series.
Yeah, top dog indeed, Nightmare. No, I mean, that was clean for them, Jake. I mean, obviously, that round number one, you know, they struggled. They lost Ryan Mazing early, but then after that, obviously come back into it, able to take down even more. And then Nightmare kind of just steamrolled after that point. Blue team, you know, they had some moments. However, Nightmare, you know, like you mentioned, they have those ults ready to go for this first fight.
I mean, this is one of the things that I always talk about with Nightmare, that, like, yes, they're extremely good, and often they are just getting first picks and snowballing. But even when the fight starts to go against them, when they drop a player, when they maybe are down ultimates and, like, it's looking bad, they're really solid at battling in those tough scenarios, they still fight really well, even when the advantage is against them. And a lot of teams slip up trying to press that lead, thinking they can do more than they really can, and Nightmare punishes them and brings it back. That's been a consistent theme for Nightmare across a lot of the matches I've seen them play.
Early spam by both Ironmans going towards each other. Not exactly hitting shots until Zhao able to take down Super Gomez. Great opening KO for him, and now you have Echo trying to create some extra pressure. Make sure that they maintain their advantage this time. They don't want to lose it like they did previous. And this time, for sure, blue team really making their point by capturing the mission area first.
Yeah, it's a big fight win. Nightmare had ultimates, but they weren't able to deploy them. Now, Bruce Banner looks like he's going to go down very late on the reset, gets exiled by Hulk, but still cut off in the end. And now Nightmare needs to get a full regroup, right? Without Hogs, do they really want to take this engagement?
I don't know. Amazing looks like he does. Playing very aggressive. Looted now back and out of there. Gaskin and crew. Nightmare walking on forward. Amazing as well. In a very aggressive position. Looking for the Psylocke. Beams them down through the walls. The breakable terrain. That wall did not matter to Amazing in his Gamba beam. Now comes that butterfly dance from Super Gomez. Forces out the Mantis ultimate. Super Gomez now out of it as well, just able to pressure out this back line, looking for that Iron Man who has to come back. Super Gomez comes out of invisibility, looking at him. Jurassic trying to duck around the corner, bob and weave, but he's got Hogs on the back flank. R2 will go down. Super Gomez has been traded out by Echo. So it is 1 for 1. Amazing comes through the top, dies for it, but drops out the ultimate. So that's going to be Cloak and Dagger removed. 50% of the board is in favor of blue team. They still have control of it. Also, Jurassic's got this ultimate ready to go if he so chooses to use it. Goes incredibly low, but it's doing a great job staying alive. Nice sleep onto Hog. Forces the ultimate out. No cap coming through yet for Nightmare. Now they're slowly getting it up. Gaston towards the point is able to get one. Jurassic holding onto the ultimate, still really really hasn't found the good opportunity to use it. And just the reset's going to come through for blue team.
Yeah, and Super Gomez taking kind of a risk here, looking forward, trying to find something. He is just going to be backed out of the engagement. Nightmare, they win the fight, but it was quite expensive. They have that Magneto ult to enable the walk up here for the next team fight. Both Magnetos, I think, looking to be decisive in this engagement. Maybe Jurassic can make the difference with the maximum pulse. But defenders tend to be pretty strong holding this corner. Blue team have their work cut out for them just walking up here.
Yeah, Lofty, you think about it as if you're Gaskin in terms of peel, but Amazing just ignores everything. He's just beating down everybody by himself. This man is absolutely on fire. Nightmare, without any ultimates, get the job done. Blue's back to the spawn.
Yeah, that team up with the Hulk providing the damage, and then Magneto Bubble consistently going to Amazing, allowing him to be fighting with total confidence up in the sky. The team really has a great awareness, and oh man, no one's going to see this coming. Amazing over the top with maximum pulse. They don't realize he's waiting above them. This is looking so scary.
Yep. One immediately. R2 back to the spot again. That Mantis removed shield as well to keep the peel bare. Blue team. I mean, this is brutal for Jurassic. Amazing's already 50% to an ultimate, Jake. He just used 2 before Jurassic's even used 1.
Yeah, he's farming so much and just willing to confidently cycle that ultimate. One pick is really all you need to get the early advantage in the fight. Super Gomez just looks like he wants to take the reset. Does have that ultimate online. A lot of pressure on R2 here, where it has to hold the support ultimates for the perfect moment, and Nightmare keeping the pressure on them very aggressively.
Yeah, good heals from the strategist. And now Super Gomez gets the final bullet is down. Oh no, R2 gone yet again to Amazing. 86%. Also an ultimate from Looted. This is pure panic. 90% of the board. Nightmare's about to get the job done. They had another ultimate. Amazing said 3. Jurassic's not, but we used 1. But we'll see if they can. Mantis ultimate here now. Super Gomez! No! Poor Jurassic, man. Just like the dinosaurs. He's just extinct. Captured Royal Palace now, and Nightmare look amazing, Jake. They win map number 1.
Yeah, and even map 2, right? It started off so good for Team Blue. It looked like, hey, maybe this was going to be a competitive round. But the moment Nightmare flipped back control, the aggression just goes up to another level, something we haven't even seen as much of from Nightmare before. Keep the pressure on constantly, and Team Blue just didn't really have a proper fight for the rest of the map.
I mean, I don't want to say Iron Diff.
Iron Diff. That I'll say it. I'll say it. What the?
Listen, Jurassic. I think maybe there's a little bit nerves, right, Jake? I mean, you're going against one of the best teams in the tournament. You've got to have sub nerves there, right?
Yeah, maybe, but little bro got doubled up on. I mean, you can say his nerves, but I think it's also the team play, to be honest, though, from Nightmare, right? Like how constantly the heels are being pumped into Raimazing, right? When he was on that walk up, I was wondering, is Nightmare even going to fight? And they were willing to fight with Raimazing. He was trading confidently, but he's just getting the hard double pocket from both strategists. The Magneto is very aware of Iron Man, ready to give him that bubble if he does get in trouble. And so even, I mean, Raimazing is just getting all of the enabling from the rest of the team, all the resources, and he's really making the most of it.
Yeah, they're doing it on a different comp too, having the Cloak and Dagger instead of Kuroba usually on the Mantis, or not on the Mantis, on the Adam Warlock. So definitely doing it with a different composition, and their pacing seems to be on another level, Jake. They're just constantly throwing out those ultimates. I mean, it feels like ults in Marvel Rivals are built so quickly.
Yeah, and I think the best teams really are willing to cycle them off aggressively. Like, even if you're snowballing for more kills, chase the enemy back to spawn, if you just get them on another few spawn timers, get some extra knockouts, I think the ultimates are still worth good value. Ideally, you can start with them like Raimazing was able to do from that flank with that maximum pulse and then snowball and charge more. But I think the teams that really are playing aggressively, playing a super high tempo style, look like the best right now. And that's why, honestly, for these really strong teams, we've seen less of the traditional backline duelists and more of the high mobility options such as Iron Man, Star-Lord, yeah, like a lot of choices there for the high mobility backliners. But that's been the key to their success, is that they just, when they get a small lead, they snowball it and they wipe your entire team. They start spawn camping you. It's just overwhelming pressure to be dealing with.
Yeah, overwhelming pressure that we're about to rewatch and then head to that map number 2. So we're going to a short highlight package and come back from a break. Welcome back, everybody, to the Marvel Rivals Championship. My name is Dogman, joined by Jake. We are amidst the series between Team Nightmare and Team Blue. Jake, we just saw on the previous map, was incredibly close until Amazing decided to turn up the gamma rays and just beam everybody.
Yeah, I mean, incredibly close. There was one round that was kind of close, but Nightmare is just this team that looks so solid, right? Like, I'm impressed by Team Blue that they're even able to win some of these team fights where a lot of teams have played Nightmare, in fairness to what you're saying. Like, a lot of teams have played Nightmare have not won team fights, right? They get 100-0, they get full health, they get full cap. This is a team that at least is able to win some fights, at least is able to take control. You talked about Echo being a key part of that, being a really strong Hulk player. And I think there are moments there, but Nightmare, just like even when you do find picks, even when you do find openings, they just step back a little, they wait, they regroup, and then they hit you twice as hard.
Yeah, it's been the trend from Nightmare, and we'll see if they can maintain that, obviously, moving forward. They have a lot of experience, a lot of practice. I think, Jake, in these long open format tournaments, you know, you can get sort of lulled to sleep, right? I mean, if you are a top team and you're playing against opponents that are maybe not up to your level necessarily, you're constantly trying things, or you're just having fun, you know, a few hours can go by and then you have a really hard opponent, right? Can you maybe attest to those sort of extremely long days that a lot of these pros go through? And, you know, how do you stay mentally fit, like ready to go for your match that is a lot tougher later on in the day than earlier?
Yeah, I mean, I think at least Nightmare should be happy about facing a team like Team Blue in the sense that, well, they're not easy enough that you can go to sleep. You know, this is a team that is posing a challenge, and Nightmare does have to play at their best to win. But it feels like if Nightmare is at their best, they will get the win here. They do look a lot more solid, and Domination has been a bit of that equalizer game mode, so maybe on Burn and T'Challa, maybe it'll be enough for Blue Team to get it over the line, but it just feels so challenging. Nightmare are so good at pumping the resources into Amazing's Iron Man. It's just been a really strong strategy for them.
Yeah, you would like to potentially see that get banned, but, you know, Echo is a great Hulk player, so I imagine they're trying to just force Jurassic to kind of play the Iron Man, figure it out, because eventually maybe they could. Pretty much similar pick bans as last time. Doctor Strange ban first. Is anything different than this? Luna Snow Protect comes through.
Yeah, I mean, the Luna Snow Protect is nice, interesting for Nightmare. Maybe they'll want to run a Luna Snow-centric strategy. They continue to first ban the Strange, maybe feeling like Strange is so popular right now at the highest level in the top teams. Nightmare is a highly flexible team. Maybe they just feel they don't need the Doctor Strange nearly as much as other teams probably do. Other teams probably more reliant on the Strange than they are, so I think the ban makes sense. And it's going to be no second phase ban for Blue Team. Interesting choice. Against Nightmare of all teams, feels like you probably want to do something.
Yeah, I get maybe put the onus on to Nightmare to make a decision on who to ban. How are going to get removed? Pretty similar to what we saw last time. And it's the exact same, except for the Protect, maybe a little bit different for Blue Team. You know, they're obviously very happy in terms of playing the Mantis, but it's like kind of what you have to play with it, right? I mean, Blue Team play Cloak and Dagger, Nightmare play Cloak and Dagger with Kurova on the Cloak. This time they're going to have to play something else. I kind of like that, Jake. What do you think about sort of targeting the opponent's strategists, kind of banning around what they play, making them play other strategists, and you know, maybe ones they haven't played as much?
Yeah, I mean, the Luna Snow is definitely different, a character that we see banned a ton from the strategist role. And I think the power of this, like especially the double defensive ult comps with Mantis and Luna Snow, are already showing Jeff right now. I'm not going to be baited just yet, but it could happen.
Could definitely happen. In a matchup with a lot of the line, though, we'll see. You know, Alara Mori, I know that I think she's been doing an unranked to GM challenge as Jeff Oldney. I know that's definitely something that's in her prerogative. However, you know, Mantis is just such a strong character right now.
Yeah, definitely in a match like this, you probably do want to be fielding the Mantis. Hogs are amazing, though. My eyes are going to be on these backline divers. Can they find connections on the enemy strategists? Xiao Yi, I think, was looking pretty strong when it comes to the Psylocke in the last map. So he was able to continue to deliver that punishment, pick off some key backliners.
Yeah, early damage into the front line of Blue Team. Bubbles committed by Echo. Meanwhile, Super Gomez, low ground, again, just pressuring Jurassic. It's been tough for him so far, but he's able to back out of there. Super Gomez as well, able to live. Point presence from both teams. Super Gomez with the flank immediately onto Jurassic into the sky, committing all of the cooldowns to get rid of him. Deuce does so, but it is traded out. So now it is going to be this Iron Man versus the duelists on the low ground, and it's the Iron Man to come out on top, right? Those final blows coming through from Amazing. The KOs have been clean, and unfortunately for Zhao, not as much done on the sidewalk.
Big stall on Echo. This is really punishing for the Hulk. They're going to be able to delay him for quite a long time with both strategists able to control the Bruce Banner. He's not able to farm and turn into the Hulk. Looks like he's going to pop it now, see if he can escape with his life. Okay, he is maybe Nightmare doing a little too much stalling there. Bruce Banner does turn back, and Super Gomez goes down on the flank. This is an opportunity for blue team. Oh, but Hogs finding Mantis kind of makes it more difficult.
Yeah, Jurassic doing a good job burning down Amazing. Maybe they found their entrance that they so desperately needed. Armori's going to fall too. Nightmare sort of caught overextended. Kurova's going to fall. And blue team just making sure they can wrap up this point, getting the KOs. No TP, by the way, because Doctor Strange banned. So these eliminations matter a lot more when you can't just TP back to the point. Blue team in control of the mission area.
Yeah, and they're able to do it without much of an ultimate presence. Xiao Yi has been a big performer on the sidelock. I think a key part of the success for blue team now gets marked by, looks like a lot of players on the flank, uses the anti-gravity to take high ground. This duel, I think, is going to be super, super important. Jurassic setting up on the high ground, though. We'll see if they're ready for this maximum pulse, able to come in from an off angle.
I think they did scout it. Immediately Luna Snow, ultimate force due to Super Gomez coming on the left side with the butterfly dance. Now trying to come back towards these tanks, but it's being slammed by Echo. Jurassic meanwhile on the left side. Backs on out of the top left. A lot of ultimates forced on the backside. Really far away, in fact. And nice oh my god, freeze into Magneto Meteor onto Jurassic. I think Jurassic's ultimate as well got eaten by said Meteor, so nice counter engage by Nightmare. Zhao able to get one at least while falling back, but Kurova gets one into Echo. Hogs pressuring out everybody from blue team as Nightmare control the point once again.
Yeah, big counterplay, right, against that Iron Man maximum pulse. The strategist ults aren't going to get it done, but Magneto ult saved for just that purpose. Really well done by Gaskin, a key difference maker on the Magneto. Ludodon has that Magneto Meteor as well, available to be deployed against Amazing. See if how much Amazing thinks about that when it comes to countering it. Right now, just focusing on pouring on the damage from high ground.
Good damage from him, going to back on another Super Gomez. Invisible. We know what he does, right? He's looking for the Iron Man, but in this instance, going back to pressure tanks. Now sees where the Iron Man is, wants to dash in for it, has to back out of there. 1v1 between Jurassic and Amazing. Jurassic's going to win it. Super Gomez is traded out their counterpart, though, as Echo finds Baby Bruce. As they try to walk on in there, Nightmare sort of backing up. Don't want to commit ultimate just yet. Are they going to pop Kurova's ult? They do. Dance floor is out. Really held on to that last second. Kurova super good and making sure he only uses that ult last second. But with Iron Man still out here, it's so much damage. Amazing's back, though, with the ultimate. Just throws it out. Why not? Onto the Mantis. R2 back to the spawn. Amazing trying to fly on out of there with the assassination. But everybody's kind of here on the back. Super Gomez on the 306. No way. The elimination's actually trading back in favor of Nightmare, even though blue team still had some players to sort of work with. And with that, I mean, you just have looted on towards the point. He's getting staggered out. Overtime ticks down now, Jake. Blue team only have both of their strategist players, and it's been a rough series for R2 so far as Amazing is targeting the hell out of it.
Yeah, they're definitely punishing the backline. Both teams really putting a ton of emphasis on getting on top of the enemy strategist, trying to shut them down first or force out those ultimates very early into the team fight. So definitely keep your eyes on those top bars, right? Whichever strategist ults first, is forced to pop that ult first, is in a much weaker position. The opposing team can, wait that out, delay the fight, and then come in with strategist ults of their own. On top of that, this crucial interaction between Magneto and Iron Man is something I'm going to definitely be looking out for as the series progresses, right? The ability to counter that maximum pulse with the Iron Man ultimate is pretty huge, considering nothing much else in this comp can deal with it. Yes, Magneto can shield it, but that's much more difficult than something like a Doctor Strange, whose shield just feels quite a bit more effective when it comes to blocking an Iron Man ult.
Yeah, that character is my bane whenever I play Iron Man for sure. I mean, it's just, you can do so much as Magneto, like you said, with the ability to eat it with the shield. And for blue team, I wonder, Jake, Aramori we haven't really seen in the target sight lines of Jurassic, whereas R2, constantly kind of trying to play with the team, sometimes being caught out.
Super Gomez tries to start it off on a Jurassic who just barely escapes with his life. Nightmare going all the way to high ground, getting all this map control. See if the low ground push is okay for blue team, as they're really potentially going to be vulnerable just walking across the point. They're going to try and start the fight first. So there's Armory being shut down.
Yeah, and already on a Kurova too. But oh my god, Super Gomez came back for the peel, the savior. Now you have to commit that Luna's ultimate 306. Not going to say the rest of those numbers. Commits the dance floor towards the point. You see that it's constantly changing from blue to pink. That's from damage boost to heal. And if you have that on hold, you can change it so fast that the game thinks that you're healing and damage boosting at the same time. R2 meanwhile on the back left flank. Hogs out of Hulk form, just gets staggered. We'll see if blue team can regroup here on the inside angle.
Jurassic trying to get back into this, but remember, Nightmare are in control. They're happy to take a long fight, and even though they're down one, they're not fighting that way. They're so aggressive, even down a player. This is the Nightmare we've come to expect, and they snowball it right back, not only equalizing, but getting ahead. Super Gomez into the backline with the katana, forces the responsive Mantis ult out of R2-R2. Blue team stabilizing off the back of that, finally able to get stuck into this team fight.
They're amazing doing a job playing with the team at the current moment, making sure he doesn't get too far away, sort of on a string. Now, ultimate committed. The butterfly dance from Xiao just to create some space, may force some ults, but Mori now comes in extremely late with that Mantis ultimate. Hogs onto R2 as well. Gonna remove that Mantis, the blue team once more. Without ultimates, Echo gets slept and hit by the maximum pulse, but doesn't go down, so this Hulk absorbing so much damage. Meanwhile, Hogs able to get two. And Nightmare continuing the raid on the objective. Blue team sort of broke in, but couldn't cap the point.
Yeah, and that single target maximum pulse on the Ultra Hulk almost one-shots him. They're able to finish off the Ultra Hulk, and that is a pretty nice counter. Definitely something you got to be very cautious of on Hulk, especially with these strategists available, right? The freeze and the sleep. You know, you're very tanky, but you don't have much when it comes to blocking that CC.
Look how
Is he going in?
Yes, he's on the Iron Man. Jurassic's on the ground. Gomez is here, and then pops the butterfly dance too. Looted goes down. That was insane, Jake. Towards the spawn, the aggression takes the Iron Man out the air. Hogs, one of the best Hulks at being anti-air.
Yeah, Nightmare adding insult to injury, wanting to close out this map and the series, diving the spawn. Kind of a wild play. Super Gomez in deep, gets the Magneto bubble, desperately needed that to survive. And blue team in desperation mode. Echo has to come touch the objective.
He does. Almost out of heroic form. Oh no, he is back in Baby Bruce form. But can they find the elims? Maybe that now that they've sort of turned the aggression on its head, they're able to find some elims, but if they lose the ultimate, takes the Iron Man 1v1. You have the Magneto jumping in your face, absorbing a lot of the damage, but you built up the ultimates. Now you toss it out. Oh no, he died during it. Looting and Zhao combined with the damage output, it's enough to take him down, on top of having that well-timed blue to snow ultimate. Blue team have control of the point now.
Still, it was very expensive in terms of ultimates. Nightmare, by fighting so well in that scrappy engagement, they get almost everything out of blue team. They only have that meteor online. Nightmare with 3 ults to bring to bear, and Super Gomez 2/3 of the way to his katana. Definitely looking scary for blue team. They need some kind of heroic play. Someone needs to be a hero right now. Find some opening picks. If this becomes an ult trade, it's definitely going to favor Nightmare.
1v1 Super Gomez dash towards the health pack. Shield though for Zhao, so that cooldown is committed. Meanwhile, it looks like a sleep happened to Hogs in the back line. Incoming Gasplin with the meteor. How do you dodge this if you're 308? You just can't. 306 goes down. Mori onto one more. And Jakey talked about how in the previous fight they committed too many ultimates. Looks like that's coming back to bite a blue team. Stagger onto Jurassic, onto Looted. Overtime now takes down Nightmare. I mean, they just look so cold, so calculated. They're going to win the series 2-0.
And this is what we expected from Nightmare. This is what we expected from the team that's been the champion of the last 2 tournaments of Marvel Rivals in North America. Honestly, if I had to bet money on anybody, I feel like you'd be crazy to bet on anybody else but Nightmare in this tournament. They are your team to beat, and now they're really showing it. I felt as this series went on, it got more dominant for Nightmare. They got more aggressive, chasing even deeper into the spawn. And what looked like potential bright spots for Team Blue, I mean, there were some decent plays. There were some well-executed fights from them, but Nightmare was just overwhelming. What a magnificent performance.
Yeah, this was all-round team effort. You know, I think we can't understate as well how good Team Blue is, right? This team is a solid team. They're all-around veterans that have a lot of experience in the hero shooter genre and in Marvel Rivals, even in the playtests. So, you know, it's not like there's some nobodies. This team definitely have made names for themselves on the other side, but obviously when you're Nightmare and you're just looking as good as they are with really no weak spots, I don't know, how do you beat this team, Jake? It seems like their pacing is crazy. What is the solution to the problem that is Nightmare?
It's way beyond a simple solution, Dustin. This is a team that you need to just be fielding another superstar team to be able to beat them. You need really strong individuals, and you need the motivation to grind Marvel Rivals, to be practicing it all the time, to be really staying on top. I mean, that's what Nightmare has brought to this game. They brought experience from other titles, but they've also brought probably more motivation than any other team. They've been scrimming consistently. They've got a solid coach. They are putting the effort in to be the best team, and in order to challenge that, it's going to take effort and hard work. There's no easy solution. There's no one counter. Like, Nightmare is way past that in terms of their ability to play the game, their strategic depth. You know, any one simple answer is not going to be enough. It's going to take an across-the-board fantastic execution. Good news, though, for other teams in the tournament is that there are a few teams that have kind of piqued my interest in terms of contenders for Nightmare that could potentially give them a challenge.
Yeah, and if you are interested at all in any of these players so far in the tournament that have played, if you've seen some stellar gameplay from whether it be Iron Man or Hulk or, you know, even Psylocke to a degree, make sure to check out a lot of these players' socials because they are very active. And, you know, that's a large reason why they want to play in this tournament, right? In the #1 premier tournament in Marvel Rivals is for that prestige, for the reputation. So moving forward, Nightmare's looking like they're in a good spot, but let's take a look at those highlights to see how good of a spot they're in. Welcome back, everybody, to the Marvel Rivals Championship. My name is Dogman, joined by Jake. We just wrapped up a series between the former champions of the War of the Realms and the Invitational. So the multi-time, two-time champions, Jake, they were able to take down Team Blue, who were, a good team in their own right. Had a lot of players that, are there's a lot of veterans in the scene, and Nightmares still look pretty strong. We have more games ahead of us, though, Jake. Overall, that was probably the highest level that we've seen out of Marvel Rivals so far in the championships. What are your thoughts from that last series? Obviously, we saw pretty much the same composition throughout, but, do you have any general thoughts or opinions of what just happened?
Well, I think a lot can be learned from the way Nightmare, pump all their resources into a character like Iron Man, who, with the team up, has like such insane damage potential. And then, you're giving a Magneto shield, you're giving a consistent heal from those strategists, and he can really take the game over and kind of be played on a different level. And like a lot of things Ryan Amazing is doing, like it won't work unless you get those resources. But because the team has that mutual trust, he knows he's going to get the resources, he's going to take risks, he's going to play aggressive, and then they become this huge threat that is so hard to answer, so hard to deal with, and the enemy team is just constantly on the back foot. I think that's the best thing that other teams, other players can be learning from Nightmare, is the way that they share resources and emphasize one player when they're the strongest, when they have the opportunity to pop off. I
like that analysis, Jake, and moving forward, we'll see if teams do actually learn from that, because that's a large skill gap, it seems like, in the game, right? There's steps, there's sort of, obviously levels to it. And, Team Blue, you might have a lot of the experience, you might have a lot of the team play or just like general mechanics down pat. But, it is, like you mentioned, figuring out resources and also playing that sort of back and forth, that yin and the yang perfectly.
Yeah, being able to dance in and out. Dead Game Fan's going to take on Stampede here in the next series. Very quick ban phase so far, with Star-Lord and Hulk banned out. Psylocke protected, though, for Stampede.
Yeah, I like that so far. Obviously, that shows that Stampede maybe has that Psylocke player. And I think, when you play a Psylocke or when you lock a Psylocke in, that does say a lot about your team, right, Jake? That usually, I imagine, at least for the other team, that, sounds alarm bells, right? Okay, maybe in the future we got to ban the Psylocke. And for Dead Game Fans, they're going to protect the Hela and then ban the Hawkeye.
Yeah, so it's going to be Hela and Psylocke on the server. Two of the most dominant duelists in the game. Luna Snow banned, which further allows these duelists to potentially have even more impact without that potent defensive ultimate. See
I like that.
Who takes the Hela duel here. I think a lot of pressure is just going to be on the duelist right off the rip, right? Like we've talked about this in other series, if you have the really dominant performance on Hela, you kind of force the other team to maybe be banning it out going forward.
Yeah, maybe Dead Game Fans want to, avoid playing against Stampede's compositions, because they know on the other side, right, Orbit, probably, I imagine, usually how Hero Pool works out, at least in the top teams. Sorry, I looked at your camera, Jake, for a second. You're making a crazy face. I wish the cameras could see that, but, for Dead Game Fans, Jake, obviously, for Orbit's side, the original point is that a lot of these Psylocke players tend to play Star-Lord. That's like the compositions you see, right? We saw at least in Super Gomez's hero pool, right? He plays Psylocke, he'll play Star-Lord, and he'll play Black Panther, whereas you have on the other side, you have Hela having to play the Magic and the Iron Man.
Yeah, makes sense. Being like these high mobility flankers that want to dance around the enemy and attack them from all sides, like that certain aiming style kind of tracks across different characters. Stampede, though, are going to go with the Penny Parker on defense, which we've seen some teams have a lot of success with.
Yeah, Penny Parker tends to be a character that a lot of these Vanguard players love to one-trick, love to play a ton of. Seems to be a character with a very high skill cap and enjoyability factor, whereas Stampede, early poke coming in from Orbit, Dead Game Fans, just playing back of the map with both their Hela and their Adam Warlock.
Yeah, both these characters able to really deliver punishment from range, making it very hard for the attackers to walk up. I like the way Orbit is playing this off angle, not forcing any kind of crazy dive. Very aggressive move from the Hela, supported by Strange, though, and they are able to punish that. Yeah,
Coral, insane top right push. Able to find that first pick off, and he wants more, right? Blood in the water, he's looking to go aggressive. Meanwhile, Lean J gone in the back of the map, pressuring out all that front line. Dead Game Fans, meanwhile, they're just kind of walking towards the point. They got 2 ticks. Stampede, they've sort of been walked around. Carl able to get OP Pantera, and they already got the point. Dead Game Fans control the first objective and even find some staggers.
Yeah, and this Namor, you know, once he gets established on the point, once you as defenders are forced to retake into the Namor, that's when you're really in trouble, because this character does have some pretty massive damage throughput, and you can't rely on mobility to escape him, right? When he's got those turrets with their auto aim. Carl snowballs onto Lenjay gone, and that's a really rough pick to be giving up right now for Stampede on the retake, but it's going to be a long time before they're able to fight without their Hela. Kind of a tough proposition to really take an engagement.
Listen, Pope. Well, yeah, I like this angle. You're right, Jake. I mean, 4 minutes 50 seconds. They got players in the cart to at least one to get up to 2 arrows. And obviously, you want more on the cart to keep that pressure up. But if you have at least one, I mean, you'll get to the end of this point pretty easily. Look, the cart already is here. Last fight territory in the streets phase, at least, for Dead Game fans to cap out. Meanwhile, Orbit and Astonish able to get 2. So it may not matter how far the cart is. Focus can be able to res themselves back into the fight. So you've got some ultimates available on the attacking side as Shanton is back in it as well. Mantis ultimate, they want to go aggressive. Stampede also use their own. Ultimate committed from Focus as well. Nobody's down yet necessarily, so that's a very early resurrect. What does Stampede want to do? They just play it slow. The res is still available. We'll be here for a little bit. Here comes the Eye of Agamotto. It's blocked. Oh my god! Now Pantera from the top slams dunk into Gentle Giant and Focus. And that res, Jake, I mean, what was the point? They got no value, and they don't get to use it this fight.
Yeah, TPR does find one, but it's all cleanup right now for Stampede. They're perfectly happy to get the reset. Thor, God of Thunder, had some pretty massive value there for Pantera, not only finding the knockouts, but also forcing Dead Game fans deep back into the spawn. And like you said, a wasted Adam Warlock ult, I mean, that's going to really start to cost you Stampede getting the stabilization they were hoping for here in the second phase.
Game fans walking up, and they're into a trap though. Stampede at double duelist ultimate. Here comes one of them, the Psylocke right into the Adam Warlock, deletes that link, and Carl and Shanton. Sure, you get one on Gentle Giant. You had to commit an ultimate for that, in fact. So Thor, God of Thunder in that fight didn't get any value at all. 3 minutes and 13 seconds left.
And this is kind of the value from that Psylocke, right? If the enemy has no strategist ultimate, Psylocke just kind of cuts you to pieces with that katana. I mean, it's so powerful, so difficult to deal with. I like that Thor's playing this off-angle. Dead Game fans are just walking up into a kill box. You're going to have to contend with the Namor whale, though. I think that's going to be really key here for Dead Game fans. If they can maybe drop the whale on Thor, stun him, and burst him down, it could be crucial to stopping these dives.
DPR taking the quick elevator up. Oh my gosh, Jesus. Lean J gone. Nice KO on the Gentle Giant. Thor, you talked about it earlier, Jake, how that's such a large target for these duelists to hit. Also early link committed by the side of Dead Game fans. Hello Unleashed, they want to keep up the pressure. Mantis ultimate forced out, so they're able to come back through. Thor's also back in it. You trade 1 for 1. Try to just ultimate gone. Dead Game fans also on their attack will have the Eye of Agamotto. Stampede still sitting with some ultimates as well.
Yeah, and you're not too mad about this for Stampede, right? Kind of happy to trade a duelist ultimate for a strategist ultimate, especially when it's powerful as Mantis. Lenjay gone, finds one, is stunned, but maybe they've already done enough on the defense. The attackers rezzing themselves, trying to get back into the engagement, trying to stay alive, but Thor is healthy, and he's just cutting up the backline.
Yeah, I mean, that's so tough. When you have a Thor in your res, and now he's just kind of spamming you out. Nice shots as well from Caruso. Rest of the Dead Game fans sent to the spawn. Stampede, first point was pretty rough, but now in the streets phase, Jake, they look to have found some stabilization.
Yeah, and this dive comp is really starting to pay off. Namor has struggled to counter dive. When the Thor and the Psylocke come in, they've been very, very successful. Dead Game fans weren't able to find any of these key offensive moments with their strategist ults, which are really, that's their power spike, right? Like, that's their big opportunity, and so far, 2 of them have been basically wasted on this offense.
Rolled off into Eye of Agamotto. Oh my gosh, that's like everybody. They're all gone. The whale on top of it, too, from TPR. It looked like that was actually a defensive whale. Not going to find any value. Stampede. What an Eye of Agamotto alongside Thor.
Yeah, Astonished. That's a very big find. And I mean, time and time again, Stampede are just winning fights with only 1 ultimate. And that's really ideal. Pantera did use Thor, God of Thunder, so 2 ultimates deployed, but still, that's what's enabled this defense to have such longevity, right? They're winning without overcommitting ultimates, and Lenjay gone, looking to get very aggressive on the flank. They don't realize he's here.
Oh my, yeah, and what do you do when that man is hitting shots like that? Carl does trade it back. Pantera's gone, but if Gong can get another elimination, he'll bring the Thor back. Actually, Born Again committed from Focus will bring back Jotun. So they'll at least have the Mantis, but it's only 1 res again, and Stampede understanding that just they want to back on out of there, Jake.
Yeah, they've been constantly kiting these ultimates. Mantis Ult available for the defense. Orbit would love to get a pick before that's online, and he does find it.
Carl, though, nice shot. Orbit tried to fall back. That's what you want to see. And Carl, again, 2 before the Mantis ultimate can come out, but oh no, it's immediately rezzed by the Adam Warlock. Also healed everybody up with the Mantis. They all played around that res this time. Stampede played around that perfectly. However, Lee Jang-gon will not be in this fight, so Dead Game fans do have the advantage. Meanwhile, ultimate committed by Orbit. Oh no, he was slept during that butterfly. What a sleep. Who was that from Shot? That canceled the ultimate, got it refunded by Orbit, and now he can come back forward with Arrow's ult, which stuns everybody. The kills come, or the elims come through as well. Astonish is gonna fall from Gentle Giant, who's able to end up with 2 KOs, and Dead Game fans, despite the odds, are in a good spot. Lee Jang-gon also commits the ultimate. It's immediately deleted. A bit of a waste in this case. Overtime gonna tick down, but Dead Game fans, last second clutch up.
That's what they needed to do. It was looking kind of scrappy when it comes to the ultimate management, but Carl found a ton of critical picks in that fight, and he's looking to continue to do more, charging forward on this 3rd point. If he can find a pick here, he could really get the snowball rolling. This archway sometimes is a good spot for the defenders, but right now, they're all out of sorts. Carl is just putting so much pressure on them.
I thought that previous fight was over until that sleep comes. Oh my God, Chotten, man. Okay, already, this Mantis player is on another level. I mean, Chotten's been putting the team on the back. Will go down, same with Focus. So both of the try to just maybe going a bit too aggressive, trying to get advantage with their eliminations. Eye of Agamotto actually gets booped into the open from Astonish. No value necessarily found out from it because it's just strategists and the Vanguards. And eventually Carl is going to get another elimination on a Kawuso. So Carl's sort of woken up here, Jake, and this is a terrifying sight to see if you're Stampede.
Yeah, it's just what you needed from Carl to find more snowball picks. And with 90% towards that Hell Unleashed, it would be a great way to close out here on the final point. Orbit looking to get in with the Katana, but we have the Mantis ultimate available for Chotten. If he can just stabilize this team fight, keep players alive, this is looking very good for Dead Game fans as they force the issue on the payload.
Everybody's looking for the Psylocke right now. Also, the split was used. Orbit understanding that has to fall back, then go invisible. Meanwhile, Carl on a bit of an adventure to Candyland or something. Orbit able to get one. Focus with a huge res brings everybody back as well. Carl with the elimination on the lean Jan. Oh! Jake, they forgot the point.
That's tough. I mean, they were trying to play around the mass res, get big value from that, and then get back into the team fight. But of course, in overtime, you don't have the luxury of waiting for that res, waiting to get healed up. Still, though, a pretty solid offense for Stampede there. Like, still looking pretty good. Able to get deep into 3rd point. We've seen this map be full held often. So honestly, I think you're feeling pretty good after that attack.
Yeah, for Dead Game fans, they like their team, right? In general, it seems so tough in the streets phase, right? It's the dichotomy, Jake. Like, first point, usually it feels like that point takes the longest, right? But in this case, right, they immediately capped first point, and then there was like 4 or 5, maybe even 6 team fights in the streets phase before they broke through.
Yeah, I think it comes back to the strategy, right, with the Thor and the Psylocke. You know, your diving is so threatening and powerful from Stampede that when you're able to set up around corners and, you know, in the tight corridors of this streets phase, you're feeling pretty good about the comp. But when the Namor gets a bit more open space, 1st point, 3rd point, where you can kind of just keep the spam pressure on, pressure that Thor from long range, and make it more of a sniper-focused game, that's going to favor Dead Game fans. So the real pressure, I think, is on Orbit to find something, connect into the enemy backlines. Stampede now going to actually run a double shield tank setup as well with the Psylocke. So Psylocke's going to be kind of all alone trying to get into the backline. Curious to see what she's able to get done.
Yeah, and this map, by the way, a little bit of scouting stage and walls being broken, has, besides the environmental, you know, walls that you could break, on Clintar, you could just, like, destroy these little like, symbiote sort of things around the map, get some, like, that high ground you can get, bridges you can move on to. There's so many different angles that you can get to on this map that really changes it. I mean, there's even walls off that you can do. There's so many crazy things on Clintar that makes it play so differently than every other Convergence map.
Yeah, I like the symbiotes on this map a lot. Very interesting to, you know, how they change the map dynamically. I like the Dead Game fans broke this wall on the high ground, you know, not allowing the attackers to rotate without being in their vision from the point. And they're perfectly happy to keep this Psylocke at bay at long range. She's struggling to get in, get connected. Very aware that the pressure is coming her way, though. It's a really nice kite from Psylocke. She got a lot of attention right there.
Orbit team's very good at that, avoiding all that pressure, but you can't avoid the damage from Astonish. I mean, once he's on your strategists, that's a tough spot to be in. Both can be res immediately because of the team up. So is it a trade that's really worth it? Astonish's going to go down, booped in. And now Dead Game fans all relatively healthy. They've got Arrow here. Sure, they lost both strategists, but it was both strategists that you can kind of afford to lose. Carl, meanwhile, over the top left takes down Caruso, and he's forced to not even use his team up. So great actual defense from Dead Game fans.
Yeah, nice value off the team up res. You're going to be happy with anything that stabilizes you on this defense, especially because that attack took quite a while to set up, right? That's a minute 30 off the clock for the offense. See what they can get in as TPR just pumps damage downrange. Would love to have that whale online, potentially to shut down any of these aggressive moves into his backline.
The Giant looking to their right side, able to spam it out. Meanwhile, Carl playing aggressive with the rest of the team because the Mantis ultimate. You don't have to really be worried about Ivakomoto because it's not up just yet. Meanwhile, Mantis ultimate on the attacking side. Now they come back through with their own momentum. Can they find any eliminations? There's that Ivakomoto. Oh. Never mind, you had to be worried about it. I mean, that's everybody on the side of Dead Game fans. Back to the spawn.
Yeah, it was a very early Mantis ult from Dead Game fans. I think they felt like, oh, we have to get something done with this. We have to charge forward. But popping the defensive ultimate so early, charging in like that, while Stampede just counter with an ult of their own. And then the punchback is just overwhelming. Dead Game fans are kiting back, but they don't have any strategic depth at that point. They're just caught flat-footed. Now it's Stampede's turn to get onto the streets phase. We'll see if their offense is similarly strong here as Orbit takes a route to the flank. See if he can get on this backline.
Carl with some knife pressure. TPR. What does he want to do? Just control the flanks. It looks like for Dead Game fans, obviously not running their own Psylocke, maybe proving that you can run the Namor instead to sort of counter the aggressive plays out of most Psylocke mains. So Stampede right now, what do they want to do? They're going to set up with Orbit on the flank, looking for that dive. Meanwhile, Thor constantly pressuring out the backline. A lot of ultimates committed. The Lee Jake on with the first one. Dead Game fans sitting on an entire bank, waiting for the right opportunity. When is it? When are they going to pop set ultimates? Lee Jake Gong's Hella ultimate is going to run out eventually. TPR is going to go very aggressive as well off the jump pad. Ivakomoto and the slam dunk over the top is going to wipe both the Mantis and the Adam Warlock. Surely they don't use the match or the res at this point. It looks like Caruso does. But this is already a lost team fight for Stampede.
Yeah, and that res, interesting choice. Maybe he's just going to be able to keep some of his teammates alive with it, but it's certainly not going to turn aggressive for Stampede. And Dead Game fans, I mean, this is the spot that they were held on their own attacks. Maybe they're feeling pretty comfortable in this setup, feeling like they can really get a lot of value here. TPR, I think, is a key player on this Namor. If he can slip in behind, I think this hero has pretty underrated burst potential, especially if you drop a couple turrets on the flank, send that right-click attack deep into the enemy strategist. Sometimes it bursts them faster than they're ready.
Still sitting pretty around. Dead Game fans being so patient. Thor able to blast through that Magneto shield, so that's a small counter, small wrinkle in the meta. Shield into the side of that Hella in the sky. Meanwhile, Chot able to take down Orbit after the ult as well. They've figured out Orbit's timing. Able to take them down after the dance of the butterflies goes through. Meanwhile, Resurrect available. Bruce is going to bring Orbit back. OP Panthera and the rest of the squad going very aggressive. Whale into the res. Isn't going to do anything necessarily. Focus is also going to use there. Meanwhile, Lee Jae Gong over the top. Able to get TPR. TPR's right back in the fight. Carl as well with the Orbit. Able to get another. Lee Jae Gong. Oh my god, Lee Jae Gong! 2. Can you make it 3? You can. What a wipe from Lee Jae Gong. Absolute disgusting Hella gameplay. Churchon's back in the fight. Actually, the Thor ran towards that Hella. Make sure that they can't get anything else done. But because of that, Stampede move forwards.
Yeah, Lee Jae Gong, I'd say it's fair to say, has done enough in that team fight. Get shut down eventually, but those are some massive picks. Strange TP, though, being set up from the defenders. Looks like they're going to go for this off the back of a quick TP. Want to play that tempo before the enemy Hela is back to the team fight.
Go with some spam over the top. Throwing down the turrets as well, the Octopus. Lita's doing a good job spamming it out. Oh my gosh! Really aggressive Thor gameplay allows Gentle Giant to find the KO. Caruso actually just reses in his face, but the link is there to keep them healthy until now. No, Caruso was just alive for a second, brought back down again. Meanwhile, aggressive Ivakomoto, Lee Jae Gong able to find 2. Off of that, Carl gets the elimination under Orbit to bring I'm Gentle Giant back into the fight. Lee Jae Gong in a very aggressive position, does have the ultimate ready to go. 40 seconds left, goes into the sky because of the Thor in the back. Astonish able to take down TPR, but here's the Doctor Strange again in his face. Meanwhile, Merge back in the fight because of the self-resurrect. due to the team up. Manta's ultimate's also out. Meanwhile, Lee Jae-gong with the very last bit, able to get the elimination, but the Born Again, actually not Born Again, rather, I'm Gentle Giant slammed down to the ground with the Thor ultimate. Looks like Dead Game fans are sort of stabilizing his Stampede. They have to wait for OP Pantera. Carl trying to find the pick to bring them back, but they're going to have to walk back. Carl, meanwhile, Flock goes into the sky, pops the ultimate. Do they have the damage output to find the eliminations? Dr. Strange kind of throws it out of there for now, but nice shot from TPR into orbit. Meanwhile, traded by Lin Jae-gong. Whale as well to the back line, does catch out one onto the ground, but Lin Jae-gong finds TPR. Caruso brings everybody back. What a massive resurrect into the back line. It's going to bring everybody here, and Lin Jae-gong has been the best Hela that I think we've seen so far in the tournament. Lin Jae-gong, amazing shots, back after, just the shot after shot, consistent for Stampede in overtime when you need it, but you can't get off the cart. If you do, it's over. Dead Game fans are wiped, and Stampede move on to third phase.
Man, that overtime was so incredibly close, but the attackers get it done. This is one of the closest map ones we've seen, portending a very close series, but you're right, Lin Jae-gong feels like he's getting the best of this Hela duel, has really been taking over in the middle of a lot of these team fights, right? Winning the duels, finding the picks, snowballing the damage, and being willing sometimes to commit his life when necessary. Looking very, very effective. Orbit, really aware, I think, of Psylocke's role to just make space, to draw attention. He's really been playing that very effectively, even against the Namor, who could potentially shut him down.
Work from him. Meanwhile, Rez is there. Oh no, Orbit stuffed it out. Focus caught out now into the butterfly. Gets onto Chotten. And then even more damage onto the front line. So great ultimate timing. Carl does trade it back. However, might be too little too late as Lin Jae-gong has just been a force to be reckoned with. Stagger as well coming out to Carl at this point. Carl, if you win this 1v1, that could be big. They do. Oh my gosh, Carl. I mean, that means a lot moving forward. Carl.
That reses Thor as well.
Oh no, but it goes down to Merge. I mean, it's just back and forth. Merge back in it. Was able to get those two. So Stampede, they're still kind of pushing this car forward.
Yeah, and they get the job done without committing some of their important ultimates, which is really nice coming into the last fight, which is a must-win fight for both teams, coming to the final fight of what's been an incredibly close map. Orbit looking for something on the flank. Astonish super low on the strain, just barely gets saved by the team.
Both Thors looking at each other. Eye of Agamotto in the Mantis ultimate though, so everybody's still somewhat healthy. Stunned again, Chotten right now in the Mantis ultimate, still keeps everybody healthy. Thor gone again. OP Panthera's had a hard time. Lin Jae-gong in the sky, able to get poked out of the ult eventually. But it's Carl. Attack! Carl! Oh my gosh! 3 in the sky. They're going to res because it's overtime. You have to touch. Merge's back. Caruso's back. But who's here with the whale? It's the boy TPR. Astonish is going back to the spawn doors, and Dead Game fan have done it on their defense. They're going to stop Stampede.
Wow, what a knockdown drag out map 1. I think this might be the closest map we've had maybe all tournament long so far. Both of these teams maybe having met their match. Thought Lin Jae-gong was going to be able to get it over the line with some fantastic Hela gameplay, but in their moment of need, it was Carl who clutched it out. Got the job done. 30K, jeez. Lin Jae-gong, I don't think I've seen 30 before.
In a defeat too, man. That's it's pretty brutal.
That stings. But honestly, now Hela is like, I feel like we're gonna keep seeing Hela in this series. I feel like Carl's probably gonna feel, hey, you know, I did pretty well too. He had, I mean, 35-8. He's doing quite well. But nonetheless, Lin Jae-gong just doing different things on the Hela.
Yeah, he really is. And I mean, in a victory, look how many deaths, dude. The strategist of the side of Dead Game fans, Focus and John both 16-17. Meanwhile, in a defeat, Merge and Caruso 7-10. Isn't that kind of crazy that the strategist with less deaths just won?
Yeah, well, I mean, deaths are maybe a misleading stat, right? Especially with these team ups and the reses available. I feel, you know, yeah, Stampede was really good in their aggression, but Dead Game fans, I mean, use the reses to great effect, clutched a lot of team fights that looked like they're going against them statistically based on the fact that they get a huge res or they're just getting these team up reses from the strategist. And with TPR and Carl on these like long fight focused heroes, the reses really played to their favor. I feel Orbit had big moments, had some big team fights, and some, honestly, some great moments of just drawing a ton of attention to himself, creating opportunities elsewhere on the map. But TPR was just pumping the damage so consistently throughout the whole game. Honest work on the Namor.
Honest work indeed. Just job done, right? Just constantly poking, pressuring. And, you know, Namor is like that, Jake. I mean, he's just a hero that just is like, it's an attrition test almost, right? You're just going to constantly have to deal with the octopus. You're going to have to deal with the spears. it's just constant pressure. I don't know how you really would deal with it. I mean, there's a reason why, right? A lot of the top tier pro players do not like this hero and think it's so disgusting and so strong in pro play.
Yeah, I mean, I think the power, especially, you know, if you haven't played Neymar, if you use that right click ability, you hit the attack, it procs your turrets to attack one specific enemy, so you really can focus down a specific target very, very quickly. But before we go any more into this series, we're going to watch it. The highlight package from that last map should be a solid one, and we'll be back with the next map after the break.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Marvel Rivals Championship. My name is Dogman, joined by Jake. I was about to reverse order. I was about to say, I'm Jake, you're Dogman. But in this case, definitely not true. Dead Game Fan, currently up 1 in the series, looking pretty good. Jake, I think you talked about it earlier. This seems to be the closest series of the day. Compositionally as well, we're seeing a ton of good Hella gameplay alongside some Namor and Psylocke.
Yeah, a lot of flexibility being shown. We'll see if the bans end up changing anything going into the next map. That was an extremely close Hella duel where honestly most of the Hella duels that we've seen in the tournament have been very one-sided, with like the dominant Hella taking over the game, winning the map for their team. And now it's a little bit more complicated because although Len J. Gon had the stronger game on Hella overall, they did lose. So there's definitely the question of, do you want to change anything up? Does the other team want to take Hella out of the equation just based off Len J. Gon's performance? Definitely going to be curious to see how the hero ban develops after such a close map 1.
Yeah, surely things change. Surely both teams looking at the board of heroes and deciding what they want to play. But, you know, I would say that in terms of compositionally, Jake, it seems like Dead Game Fans kind of like running around this Namor, running around the Hella, it sort of works out in their favor, right? Because they're both sort of pokey characters, and they're just both sort of playing slow, kind of waiting for the other team to make a mistake, sort of walking into their octopi or whatever it may be, and just kind of getting shut out, right?
Yeah, definitely playing against Namor, you gotta be very cautious. You're not overextending, because even Namor, if he shows up on the flank, he can quickly, turn a fight around, can pick off your back line. He does do a lot of damage in his own right. So as much as Psylocke is the more conventional flanker, and Psylocke probably feels a bit of pressure in these team fights to find a pick off, I feel Namor has the flexibility to be played in many different ways. That escape, I think, is a kind of an underrated, the water bubble is a bit of an underrated part of the kit. You go in for a play, you take a big risk, and then you pop that bubble, escape to your teammates, get saved, and kind of rinse and repeat.
Yeah, it seems to be working for Dead Game Fans at the current moment, and, we have to wait and see what they're going to do in this next protect ban system. A lot of teams, the strategy kind of goes out the window once you see a certain ban come through, right? So if you have compositions you like to play, obviously you can be banned, or you can protect certain aspects of it.
Yeah, Psylocke once again protected for orbit. So still Stampede showing confidence in something they were successful on. This time they're going to ban the Namor, so maybe feeling like that could open up things for Psylocke, maybe creating more opportunities for her to get value. And as well with the Luna Snow Protect, I think the Namor ban makes a lot of sense. That team up is particularly potent, not something you want to let through, especially since TPR has shown that they do prefer playing this. And it is a Hawkeye Hella comp being locked by Dead Game Fans. Truly disgusting behavior, but incredibly threatening when it comes to the long range poke.
Yeah, this team, if any team can get it done with the Hawkeye, with the Hella, this is them, all right? They've done it so far on Namor. It does play similar, like you said, but a lot of teams do value that Namor over Hawkeye because of the invuln. So, I'm curious to see both teams even maybe potentially lock it. It's kind of a, like you mentioned earlier, Jake, this is a fun matchup just between two teams running extremely similar compositions, just kind of duking it out.
Yeah, it's really, I think so much pressure is going to be on the snipers, especially with that one-shot potential, right? Even sometimes, with the support ults popped, if you just find that full charge headshot from Hawkeye, it's one of the few characters in Marvel Rivals who can properly one-shot from full HP a lot of these squishier characters.
Yeah, I think despite popular belief, the season bonus that you gain as the anchor of these heroes, like for the Hella, for the Hawkeye, they get that. I think Hawkeye's 15%, and then Hella I think has a 25% damage boost or something. I could be spreading this information, but obviously the numbers are around that area. Both Hawkeye and Hella get those, despite if they have the team up or not. But Dead Game Fans, Jake on the defense, obviously setting up this Hawkeye on the top left angle. A lot of teams like to prioritize making sure that he doesn't get said angle.
Yeah, you can see Strange really aware of this. The flank fight goes his way. TPR is doing a great job leveraging that corner. Yeah. Hella as well, trying to pull the same trick on him. TPR, though, doing great with this angle.
Yeah, Hawkeye players play a different game. Oh, my! Nice 2 taps there from TPR. Takes down the Hawkeye, on to the next. The Luna Snow removes. Stampede has to play it slow down.
Yeah, very clean moves from this defensive Hawkeye, and that position on the corner is super important if you're trying to continue to hold this high ground, right? Trying to deny any angles. I like Gentle Giant coming to mark this angle as well, coming to take the trade against enemy Hawkeye, not allowing him to free fire into the flank. Magneto trying to sustain it. They're all coming to this Thor, but he's able to get out with ease here.
Yeah, Max, one of the most mobile characters in the game. Highest mobility just with the flying. But Legion go. Oh, no. TPR not ready for that. Len Gong. Nice. Opening KO. Looking now for the backline. The strategist playing it slow. Just decided to come back for tanks. Lewis still ultimate is built. So dance floor is out. Len Gong slept and stunned. But still somehow gets out with the flock and gets the healing. While building towards that ultimate. Meanwhile, Gentle Giant has to back that out. Now there's the dance floor. From the attacking side, will boot back to Magneto, however, with the Mantis ultimate, has some sustain. Both teams sort of playing it slow. Neutral game currently here. Ayabakomoto gets deleted by Carl. Got a bubble, but it didn't matter. They just melted through the Magneto bubble. Also, Carl in the ultimate, or sorry, Len Gong in the ultimate, getting taken out of it. So TPR and Dead Game fans brought themselves back into it. Carl and crew, Dead Games fan, get it done.
Yeah, that Hawkeye plus Hela ability to burn down an enemy Hela ult is pretty much unmatched, right? The amount of burst that comes through. Len Gong got all of one shot off in the Hela ult. I mean, that's really disgusting burst focus. Stampede's got to be very aware, needs to protect that Hela for her to get ultimate value, but it's been TPR just free firing from this high ground. See if Orbit can stop that, potentially with the Katana. But TPR has been so threatening, it's hard for the rest of the team to walk up, and Psylocke going in alone is sometimes a risky proposition, even with the ultimate.
Then it's slow on the corner, 3 ready to go. Gentle Giant poking him back. Len Gong over the top right. Got booped back by the Hawkeye. With his shift, TPR as well will find Orbit after doing so. Meanwhile, oh my gosh, Pantera, what a huge meteor with Merge. Can it be brought back for Dead Games fan? They're already down 3 members of their team. Stampede brings back one. Carl, the ultimate, able to find OP Pantera. Arrow as well into Astonish. Len Gong trying to put the team on his back right now, Jake. That's 2 eliminations as Gentle Giant able to take down Merge.
Yeah, attackers have lost a few players. Gentle Giant, though, dies just on the cusp of the health pack. See if Dead Game fans want to go for this. See if they have a strange TP. Maybe it's possible. Very close. See if they can get a contest off here. 2 meters to go. Seems like it's not going to happen. So the cart is going to roll into the second phase. Stampede got to be feeling good about that off the back of a big team fight from Len Gong.
Yep. All together now. Stampede in this right side corner. Dead Game fans playing it very aggressive. Hawkeye ultimate also committed, so this Hela is always pretty much targetable, but it doesn't matter, man. Oh my. Len Gong across the map takes down the Hawkeye. Fall off damage doesn't matter to this man's 2 in this fight. Carl trades back though. Orbit will go down. However, Len Gong yet again brings Stampede forward with this cart progression.
It's just all gas, no brakes. He's eating them alive right now on the Hela, and that's the consistent performance he's going to need to deliver to bring this series back, to re-stabilize it for Stampede. He was able to do it in the last map. It wasn't enough for the win, but this is a map where I feel Hela can be even stronger. It's even more open, even more of these open, just raw dual sight lines. And TPR, while he looked pretty solid on the defense on the Hawkeye, he's been struggling here in this second phase.
Gentle Giant contesting the point. Ultimate still available for Dead Game fans. So is Stampede. Stampede seeing an old think of 5, nearly 6. What do they want to do with it? It looks like Stampede's forcing the action on Dead Game fans right now. Mage's ultimate coming from Jordan. Carl can't be saved by it though. Oh no, Verge takes him down. Legendary out of the ultimate. However, here comes that Psylocke. It's into a Luna Snow dance floor, so you're not going to find any eliminations, but here comes that Ayabakomoto afterwards. Was that a stun or
Yeah,
a
got
sleep?
slept out.
Oh my
Really well
gosh.
done, and a bigger Ayabakomoto by Arrow MR. It's a complete stop and a shutdown. That is insane game-saving moves here from Chowden. Getting the sleep on the Ayabakomoto, right? He felt like if that ult went down, this would have been a completely 180 opposite team fight with Stampede closing. But instead, Dead Game fans once again snatching victory from the jaws of defeat despite the performance Len Gong puts on. It's the team play. It's the rest of the squad coming together to stabilize the game. And that was Stampede's best chance. I mean, they really committed heavily to that fight.
Yeah, for as good as Len Gong has been, Chotten, you know, one of the best Mantis players I think we've seen. Such consistent sleeps. Really comes at the perfect time. Len Gong over the top right, trying to find that poke damage. That game fan still sitting on the Hela. And Thor ultimate also coming up on that Hawkeye. Meanwhile, Stampede just have that Thor ultimate. What do they want to do here? Looks like just that coming through that main side. Carl has the health pack to play around, still kind of pressuring out Legend Gong, who has that guard from Luna Snow. Carl not afforded the same opportunity. The front line of Dead Games fans all super low. Here's that Ayabugamoto finally, but it's blocked. It's blocked by Arrow. OP Pantera, though, still slams down with the Hulk, or with the Thor ultimate. Meanwhile, Carl in the sky, able to get one with his ult. Arrow collapses on it, able to find two, and with that, it's a full team wipe. Ace to go. 16 seconds now for Stampede.
And it's kind of a tough time to walk up, right? The time is super low. Lenje gone, the first spawner. OP Pantera is going to go to the Venom just to get a secure touch here. But for the rest of the squad, they have no time to work with. The clock is ticking. Are they even going to get this touch? No.
Oh. Brutal. No touchy. No touchy that objective. 99 meters, that's all you're going to get today. You know, Dead Games fans, they look a lot better than they did on the previous map, even, Jake, to stop Stampede in the Streaks phase.
Yeah, and Lenje gone. He's got to be asking himself, what more can I do, right? He's producing time and time again on this Hela, but the rest of the squad for Stampede is coming to Carl's aid, and Carl is still battling back well, right? Like, the Hela duel is not one-sided enough for Lenje gone to really take over the server. Carl is giving him that test, giving him that challenge. So is TPR, but the rest of the squad looks to be playing very, very clean here for Dead Game fans, especially these strategists. I feel like we got to give them a lot of credit right now.
Yeah, I think that, you know, so far, there's been a lot of good, talented, you know, well played strategist gameplay. However, you know, Chotten and Focus definitely putting, I would say Chotten definitely more as a big strategist fan, as a big Mantis fan. This character, you know, it doesn't feel like you always can get those sleeps off. It's always a difficult timing. But somehow, I mean, Chotten, how many times do you see any Mantis player this whole tournament just consistently sleep those Ayabagamotos?
Yeah, he's very aware that the ultimate's coming. He's got the timing like really down, but also just so consistent with the execution. And there's a lot to be worried about when you're a strategist, right? You got to be focused on healing, you're doing damage. It's like everything on your screen is relevant to you, and yet he still finds these crucial ultimate sleeps when his team really needed them. I mean, that snowball was looking fearsome. It looked like Stampede was going to potentially run through the map, and now they're completely stifled. And with a very winnable position here, Dead Game fans could close out the series very quickly. They can get something rolling through first point.
Len Gong already taking pressure from Carl. Orbit on the right side as well. Able to take down Gentle Giant. Potentially, there it is. Gentle Giant by themselves on the height. TPR trades back, though, so nice shot from the Hawkeye. Also, Magneto Shield's here no longer. Can't save Len Gong from the one shot of TPR. First on the Namor, and now on the Hawkeye. This guy is putting on a show.
Yeah, the Hawkeye from that left angle, so threatening, able to look into the back line. Now Arrow looking to potentially go for a counter TP here. It's a very early channeling of the TP. And even the Psylocke has been scouted out. TPR very aware of that.
Yeah, constantly shooting just in case that Psylocke is invisible. Meanwhile, shield pressure comes through. Len Gong's back. Forced to be reckoned with. He has been. Takes down Focus, takes down Shot, and that's two. Carl does take down Kawuso at the very least. But without the strategist, the attack should be thwarted, so they're able to come back. TPR is obviously putting in a lot of damage. You still have some people here alive. Len Gong needs some help. Desperately some heals. Gentle Giant's going to go down to Len Gong eventually, and Dead Game fans staved off for now.
Yeah, and that's what they needed on the defense. The TP block wasn't really perfect for Arrow. He blocked the lower door, but Stampede, very aware of that, came out the high ground. I like this position for Len Gong, holding that left angle and using the third-person peek to his advantage. TPR's got to be careful and gets cut in half.
I mean, Jake, you called it. This man, absolutely on another level on the Hela. And you would think maybe next map you would opt to banning it if Dead Games fans are to lose this one. Stampede, meanwhile, or yeah, if Stampede's going to win it. Meanwhile, Orbit on the right side, sitting with the Dance of the Butterflies, invisible. What does he want to do? They've got the Luna Snow to counter it. Carl takes so much damage. Oh no, Astonish just peeks around the corner, removes Carl immediately. And that surely makes Dead Games fans reset.
Yeah, and Stampede, they're doing this all without ulting. They're still holding on to the full bank of ultimates, all 6 available. This is very clinical performance here on the defense, and that's just what they needed. Looking towards a potential full hold here. If they can win this ultimate fight, this could go very long. This could even be final fight, so the attackers have got to be careful. They really need to make these ultis count.
Orbit poked out and is on the left flank too. Carl just constantly pressuring that shield. what does Stampede want to do, or Dead Games fans? I mean, there's just every ult ready to go. Here comes the Hella first. First ult committed. Sleep from Merge. Oh my gosh. And the follow-up is there. Orbit traded. Eye of Agamotto. That's 4 members of Dead Game fans caught out. But nobody's down. Arrow comes back through with his own Eye of Agamotto onto a Mantis into the sky. Goes OP Pantera with the Meteor. Could not find the elimination because of the Luna Snow dance floor. So without all the ults committed, now Legend Gong goes into the sky with the ult, but he's met by Doctor Strange with the shield. TPR as well is here to delete it, but it's traded. Legend Gong, what an opening. What a final blow there by the Legend Gong on the defensive side. Now Carl has to fall back for Orbit, who is aggressive into the flank. Can Orbit win the 1v1 with Carl? It looks like nobody's down just yet. Legend Gong and Asonic Scream on the front line, able to find their eliminations. And with 30 seconds left, it's down to the wire for Dead Game fans.
Yeah, it's all falling apart for them, losing the Thor so late into the last fight. And that was a massive ult dump, just barely went the way of the defense. Stampede gonna be happy, potentially evening the series here at 1-1. Lenjay Gone, he's been performing time and time again. You can imagine with all the ultimates off the field, he's gonna be happy. He's gonna have the opportunity to really get to work on this Hella.
There's the TP that they were expecting. First Mantis of all people. Carl still takes down Legend
Oh
Gong.
no, C9!
2, 1.
Oh no. That's devastating, Dustin. They even picked off Lenjay Gone, who was the hero time and time again, but they were just a little bit too greedy with the position of the TP. Not quite close enough to the payload. And that's a painful way to go. Just snatching defeat from the jaws of victory, right? You got that pick on the Hella. It felt like maybe you were going to be able to get it over the line. But no, the series is even now. Tied 1-1. Stampede brought it back.
And Legend constantly putting the team on his back. Obviously, like you mentioned, found that opening kill. Astonish and the rest of the crew actually on this map did very, very well. So it is back and forth. A consistent player has been the Hella player of Stampede. But to tie the series up is huge, Jay, considering how, that map was looking. They were able to get the job done on the defense, and in the streets phase, they on Idrisal path, it feels like a lot of teams do make it to that last point at the very least, but both teams on their attacking side, seem to falter.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you don't get held on first, usually we do see the second point cap, but the first hold, I think that probably is the best Hella spot in the whole game. Maybe it was all these, great pieces of cover you can use as the Hella, third person peeking, swinging for picks. The ultimate is consistently going to be really strong, zoning away a ton of enemies. And so I think with how good Lenjay Gone has been, it's no surprise that he was able to really thrive on a point like that.
And now we're all tied up 1-1 in the series, Jake, and I will see what map we go to next. Do you think that other side, the side of Dead Game fans want to ban that Hella, right? That might be something you're thinking about now. Obviously, you talked about how Carl popped off and played well, but is it something you're considering?
It's tough. I mean, I think strategically, it's probably the move with Lenjay Gone having just like a consistent edge on you so far in the series. Maybe take Hella away, but it kind of all depends on Carl. Does he have confidence in his hero pool? Like, does he have flexibility? How committed is he to sticking on the Hella? If he's really committed, maybe you just have to keep going on the Hella and make the most of it. It's definitely winnable. However, I think Carl, if he's got the flexibility, would love to see the Hella ban come out.
Yeah, and I'm sure this highlight package we're about to see is going to be full of Hella highlights. Let's check it out, and then we'll go to a short break after said package.
이루어지는 마법인 거야. 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 언제든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 날때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠이 떠 날때까지 세계 운명 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 왔던 나 탑을 딱 봐도 스파스타 딱 보면 모두 나널 지킬 나란 걸또 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 분명한 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작이야 let's go 어둡고 혼란한 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 날때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내가 좋아지려면 꿈꿨던 너와 나 그래들의 승리 완명해 The weight of the both the world is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 날때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠이 떠 날때까지 세계 운명
Welcome back, everybody, to the Marvel Rivals Championship. My name is Dogman, joined by Jake. We are amidst a series, Jake. I think today it's our first tied up 1-1 series between Dead Game fans and Stampede. It's been back and forth as an affair, and this is kind of a classic sort of matchup, Jake. You know, one star player just absolutely trying to put the team on the back, whereas, you know, it's very much like a team effort for the side of Dead Game fans. So it really could go either way.
Yeah, I mean, I think both teams are fighting well, but it is noticeable that the Hela matchup is pretty decisively in favor of Lenche Gon. You know, I think that tends to have a pretty big impact on the match with how powerful Hela is, but especially the strategists from the other side have really been fighting well, have been making big plays that have been keeping their team competitive, keeping them in the game.
Yeah, this is really it's coming down to the wire now, obviously, and this is in the upper bracket, it seems. So both teams, the tournament life is sort of on the line at the moment if they want a chance to get that $15,000. And both teams do look pretty good right now, Jake. Obviously, you have to sort of expand that hero pool, like you mentioned. Maybe we could see an early example of both teams having to flex over. If you do get rid of that Hela, that could change, a lot of that sort of compositions that are played by either team. And I think if we get to see that now, obviously other teams watching will maybe have an edge in terms of the strategy department. But for us, Jake, I think it does mean a lot to see different compositions, but besides the Hela, to see if either team can play them well, right?
If anything, though, I'm not too mad to see the Hela come out a lot in this series, because honestly, most series we do see it get banned. So if anything, even though it's maybe the strongest character in the game right now, it's kind of refreshing to see it come out, to see what some of the top players can do, why the hero is considered so incredibly strong. Interesting, though, that both teams have been doing a fantastic job focusing down the Hell Unleashed, though. Those ultimates have not really been getting the value that we are used to, because I think both teams are super aware with Doctor Strange's getting in their face, really pressuring them down. So definitely, it's a lot on just the raw aim mechanics from Hela right now that's deciding the match.
Yeah, we'll see if Len Jiangong can continue his dominance. Obviously, Carl has been fantastic on his own, Hela as well. So, we'll see if they can keep that up. Also, generally some of the best strategist gameplay we've seen so far all tournament. So, I mean, just overall, really exciting series. If you're going to show any game to, a fan or somebody just checking out the game for the first time, definitely have them watch this series, because I mean, it's been an absolute barn burner so far. We'll see, as this map number 3 definitely could be caster cursed. It could just be straight up full dominance by one squad, not even close. But, I think we can both agree, Jake, this has been the closest matchup of the championship series so far.
Yeah, at least the ones that we've watched, right, with so many games. We, of course, don't cover them all at this stage. So this is the stage where we're really just trying to get a little taste of everyone, trying to get a feel for, like, what are these interesting teams that we want to be looking out for. But this name, Len Jiangong, I'm not going to forget this, right? I'm kind of excited to see this player go up against some tougher tests, some stronger opponents, see just how good he could be at Hela, or will teams just respect ban him after this performance he's been putting on? Yeah,
I mean, I definitely would, for sure. It seems like the right play for most teams to make sure that player can't pop off. And maybe you have, like we've seen out of Amazing and Nightmare, Iron Man in your pocket, with something else along the lines of, Magic potentially. A lot of these hero pools, Jake, do seemingly need to be constantly expanded upon, right? Because with this protect ban system, it seems like the best teams have the most flexible players, right? You can't just decide, I'm going to one-trick Hela and not play any of the melee characters, right? Because it seems like in Marvel Rivals, you have to play them, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you're one-tricking, right, other teams, as soon as they see you doing that, they're going to just target ban you, and, well, your one-trick is not available anymore. What are you going to do now? You need to have at least 2 characters, but honestly, for the best teams, right, it's like 3 to 4 characters for every role, where you need that diversity to be constantly adapting, not only due to hero bans, but also because even with a ban coming in, could affect your team's team-ups, it could affect your overall strategy. So the more diversity you can bring to bear, it's definitely going to benefit your team overall.
Yeah, for Stampede, immediately banning Hulk, and then for Dead Game fans, getting rid of the Star-Lord. Meanwhile, a Psylocke protect for Stampede. I mean, Stampede's well aware at this point, Dead Game fans love to play that Hela as well. So, obviously both teams letting it go on through. And like you said, Jake, it is exciting. I think for Dead Game fans, they've been able to put up a fight on it as well. And they're going to, this time, protect the Luna Snow. That's an interesting protect.
Yeah, and once again, though, Hela on the server, I'm scared. I mean, honestly, I feel Len Jiangong, he's been dominating throughout the whole series. Yes, Carl has fought back, but if you had to say who's the better Hela, there's not really a question right now.
Nope. Maybe Carl in that map number 3 could come back and show that he's the better Hela player.
Also, interesting bans from Dead Game fans, right? Like, you're banning the Star-Lord, you also ban Adam Warlock. I don't love that ban. I think maybe just banning Adam Warlock is sort of sufficient to suppress the Star-Lord. Maybe they feel that it's just strong on convergence. Star-Lord could still be played, but I just think overall it probably could have been a better ban phase from Dead Game fans. The Namor as well, blocked from TPR, not going to be able to bring it out. Maybe he'll like to go back to the Hawkeye, which was effective when he brought it up before. Looks like he's marking Winter Soldier for now, which has been another character that has seen more and more play here in the Marvel Rivals Championship, Dustin.
Yeah, it's a character that I kind of underrated, but I mean, as it's shown still throughout the tournament, I mean, the ultimate has got to be one of the best in the game. It seems like whenever he pops the Kraken, it's just constant up, down, up, down. He just can't really do anything about this Winter Soldier who gets over health or the bonus health, and then, you know, can do so much damage with it. And then left click, right, just needs to slam you once, get that red bar on you, and then just two-tap you and just keep going, right?
Yeah, definitely a lot of explosive snowball potential with the Winter Soldier ultimate. Well, what the first test is going to be is the Hela duel, right? This is another map where I really like Hela. I think she could be super powerful, super effective. Lots of these like scary sniping angles to be pressuring from. Something you're going to have to worry about. Arrow looks like he wants to go for a TP potentially. Let's see the direction they try to go with it. What is he doing?
He's like looking at the right side, maybe just in case the maybe the other Strange is looking for his own portal play, so maybe not trying to put it in front of himself, so it's not so obvious.
Sure.
That's sure. Like
being a little tricky. Being a little tricky. I like it. I think you're right. I think my brain wasn't big enough to see it. Well done.
Meanwhile, this is an interesting map too, Jake, because this like middle ring constantly doing damage to everybody around it. Also, Orbit takes down Carl, so Carl doesn't even have a chance to go and match Len Gong on the other side. So that's a great opening pick from Orbit. You can see why they protect the Psylocke. I mean, this man on the character doing a lot of damage into Thor at the moment, also has the guard on him, so they're putting a ton of resources into Orbit. You can see they really want to play around him. Len Gong, without as many resources, is pretty much doing the same sort of thing. Astonish is wall into Arrow, able to get one, and this is sort of just staggering at this point for Dead Game fans, just slowly but surely into this point as Stampede hold for their first attack.
Yeah, Orbit able to clean the off angle, but more than that, just did massive damage, just chunking tanks through the team fight. And Hela is a great character who not only is she just a monster in terms of the DPS, but it feels like you don't really need that much resource to be pumped into you. Like, you can still be super effective on Hela without necessarily much of a pocket or much of a resource expenditure. So why not give it to the Psylocke? Let her be a bigger thorn in Carl's side so Carl can't even get the fair fight.
2 minutes and 26 seconds left to go. Dead Game fans all funneling into this top right position. The middle killer they had to give them cover is gone. Luna's ultimate pop to counter. The Dance of the Butterflies ultimate. Meanwhile, oh my gosh, Astonish is low. How has he not gone down just yet? Meanwhile, Arrow goes aggressive into Len Gong. Flies up to the supports on the other side. A little bit of a late ultimate there from Stampede. They potentially could have saved Astonish, but now he's going to be back in the fight. Dead Game fans sort of regrouping around main. Orbit aggressive. Taken down by Chotton again. This strategist gameplay has been so good, but it's slammed down by OP Panthera onto Focus. He's now kind of caught out. Everybody's running towards him. Dead Game fans all low, but they're all kind of playing together, healing up. Meanwhile, Astonish a bit too aggressive. Carl takes him down. Len Gong on the other side, able to get the Thor, who's resurrected by Carl on the other side. Now Ludus the ultimate to touch the objective. Can Len Gong find the elims? Yes, Chaunton goes down. Carl on the back left angle has the ultimate, able to take down Kuso after the ultimate. May not even need his own. The Eye of Agamotto committed. TPR also commits his own. Here above the point is Len Gong. But Jake called it earlier, is just taken out and also again used in this fight. Don't know how necessary it was as they just capped out the objective. But Dead Game fans get the job done.
I mean, TPR snowballed pretty far into that fight with his ultimate, so able to, you know, get the cleanups. I don't mind it. And in the end, you get the cart rolling here for Dead Game fans. They're going to be feeling pretty decent about that. Chotton, such a difference maker on this Mantis. I think has been such a consistent performer, finding picks, finding trades, staying alive with great value through the ultimate. Still, I think Len Gong is just the Terminator sometimes in this series.
He has been just a robot. Here comes Astonish, but Hela unleashed by Carl. Very aggressive, looking for some of the strategists. Dead Game fans trying to play around Carl out of that ultimate, keep him alive. Eyeball can low from Astonish. Oh no, goes down while doing it. However, they do trade that Gentle Giant. Seems like they got some value out of the Ayagamotto at least. TPR with the grab into the Mantis, tries to loop them back into his team, but everybody is going to be healthy during that. Now Orbit just drops the hammer from above with his own ultimate. Makes everybody sort of reset now for Dead Game fans.
And that's going to be an expensive reset, right? Like this far from the attacker spawn, the defenders are able to take this powerful high ground. Len Gong in the God angle. That is a super scary prospect, right? Like, how do you evict Hela and Psylocke from this high ground? They're going to be perfectly happy to sit up here and just pressure from the off angle. always potential for this Psylocke to jump in and dive in on your backline.
Wen Gong sitting up here with Orbit. Oh no, oh my gosh, that character fell so low. Chotten stayed healthy because of focus. Nice heals from the Luna Snow. 1v1ing with Carl still as well. That game fans walk up to the car. I mean, they got 2 minutes to work with. Arrow tries to go for the elimination onto Orbit, but is not going to find it. Somehow doesn't go down. The strategist, again, out of Dead Game fans, keeping him alive, doing a great job healing up their vanguards. And now they just come back through and turn the tables, right? That DPS gameplay you like to see out of these strategist players. Able to get some value, though they come back through. Wen Gong goes aggressive. Also, with OP Panthera's Meteor, they try to create some space and find even more eliminations, but they're not able to do so just yet. Dead Game fans kind of rubber band back into the fight. They've got the Eye of Agamotto coming back as well. Do they want to go for it necessarily with 1 minute and 20 seconds left? Stampede are trying to take these angles around the point, make sure Dead Game fans feel uncomfortable coming in.
Carl trying to get this left angle. Winter Soldier pulling onto Magneto, though he's in real trouble on the flank. Looks like the Luna Snow ultimate is going to stabilize things just a little bit for the defense, but Dead Game fans push one out with the Thor, well used. And now the slightly better Luna Snow ultimate, but another defensive ultimate coming out from Merge.
It's interesting enough seeing the Luna Snows optimize and use the hold. So they change between the dance for heal and damage. Now Stampede, after all of those support ultimates, all of those strategy ultimates, they're able to hold on with 40 seconds left.
Yeah, that's a great defense. Still getting enough done. And this high ground has proven so difficult to clear. Stampede able to support Orbit and Wen Gong on that high ground. It's just so scary to potentially try to go up there. You got to use a movement skill, and then you're, coming into the meat grinder. It looks like they're going to take a different approach. I like this from Dead Game fans, though, right? Instead of clearing the high ground, just take a different approach where it's not as effective.
Yeah, both teams kind of seeming invulnerable right now. Wen Gong still sitting up there, seems to have the God spot. Carl using the ultimate. What is he going to find here? He's got to deal with the Strange in his face, but he also had his own Strange to block. And oh no, across the map. Oh, Jake, they didn't touch the payload again.
Oy, oy, oy. It's getting consistent at this point. And I mean, I guess that's the risk, right, of not running a highly mobile character in the squad. I mean, Thor could go car, but it's pretty scary. You're probably going to die for that. No Psylocke, right? There's no hero that can trigger the overtime, stall the game out, delay the fight. And we've seen a lot of the top teams run things like Psylocke or Star-Lord to potentially fill that role. But that's the risk you take for Dead Game fans, right? You get a little bit more poke with Winter Soldier, a little bit more explosiveness, but you have less time to work in these overtime scenarios, and it ends up really biting them.
I mean, for a team called Dead Game fans, you would assume they would have better situational awareness. But this might be the worst situational awareness I've seen out of a team that is so talented, right? I mean, to consistently do it, like you said, Jake, previously on Digital Path, now moving over here to yet another convergence map. Dead Game fans, you would hope to see them sort of reform, kind of connect with their inner roots in hero shooter genre. Just play around that objective, right? You want to see some team players here.
Yeah, it's easy to say, but it's hard to do, right, with the amount of pressure that they've been under in these team fights.
That's true.
Like Wen Gong and Orbit have been so annoying, so constantly, finding opportunities, chunking tanks, pressuring the back line. It's going to be a double shield tank setup for both squads this time. Almost a full mirror. Big difference really is just Winter Soldier versus the Psylocke. But Orbit, really interesting to see how he likes to try to get in on this offense.
Orbit with the pay-to-win skin coming through in that left side. Everybody playing it slow for Dead Game fans. Portal is well available. Counter portal. Nobody falls for it just yet, but Carl with the daggers takes down Wen Gong. Nice job by Carl. Ready to go on that off angle. Able to hit the daggers and then follow up with a single left click. Caruso, though, that's a huge kill from the Luna Snow player. We rarely see those players trade back, and because of it, Caruso in a weird spot has to kind of juggle back and forth. Eventually, he's going to go down. OP Panther with a trade back into Carl. This is such a strange fight. They have a health pack to play around here for Dead Game fans. Everybody's sort of low. Really just relying on this health pack and Mantis healing. Meanwhile, TPR comes back through.
Oh,
in the right side.
no,
Don't
Dustin.
Touch it again. No
Not
way.
again.
Oh my God, doesn't matter what
Point is
happens.
just capped right under their noses. Dead Game fans, how could you let this happen? In the end, though, props to Stampede, right? Putting tons of pressure on the objective. And that's the benefit they get. Their opponents slip up, make a mistake, and it's so costly. With the defense they put on, Stampede have their work cut out for them. 5 minutes just to push that next 90 meters.
That is a daunting 5 minutes if you're the side of Dead Game fans as well. I mean, this Streets phase is not that easy to hold, although Len Jinggong, and crew were able to do it. And both teams in the Streets phase looked solid. Specifically, Stampede did, but here comes Orbit, aggressive with the Dance of the Butterflies, forces out the Lunas ultimate, tries to back around the corner. Nobody's even aware, goes invisible towards the backside. Eye of Okamoto is here, punched away for TPR. That was kind of aggressive, and in fact, the Eye of Okamoto didn't really hit anybody. Now Carl, 1v1 with Orbit, just takes him out and decides, I've had enough of you on this right side flank. I'm going to remove that Psylocke from the equation. The Dead Game fans go aggressive now with TPR. That's one more onto OP Pantera. Orbit is also gone, so that's 2 removed. Just trying to finally take control of this objective. I mean, this has been a very aggressive fight from Stampede, considering all things.
Yeah, and they've been able to hold it down quite well, but that's 2 picks coming in. Len Jinggong is just uncontested on the back line, right? That's the challenge of playing in this small room. There's no one really to keep controlling the space on the map, and Len Jinggong is occupying all of that space. Seems like the attackers are finally going to clean up, and as valiant as that hold was, burning 1:30 off the clock, pretty nice for Dead Game fans. They have a mountain to climb. They have so much more time on the clock and really not much room to give up here on the defense. Len Jinggong just suppressing them, denying them even their walk forward out of spawn.
3 minutes and 47 seconds left. Stampede with all of the momentum at the moment. With Len Jinggong with the ultimate. As does Dead Game fans. Eye of Okamoto for both sides have been sort of snuffed now. Both teams playing around it very well. OP Pantera, though, sitting with that Meteor. Does want to shield Len Jinggong. Really trying to play around this, man. Into the sky because they were low. Meanwhile, Carl able to take down Orbit. Nice job from Carl. That's exactly what you want to see out of your Hello player if you're Dead Game fans. Just trying to pressure out the rest of Stampede as they regroup right now. But a Meteor, they want to win this right here and now. Meteor building up, slamming into Chotten. That's a huge takedown. Eye of Okamoto, meanwhile, coming through. My gosh, it's a block. It looks like it was. Meanwhile, Len Jinggong got the elimination on the Arrow, who was caught out by the Eye of Okamoto, so they actually took down the counterparts of Astonish. Meanwhile, Hello Ultimate obviously countered because both teams have been playing around it so dang well. Meanwhile, Focus with the dance floor on the front line. Countered by Merge with the Mantis Ultimate, who runs out first. Obviously, dance floor lasts a little bit longer than Mantis and her ultimate. So Dead Game fans understand this position they're in. They're trying to get aggressive, but it might have cost them the game. Focus, TPR, both fall. Stampede now, knowing that they smell blood in the water. Find Gentle Giant. Chotten goes down as well. And there's just only one more on this cart. It's just the Doctor Strange. They're able to take him down. I mean, people are just funneling into this point. At this point, Jake, you just got to have that Luna Snow delay. Carl as well. I mean, you have it on dangerous. TPR can go nuts. He gets 2. Can he get more? Wait a second. He didn't get a refund. Oh no! He goes down to Orbit with the Dance of the Butterflies. Orbit able to get the one. Chon's back in it, but Chon's gonna fall. It's just Gentle Giant on the Venom. 3.55 meters left to go. Gentle Giant does he live? He gets the heals from Luna Snow. Dr. Strange is back in it. No way, they got close spawns, Jake. This is absolutely insane. On the other side of the payload, though, Astonish definitely needs heals. Arrow also in the same position. They both have Eye of Okamoto. Merge does get the Mantis ultimate, so they're able to sustain the Eye of Okamoto on both sides. However, it's Stampede to find the eliminations. Dead Game fans, they're all gone. Gentle Giant, surely you don't touch this time. Everybody's gone. Stampede get it done to win 2-1.
Len Jinggong's revenge, right? Putting up an insane series across the board on this. Hella Orbit looking fantastic on the Psylocke. Across the board, a huge performance. Like, wow, masterful from Stampede. Dead Game fans are gonna be kicking themselves for this series, though. Time and time again, off the objective at crucial moments, costing them fights. You know, who could say how this series would have gone if they had just been a little bit quicker to that objective just a few times, right? It could have been much closer. Carl on the other side, right, came alive in some of those final moments, really made it more competitive, but across the breadth of the series, you gotta give credit to Stampede. Astonish also, what a performance on the Strange. Massive stat line there, 16,000 damage in the final map.
Yeah, played so damn well. And obviously, you know, the biggest MVP that map specifically, but I think we could talk about Len Jinggong all day. I mean, this man, no matter what happens to Stampede at this point in the tournament, obviously, you know, it's cherry on top, but for Len Jinggong, in the rest of the crew specifically, Len Jinggong, he's getting probably a lot of looks at him, right, Jake? I mean, I imagine considering this Hella player played that well. You want to see what else Len Jingyong has in the hero pool. But, I mean, I know that all the top teams that are missing that Hella player are licking their lips at this one.
Yeah, and Merge as well, like crazy stat line there, doubling up 10,000 damage on the Mantis. I think that's another key factor is these strategist players who can actually take their 1v1s, win those fights, playing confidently, with their control and their stuns and having great timing on the ults. There's a lot of pressure on the strategist players, especially when we get to this competitive level where you can just get two-tapped by these insanely good Hella players. We need the strategists who have the great movement, great positioning to avoid that. So really pressure on everyone on the server right now.
And let's take a look at the highlights from said series. I mean, that was an absolute masterclass from both teams, but Stampede wins today, so let's take a look at that highlight package right now. Welcome back, everybody. Obviously Stampede just really putting their stamp on the series and, making a name for all of their players on the team. Dead Game fans, like you said, really talented, and, I'm sure they're kicking themselves, but they played well. At the end of the day, they'll have a chance as well in that loser bracket later on. But that was our last series of the day. It's been a incredible day of Marvel Rivals. I think this game has a lot of promise in the esports scene, Jake. So far from Marvel Rivals, and this championship specifically, we've seen so many awesome games, so many talented teams, and to sort of continue on from the War of the Realms tournament, I think it's been a really fun day, I think, of Marvel Rivals.
Yeah, all in all, there's been a ton of matches, a lot to watch. There's 256 teams, right, that qualified in just NA to play at this stage of the tournament, and many more who competed in the qualifiers. So a ton of teams to watch. It's exciting to see all these fresh-faced players, getting their hands on the game, competing with their friends, with their teammates, and seeing who ends up on top. There's definitely star-studded rosters like Nightmare, who've been our previous champions for the last few tournaments, but a lot of new contenders that are trying to potentially snatch that crown away, Dustin.
Yeah, and that's going to be, obviously you talked about earlier with Nightmare having a target painted on their back. It matters a lot, right? They have a ton of pressure on them, and they're kind of handling it pretty well considering how Team Blue looked earlier. It was a really good team, has a ton of talent on it. However, they weren't able to get the job done versus Nightmare, who just looked so well rehearsed. And, obviously later on in the series, we'll have to see how Nightmare is doing. I'm sure we'll be able to watch them again later on. Tomorrow we'll have a little bit more loser bracket matches, and then also later in the tournament. So this is a multi-week long tournament, Jake. Obviously we're only on day number 2. We're heading to day number 3 tomorrow, and then I believe after this broadcast we will have the Asia region as well on. So it's just constant Marvel Rivals. Make sure to stay tuned on this Twitch stream on twitch.tv/Marvel Rivals, and also make sure to check out our new skins in the shop. Jakey boy, we got Snow Symbiote Venom and Magic with the Frozen Demon skin. I know you've made a few comments about that Magic skin.
Yeah, I think it's sick when you pop the Dark Child ultimate, you're still wearing the snow jacket. It's pretty cool. And the snow symbiote just is pretty insane, right? You just look at I love the animations they did, and the not only the in-game animations you get to see, but that marketing animation is pretty massive. And the Venom in all white looks pretty dope if you ask me, Dustin.
Honestly, if you ask me, it's a little pay to win. He actually blends in with some of the maps. Like I've seen on Hall of the Jawler, like it seems like that character can just blend in with the rooftops. It's kind of crazy. Make sure to grab your skin now. It came out December 27th. These new skins on the shop. And Jake, obviously, closing thoughts on the day, maybe. What are your thoughts from the overall tournament so far, from the championship, from what you've seen yesterday and today? I mean, obviously we have a long road ahead of us, but what are your thoughts kind of closing out on today?
Just compared to the Invitational, it's exciting to see so many new faces, so many new players that are impressing me, right? That are playing really well, that are like leveraging a lot of the game mechanics, really showing a lot of mastery and a lot of dedication to the new title. So I'm just excited to see as we, the tournament continues, what ends up developing. Can anyone upset some of these top teams that have been dominant in the last few tournaments? I'm certainly excited to see at least the best contenders.
I think I'm with you on that, Bo. You made a great point. I think a lot of that passion, a a lot of that has been missing from the esports scene. Just to get real for a second, right? I mean, like generally, even in, you know, the players and some of the casters sometimes, you know, a lot of people maybe aren't fully invested, but I think a lot of the players have really, you know, committed a lot to playing this game and have put a lot of effort into the series, and Nightmare and Team Blue and everybody else that's competed. So there's a lot of effort that goes into the game behind the scenes, all across the board, from parents that support the players too. So it is truly amazing to see so many, you know, people that are truly passionate about a game give it their best shot, because you don't want to, you know, have some soulless game that nobody cares about, because Marvel Rivals obviously, you know, for this tournament has put in a lot of work, and I think all of the players have as well.
Yeah, it's cool to see from the production, behind the scenes, putting this on. For, you know, got to give a shout out to NetEase for hosting these tournaments, for nurturing the esports scene so early after the launch of the game. And I think the community has really responded. Tons of players have been hopping on Marvel Rivals. If you haven't yet, you should check it out. You can play free on all platforms. You know, there's skins in the shop, but you don't have to buy them, right? There's a free game, super high quality. You can play all your favorite Marvel heroes, and there's more dropping all the time. So super exciting time to be in Marvel Rivals. Definitely get them while they're hot.
I know there's been some leaks too. There's been some leaks of new heroes. I'm not going to talk about it today. I don't think that's not the right place. It's like, I'm not a part of this. You know, this guy up right now before the marketing team comes after him again. No, but I mean, you're right. That I'm excited to see what characters come out soon. There's so many people talking about what could potentially come out. I mean, the MCU's got over thousands of characters, man. Like,
wow.
there's so many characters that could be played. And, you know, you already shouted out NetEase, but I'll just give them another shout out for the NetEase production team behind the squad that's in China helping us produce this, because they started at 2 a.m. today, same time I started today, and they're ending at 11 a.m. Chinese time. So like that, they've been working behind the scenes so well, Chameleon and the rest of the crew, and Daniel, and there's a lot of names as well that hopefully I can mention in the future. But it's been a lot of fun today. We still have one more day tomorrow, Jake. Obviously, Championship Sunday is not till next Sunday, but there will be another day of Marvel Rivals Esports tomorrow in the NA region to close it out, because obviously, like I mentioned, there's the Asia region, then we got the Europe region, and then finally to cap it off, we're going to end up this weekend with the NA region. So Jake, a lot of Marvel Rivals to be played. I'm sure you're going to try to get the one above all rank. I know you hit GM recently. Just to shout out some,
you know, little by
goals.
little, I gotta get Eternity next. You know, I'm slowly rising through the ranks, grinding the game.
Oh yeah, I mean, I can't wait to see Caster Jake hit the one above all rank. But ladies and gentlemen and others, thank you for tuning in today to the Marvel Rivals Twitch stream. Hopefully you got your drops. You know, we have this stream constantly running, so I'm sure you probably have gotten them at some point. That's going to be me, Dogman, and Jake heading on out of here. We'll see you guys tomorrow, and we'll see you in a few hours for the Asia Region Marvel Rivals Championship.